just going to make sure that everything is running smoothly on my end of things as we get started here. There it is. Perfect. Okay. Video looks like it's running properly and smoothly. Let's make sure that that's working great. All right. What should we talk about? Well, if you're watching this like after, which is insane, but if you're watching this after, good afternoon, morning, evening, whenever you're watching it, I don't really know. This is the AP Macro Cram session for 2022. My name is Mr. McRitchie. I'm an AP Economics teacher over at Byron Nelson High School in Texas, the DFW area. And yeah, I'm here to help you guys review for AP Macroeconomics, go over the topics that you guys are most concerned or scared about, the things that you're worried about, what stuff you're like, I never understood blank, please help. Like, I definitely forgot how to do Comparative Advantage. Mr. McRitchie, could you show me that real quick? Yes, this is why I'm here. So I'm going to go through things that I know are going to show up on the AP exam in some capacity. I'm going to go over what you request in the chat as much as you need me to. And later on in the video, I'm going to try and predict the FRQs. If I don't get a lot of questions from students, I'll probably do that earlier, but if I get lots of student questions, that could be later on in this video. I don't know how long this video is going to be, as I'm doing it live, because I'm just going to be answering questions as long as students are here in the chat, and that can be, you know, this could last for 2 hours, this could last for 4 or 5, I actually don't know. So we'll find out the fun way together. If you're popping in, please say hi in the chat. Just want to know who's here and who's not. If you're not from my school, if you're a random person who's taking this exam tomorrow and is scared and is just Googling for help and finds this video, hell yeah. Type your name in the chat or the comments. Let me know where you're from. I love seeing students from other states just watching my videos randomly. It's a super fun time. I'll let you guys know. The chat, there's a delay between me seeing chat and me getting to respond to it here. So if there's something you say and you're like, McRitchie hasn't answered my question yet, give me about a minute. That's about how long this takes. I am drinking a Bang energy drink. I don't typically do this, but I'm very tired, so I got it. Anna, what's up? Yeah, this is the cotton candy flavor Bang. It is aggressively sweet, probably too sweet, but I'm so tired, guys. There's Lauren. There's Lily. What's up, gang? Hi, everybody. Hope you all had a fun time on your AP Literature exam today. I don't know much, but I know an octopus is involved based off of the memes on Twitter. So, lots of fun stuff there. What are those things, hey Kate? What are the things that I'm wanting to talk about first? I want to give people time to populate the chat. Text your friends, say McRitchie's online. Let them know that it's time to shine, everybody. I know some people have work tonight. I don't know why you would do that to yourself. I mean, I know a lot of you guys just sort of put your work availability in like 4 weeks ago and forgot that AP exams were a thing, and now you're just so tired. You're just so sleepy. Red Bull is better than Bang. Lily, that's a personal opinion. You're allowed to have it. Opinions are valid. You're allowed to have that opinion. Taste is completely subjective. Some people think cauliflower isn't as good as broccoli. That's, people have opinions. It's okay. That's allowed to happen. Do they have cotton candy flavored Red Bull though, Lily? Do they? Because what if I just want to drink cotton candy? Because I have the taste buds of like a 6-year-old. Oh man. Okay, so things I want to talk about. Specifically the things that we need to make sure that we hit in this video, because you're gonna ask about it or you're gonna need me to talk about it in some capacity. The graphs, I'm not going to do the big Super Saturday version of go through every single graph in complete detail and show us an FRQ for every single graph. There's a video for that. It's the Super Saturday one. It's that. But if there's a specific thing on a specific graph that you struggle with, like, McRitchie, I really don't get what the demand for money is. Can you talk about it? Throw it in the chat. If there is hey, McRitchie, I keep getting fiscal and monetary policy mixed up. Can you run me through them? Throw it in the chat. So if you've got a specific topic that you need me, you're like, please, McRitchie, I'm so scared if this shows up on the test. My brain's gonna break. If I see the words current account on the AP exam, I'm gonna cry. If I see that, I'm gonna start crying. It's cool, tell me, so that I can help address it here and hopefully save you. Yes, my dog will show up in this video at various points, especially since it's after school. He loves attention and has been, I've been gone the entire day. Oh, there, he's currently sleeping on the carpet. You can't see him. I won't show him because he's around the corner. but he'll be showing up on cam a decent amount today. And at some point halfway through this, if we go late, I'll have to pause the stream to go take him on a walk because he needs to go use the bathroom at some point. After I already took him out just now, but I want to take him out again before bed. I will also have to take a pause in the middle to have dinner because I ate a big lunch, so I'm not hungry now, but I will probably be hungry later. So at some point I will pause the stream for 15, 20 minutes and because I can reheat dinner from yesterday. All right. Again, as you guys are populating into the chat, just say what's up, say hi, so I know who's here. For attendance purposes, this is a mandatory thing. If you didn't show up for this, I'm just reporting you to College Board and saying that you don't care about your exam score, so you just auto-fail. That's what I'm doing. Yep, I just got a mass email out. Just going to DM Trevor Packer on Twitter and be like, hey, here's your thing. Here's what you need to know. I'll get started here in a couple of minutes once we're closer to like 5:10, giving people time to populate into the chat. And I'll get started with like the actual reviewing of material. Can I go over opportunity costs on the PPC when they give us points line? Yeah, Lauren, I can do that. That's very easy. I can absolutely do that. I'll do that first. That's Unit 1. That's very straightforward stuff. So I'll make a PPC graph here in a second. I have a whiteboard app on my computer. I also have 2 whiteboards in my apartment because you guys have seen my obsession with expo markers and the borderline personality disorder that is me having like a billion different expo markers. I have a literal container of them at my apartment and 2 different whiteboards. So good. Oh, it's Paige. What's up, Paige? Hey, Megan. If we have questions, can we ask even if they seem random? Sure. Like it's gonna be very random how this is formatted because this is not a like organized review of me going through each unit's topics in sequential order. This is just I'm panicking. I'm scared. What do I need to know about blank? Because I don't get it. Like I have no idea how the money market works at all, and I'm terrified that it's going to show up on the test, which it totally is. Let me get a whiteboard out, and then I'll use my whiteboard out physically here in a second. I'll give people 1 more minute to get in here and all that stuff. So yeah, this will be super random stuff. This will be all over the place. I have no idea what's going to happen. It's totally cool, though, because, I'll do whatever. I hope you all had a great day today. I know AP exam schedule is just the absolute worst this year for seniors because they just decided this is the year where they hate you, and it's only Wednesday. Like, it's been an absolute hell of a week, and it's Wednesday. So we got 2 more days, and if you're taking stat and my exam, we're going to have a problem. Ooh, how many asked about GNP in a question? Yes, I will talk about that. That's a great one. Doesn't show up very often, but they've mentioned it once or twice, so I'll bring it up. Yes, I will. I know, yeah, the week's been rough for you guys. It's tough on us as teachers, too. I'm very much brain dead. But, we get through it together. Oh, important to note, if you ever drink Bang, or a lot of energy drinks, depending on what they have in them, you should most likely be drinking water at the same time because they're super bad for your liver. They dehydrate you a lot. So you need to drink water while you drink it. So if you're just like casually drinking an energy drink, make sure that you're also drinking water with it. Can we go through a problem with multiple graphs? Oh yeah, I can make a billion of those, Megan. Are there any specific graphs you want me to use in that? Because I can set up pretty much any multiple graph problem like that. Whitney, what's up? Thank you for also being as loud in the chat as you are in real life. It's great. Dario, what's up? Love to see you there too, bud. It's 5:10. I can start stuff. Here we go. All right. We wanted to do the production possibilities curve stuff first because that's a cool thing. Kaylee, what's up? All right, let's do this. Here, where's the right camera setting? 4x multiple choice questions? Sure, I can make those up. All right. You're inviting strangers? I mean, that's neat. As long as they're actually here for econ purposes and aren't just like here to watch a random adult man solve economics problems for teenagers, then go for it. Gabrielle, good to see you. Okay, so we wanted a PPC curve question with numbers and like math for opportunity costs, right? We can absolutely do that. Let's for sure do this. I did like post this link to this video to an AP economics group online and told teachers if they wanted to have their kids like tune in, they can do that. So if you see a bunch of people that are not from Byron Nelson High School, that's what's happened, and that's totally fine. Actually, wait, they would probably give you numbers in a more obvious way here, but I'll just do it like this. So I'm setting up this problem. Yes, they are in econ. Thank you, Whitney. I was scared that you had invited some random like freshmen or sophomores or something to just watch some econ stuff because you thought it would be fun. These are good circles. Where are my shapes? There's a shape button in there. Oh, there's better. Oh, yeah, way better. Please don't critique my artistic ability. I am not using a tablet. I am using my mouse, which is going to make anything I do on this not good looking. Okay, so we've got these little points, and I'll use some numbers to help ourselves out here. Let's say... let's go with... Oh my god, I'm having like break these out. I'll do this. Here, point. Oh my god, I should have just done that. Whatever. It's funnier if I make it bad. The worse it looks, the more relatable I am. Points A, B, C, and D. Two goods that are super random. I've got energy drinks, so we're just going to use that. Can I have it there? Oh, I can. Energy drinks. Not energy drunks. That'd be a whole other thing. Can I move it? I can make it bigger. That's good. And what's something super opposite? Expo markers. I'm just picking things that are nearby me. I am just very much picking things that are close. Okay. So we've got a country that can only make expo markers and energy drinks. This is the country of McRitchie's desk at home. We've got expo markers. We've got energy drinks. We've got these different combinations of goods, and let's get you some idea of what these numbers represent. So at A, we've got 0 energy drinks. If my keyboard's loud, I'm not going to apologize for that. I have a mechanical keyboard. I feel cool about it. And then we're making, let's keep it nice and easy, 10 expo. At B, it is, let's call it 3 energy. Energy. And we're making 8 expo. At C, let's call it a solid 7 energy drinks. And 5 expo. And at D, we're making, let's call it 11 energy drinks and 0 expo markers. If they're going to have you do math with a production possibilities curves, obviously they're going to have to give you numbers for it because they're not going to make you like figure out, like calculate the slope of a curve without a calculator. That would be mean is a understatement if they were to make you do that. So we would give you number combinations like this. And they would say a question, and this is sort of the thing that Lauren was asking about. It's like, how do we do opportunity cost in these problems? Well, they'd say, hey, this economy is currently operating at point B. They're currently hanging out right at point B. They're like, right here. Hello, look at the B. It's right there. They're right there. Great. And that means they're currently making 3 energy drinks and 8 expo markers. A terrifying economy. Now, if they were to go from point B to point C, what is the opportunity cost of that movement? Well, opportunity cost is the foregone benefit of your like second best option. Basically, what would you have gained had you done your next best thing is your opportunity cost. What are you losing out on by making this choice? Oh my god, burping is going to happen a lot because of the energy drink. Apologies, guys. I also talk way too fast. So it's like what we're giving up from one point to the other. Well, at B, we're making 3 energy drinks and 8 expo markers. And at C, we're making 7 energy drinks and 5 expo markers. Well, what we are giving up then is 3 expo markers. That's what we lost. That's like the foregone benefit. The positive that I'm losing by moving from point B to point C would be the 3 expo markers that I am no longer making. I gained 4 energy drinks, which is like cool. We love that. But that's not a cost, that's a benefit, right? So the opportunity cost of moving from point B to point C would just be the 3 expo markers. That's it. And if we were to keep going with like other examples in this situation, going from point A to point C, I have given up 5 expo markers because I used to have 10, now I only have 5. Going from point B to point D, I've given up 8 expo markers, etc. It's what I have lost in that movement. What you have to be careful about is like order, direction. Because they could say, B to C, my opportunity cost is C. What is the opportunity cost going from point C to point B? What's happening there is I zoomed out, neat. Going from C to B, I am losing energy drinks. That's what I've given up going this way up the curve. So my opportunity cost from C to B would be 4 energy drinks. From B to C, it's 3 expo markers. From C to B, it's 4 energy drinks. It's just what you're giving up in the movement. But the direction of the movement does matter for that. So you have to be kind of careful when it comes to that. I hope that helps clarify things. I imagine it does. Let me do something real quickly. I want that, yes. I just want to move one of my screens around. I don't necessarily want you guys to see it because it has all of your grades on it. It doesn't, I'm just kidding. But I wanted to see where the chat is on my actual screen. Okay, we're good there. And now I can move this thing back over here and I can go back to it. There we are. Does that cover what you were looking for, Lauren? I think so. Oh, you can hear Archer wriggling. Hey, buddy. Oh, do we want Archer camera time? In between questions. Can I go over comparative and absolute advantage? I will absolutely do that. Yeah, for sure. There'll be a question like that. Archer, come here. Let me pick you up because I know you hate it. Oh, he wants to literally run away from me because I'm trying to pick him up. Yeah, all right. Well, I'm not going to make him run back to me if he hates it so much. Second thing that was asked about. I am looking for... Second question. How might they ask about GNP? I don't need the whiteboard for this. So it's a good question, Sid. Well, GNP is gross national product, which is different than gross domestic. That is a very important thing we need to distinguish between. Gross domestic product is the total dollar value of all goods and services produced within a country's borders in a year. So everything we make here, effectively. The word we just meaning anybody who's here. That could be Americans, that could be, immigrant population, that could be migrant workers, doesn't matter. Just stuff made within our borders is GDP. GNP is the total dollar value of everything produced by a nation's, I think citizens is what it's sometimes phrased as, but it's really just the people from a country in a given year, which means like an American producing something overseas or an American company that is currently has like a factory overseas would count for your GNP and not for your GDP. Like a Ford factory in Mexico counts for Mexico's GDP, right? Because it's in Mexico's borders. It counts for America's GNP because it's an American company. You'll often see the formula written pretty much the same as GDP, where it's like CIGXN, but then they also add in something called net foreign factor income, which is just the money made by Americans overseas minus the money made by foreigners here. So it's sort of your GDP stuff because that would all count for GNP also. If it's made here, it's made by Americans and American businesses. So that stuff counts for GNP. But then you have to also factor in any American businesses that are overseas, and you have to subtract out any foreign businesses that are here. So there's like just one more thing added in. I have seen that mentioned on the AP exam only a handful of times. And most of the time it's mentioned, it feels like a typo, where you could just have assumed GDP was said there and gotten the right answer anyway. So if you see GNP, the only thing you want to like be aware of is that like, okay, so stuff made by our people overseas actually counts for this as like a different thing you have to worry about. If they throw the word net foreign factor income at you, which I've seen like an answer choice once or twice, but I don't really see it as the topic of a question very often, or ever, really. That's just the money made by like our people overseas. So if like, you're an American worker in Canada, then your like income is net foreign factor income. Paige, I do see your question. I will get to it. I'm just going like through the question order on the thing. Can I do multiple graph question? I will save that, Megan, because that will require a decent amount of work, and I can probably connect it to other questions. So I will do that, Megan. I'll just do that later. And I want clarification on that. Is that the mock exam FRQs, or those are particular units practice FRQs? Clarify that when you get the chance. Lily, 4x multiple choice questions. Yes, I will do some of those. I have to be careful which ones I have visible on the screen, though, because some of those are secure and I can't show them. Some of them I can. So give me a second on that. And yeah, let's do a comparative advantage thing real quick. Let's do comparative advantage and circular flow model real fast, because those are ones I can probably solve relatively quickly. Boop-a-de-boop. Let's clear this bad boy out. I actually don't know how to clear it. I'm just going to delete stuff. Never used this whiteboard before. Also, you can apparently do like a live whiteboard with other people. I am not going to let you guys touch this whiteboard, but neat. Mock exam. Okay. So I'll pull those up in a second, and I have to be careful about those because I can't like show them on the screen because released AP practice exam, but I can talk my way through it. So I'll do those here in a second, but I can't just show them on the board. So we're going to do a comparative advantage problem. Let's keep this nice and simple. Can I draw a table? Yeah, I can. I can use this for that. Oh my God. You're watching Troubleshoot McRitchie using a website for the first time. I would just use a whiteboard, but that's not actually helpful. I need you to just get deleted. Fine. Doesn't need to be pretty. I don't care about that at all. Draw myself a little tic-tac-toe board so I can do a comparative advantage problem. Here we go. The comparative advantage problems are always a classic bit of things that I personally would not be scared of, because if you do them enough times, like, it just becomes second nature to you. But if you haven't done them in, say, 6 months or 9 months if you're a first semester student, yeah, it can be for sure scary because you haven't done them in a long time. Canada and Mexico, let's say that they make grain. That's not how you spell that. I'm just typing too fast there. I don't even know. I don't care. Grain and something else that's very, very different. Coal. Sure, those are two different things. Let's say in a day that Canada can produce 100 tons of grain and that Mexico can produce, let's call it 80. I don't know why Mexico would make less than Canada. Environmental-wise, it should make more sense for them too, but I don't care about that. We're going to do 20 and 40 for coal. Okay. We can see this. Okay, we can see. So absolute and comparative advantage. The thing you have to understand with absolute and comparative advantage is the first thing to make sure you know and have in your brain at all times is the definition. It isn't the math part that you need to make sure you understand. The definition you need to know first. Otherwise, you doing the math will not get you the answer still. So, definitions that we have to be aware of. Absolute advantage is whoever can produce the most given the same resources. That's why absolute advantage is easier, because if I look at this table, I know the answer to that already. Like, this is the amount of grain and coal produced in a day by these two countries, right? Well, who can make the most grain? Canada. Who can make the most coal? Mexico. So Canada has the absolute advantage. So I'm going to highlight using a... Can I change the color? No, kind of. So Canada has the absolute advantage in grain. Let's just use a pen for that. I'm just going to say absolute advantage. And Mexico has it for coal. It's just who can make the most. That's it. That's all we care about for absolute advantage. It's just who can make the most. Done. No problems. Again, absolute advantage is the one where if I grab a third grader and I'm like, who's better at making it? They'd pick the absolute advantage because it requires no math. It requires no work. Hell, if I asked you who's better at making grain off this table, you would say Canada. If I asked you who's better at making coal, you would say Mexico. Right. Comparative advantage. Definition. And the definition you have to know, otherwise doing the math will not help you, is who can produce it at a lower opportunity cost. That means I gotta find my opportunity cost here. And what the opportunity cost in this context would be is for every single grain that Canada produces, how much coal have they given up making? How much coal could they have made instead? Is how to read opportunity cost here. Because I don't know like literally how much it costs for them to produce grain or coal, but I know how much of each is in relation to each other. Yes, I was going to do circular flow model after this, Fabio. So, the way I solve for comparative advantage in this type of problem is I use a little shortcut called OGO, because this problem is what's called an output problem. It means the numbers I'm given here are the number of a thing being made, being put out for sale is the way to think about it. So like amount of grain and coal produced, that's output, number of things being produced. In an output problem, the way we find the opportunity cost is I take the other column's number, look at my mouse, look at that, that's the 20. It goes over my current column's number, which is 100. So 20 over 100, which I'm going to simplify down to 1/5. This just means every time Canada produces one grain, they could have made 1/5 of a thing of coal, 0.2. coal if we're going to do decimal form. Totally fine there. For Mexico, I'm going to do the exact same thing. Opportunity cost of 1 grain is other goes over, so I'm doing the 40 over the 80. Oh yeah, AP Macro Exam should be for everybody tomorrow. And 40 over 80 is a half. So this part, I guess, will bully you if you're really bad at simplified fractions. Yes, this stuff can be mean to you if that part of math class earlier went poorly for you. So now I can actually solve for my comparative advantage because now I know the opportunity costs. For Canada, every time they produce a grain, they give up 0.2 coal. Every time Canada produces 1 grain, they give up 0.5 coal. So who has the lower opportunity cost would be Canada. That's terrible. But Canada has the comparative advantage in grain production. It costs them less coal per grain, is how to read that. And then for coal, I do the same thing. So the opportunity cost of 1 coal for Canada is other goes over. So that's 100 over 20. And 100 over 20 is just 5. Because I'm just doing 100 divided by 20. I'll answer that question in a second, Megan. And the opportunity cost of 1 coal for Mexico is 80 over 40. Again, that's other goes over. And that would be 2. The nice part with your opportunity costs here is that the combinations are reciprocals, like 1/5 and 5, 1/2 and 2, 2/3, 3/2. Those are reciprocals, flipped fractions, a way to think about it for you. So it's an easy way to check your math, if you're bad at simplifying especially, where it's like, well, I know that 100 divided by 20 is 5. Right, 20, 40, 60, 80, 100. I can do that. So the other one must be a 5th, right? And then in this situation, who has the comparative advantage in coal production? That would be Mexico. And there we go. It's not a guarantee that if you have the absolute advantage in a thing that you'll have the comparative advantage in a thing. It's pretty likely, but it's not a guarantee. Yeah, I was going to do a terms of trade question. Let me just go through this. So we go through these problems. We've got my comparative advantage. In comparative advantage, I did have to calculate. And then I will actually do the term of trade problem here, because I'll just branch it right off of this, because I can connect it right to here. So these two countries are Canada and Mexico. And let's say that they wanted to trade with each other. The question would ask, what would be a mutually beneficial term of trade for these two countries, right? And let's say it's a trade for 1 coal. So let me just type the question above so people who pop in later will be like, what's happening? Term of trade for 1 coal. So the nice part is, if you see a multiple choice question with this, the shortcut will work for you. The shortcut is, I just have to pick a number that is in between their opportunity costs. And the opportunity costs of 1 coal for each country are 5 and 2. So any number in between 5 and 2 would work. Multiple choice question, just pick a number that's between the opportunity costs and move on with your life. Okay, like if it's just asking you to find one on a multiple choice question, you don't have to explain yourself or anything like that. It's just between the opportunity costs. So I would say a trade for 3 or a trade for 4 would work just fine. But if we're asking to explain it, and we're actually asking on an FRQ to like solve and explain, which is possible. I could imagine you get an FRQ that is a comparative advantage problem this year. That is not out of question. I wouldn't call it the most likely outcome, but it's not impossible, right? So if I need to do that, then let's set up what I use to solve these problems. So for a term of trade problem, what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab the opportunity costs. So that is the 1 for 5 and the 1 for 2. And then the mutually beneficial trade will fall in between them. Like literally I write it like this, so I'm forced to think of them as in between each other. But I'm just going to put X here because we don't know what the answer is, right? So this is going to be very verbal. So you have to listen carefully as I explain it. And I'm going to try to explain it slowly so that it makes proper sense here. In terms of things to be aware of in this problem, specialization. Countries specialize in what they have a comparative advantage in. So Canada will specialize in grain, and Mexico will specialize in coal. So this trade is, I'm just going to do this so we have a good idea of what's happening. I'm going to circle Mexico. I'm going to do my best to box Canada. Let me make this a little smaller, be easier to read it. So, easier when I have different colors, but this is the general logic of what's happening. What I'm doing here is I'm focusing on who's giving up what. So in that trade that is hypothetical, it is going to be one coal from Mexico, because Mexico is the country that should be specializing in it. Apologies, I had a phone call there. My mic cut out. Mexico should specialize in coal, and Canada should specialize in grain. So the trade is one coal from Mexico for some amount of grain from Canada, is like my answer that I'm thinking about. Previously, Mexico used to give up one coal for 2 grain. Now they're giving up 1 coal for this new amount. For it to benefit Mexico, that amount that they're giving up 1 coal for has to be bigger than 2, right? Because they used to give up 1 for 2 within their own borders. Now they're giving up 1, and Canada's sending them some amount of it. That amount just has to be bigger than 2 for it to be good for them, right? So whatever this number is has to be bigger than 2 for Canada to benefit, for Mexico to benefit. For Canada, this is where it gets tricky for students, because you guys are like, wait, but Canada wants to get more than 5. No, we gotta be careful here. Canada in the trade is giving up grain, right? They're giving up the grain because they're the ones specializing in it. They used to have to give up 5 grain for 1 coal. They are still getting 1 coal. So for this to be good for them, that number just has to be less than 5. They're still getting 1 coal either way. On their own, it was 5 grain got them 1 coal. So for this to be good, it has to be less than 5, because it means they're giving up less coal. Less grain per coal. They're still getting 1, so they either give up 5 or they give up less. So a good answer here, like a potential, like what I would type as my answer or what I would pick, whoa, it zooms in like crazy there, that's cool, would be, let's say 3. If we do a trade of 1 for 3, then Mexico, who used to give up 1 for 2, is now giving up 1 for 3. They're getting an extra grain per coal. And Canada, who used to give up 5 for 1, now only has to give up 3 for 1. So it's good for Canada as well. So it just has to fall in between their opportunity costs. So on a multiple choice question, again, what I would be doing, okay, second buttons how to graph stuff. What I would be doing on a multiple choice question is I would just find the opportunity costs, and it's a number in between them. That's it. On an FRQ where I might be asked to like explain how Mexico is benefiting here, I would say, okay, well, Mexico used to give up 1 for 2. They used to get 2 grain per coal within their own borders by swapping around their resources. And now by trading 1 coal to Canada, they're receiving 3 grain from Canada. They're getting more grain per coal. And that's how Mexico is benefiting in that trade. I'll hit the input question here right now. Let me delete some stuff. I don't know if I can just click on it and it gets deleted. I can. I love that. So I'm going to delete some stuff here. You can always rewind this live stream if you need to, and then come back live if you want to see that again. Okay. So for an input problem, what you have to be aware of is that the information would be presented differently. And I think I saw Lily mention it, and that's correct. Lily said, aren't input problems just like the amount of time or resources spent on the good? And then a scary or, because you're hoping you're not wrong. Yeah, it's the amount of resources used to make a good would be an input problem. So if I saw this like line of text above the problem, amount of minutes to produce 1 unit of each, where I see, hey, it takes Canada 100 minutes to produce a unit of grain. It takes them 20 minutes to produce a unit of coal. It takes Mexico 80 minutes to produce a unit of grain and 40 minutes to produce a unit of coal. That changes a lot. That changes a lot in terms of interpreting the table. Because if I read that statement and I look at this table, who's better at making grain? Like, it takes Canada 100 minutes to produce a unit of grain. It takes Mexico 80. Mexico is, like, at least in terms of raw output. How much can they produce? Mexico can produce more grain, which means in an input problem, Mexico here has the absolute advantage in grain, and Canada would have it in coal. It completely flips my absolute advantage around. Because absolute advantage's definition is still who can make the most given the same resource. If I give these two countries the same amount of time, if I give them the same exact amount of time, Mexico can make more grain and Canada can make more coal. So absolute advantage is still who can make the most based on the table. You got to understand, absolute advantage is not bigger number. It is who can make the most. That's bigger number when it's output, but on an input problem, who can make the most is whoever's using fewer resources. So you have to be very, very careful on like, how are you defining absolute advantage in your head? Be careful, because your definition is just who can make the most given the same resources. These countries right here don't have the same amount of resources. The resource is the variable. So you have to be careful on that. For an input problem, and Karis, you have this right. How I find opportunity cost is also going to be different. On an input problem, it is other goes under, OGU, to solve that. So for grain, the opportunity cost of 1 grain for Canada is actually 5 coal. And the opportunity cost of 1 grain for Mexico is 2. Flips them around. Here's the logic and reasoning. So the other goes under thing would be to find the opportunity cost of 1 grain, I take the other column's number, 20. It goes under my current column's number, 100. So it's 100 over 20, and that's 5. But to explain that to you, here's what's happening. If I give Canada 100 minutes, they can make 1 grain, right? This is what this is telling me. It takes them 100 minutes to make a grain, so they can make 1 grain in 100 minutes. If I gave them 100 minutes, how much coal could they make? Well, 20 minutes per coal. If I gave them 100 minutes, they can make 5. Oh. So every time they make 1 grain, they could have made 5 coal instead. So every time they make a grain, it is effectively costing them 5 coal. Oh, Paige, I was definitely going to hit CPI at some point. You guys have for sure forgotten how to do that. For Mexico, 1 for 2. But the definition is still the same. It is still who can produce at a lower opportunity cost. And Mexico has the lower opportunity cost here. So they have the comparative advantage in grain. Now, the nice part with absolute comparative advantage, a good rule to be aware of, is that you can't have a comparative advantage in both goods. You couldn't have a lower opportunity cost of one and the other, because the opportunity cost is like how much of the other good you're giving up. If you're giving up less of that good, you'd be giving up more of the other, because it's just in respective to each other. So I don't even have to do math here to know that Canada has the comparative advantage in coal. Once I've found that Mexico has it for grain, then I already know that Canada has it for coal. On a multiple choice question, if you're running low on time, that saves you a lot of time. On an FRQ, you should have enough time to solve all of it. So solve all of it. Like, don't leave any room for error on an FRQ especially, because there's not that many points on your FRQs. On your multiple choice questions, you got 60 of those. So, you can miss a good number. You can miss 12 of them, I think, and still be on pace for a 5. And that would be easy enough. So, like, if you wanted to, 1 coal is a 5th. Because, again, they're still reciprocals. That rule still works. And if you're wanting to check yourself, 1 coal is a 1/2. And it's still a 5th is less than a 1/2, so that works out just fine. So there's input and output problems. That took a long time. I apologize for that taking a long time, but you guys wanted some help on that. So there's a nice little review of your... Oh, one more thing. You won't see terms of trade with that. Or at least I have never seen them use a term of trade problem with an input problem, just because the logic of like explaining it gets really weird. Of like, well, it used to cost them 1 grain to make 5 coffee coal because of the amount of minutes it takes. It like gets weird when you're trying to verbalize the explanation. It would still work the same. It would still be in between the opportunity costs is still mutually beneficial. I just have never seen them actually use an input problem for terms of trade. So shouldn't be a problem. Circular flow model. You guys. You guys. Oh my god, you guys. Okay. I'm going to do a real pro gamer move. I'm just going to Google a picture of the circular flow model. I'm just going to walk you through it. Yeah, sure. That one's fine. Yeah, that works. It's upside down compared to what we did, but I don't care. That doesn't bother me. So, circular flow model. Alex, yes, I see your question. Yes, I will do that, obviously. Yeah, for sure. 1000%. Make sure you guys are reviewing the formulas, by the way. You definitely need to know those. There's lots of easy Quizlets out there for that, I think. So just do a bunch of those so that you have all the formulas down. So I'm looking at the circular flow model. Here's what's going on. You know how, like, you buy stuff from businesses, right? That's this top thing. This is also called the product market. So if they say the word product market, it's the market for goods and services. We, households, buy products from businesses. I know, mind-blowing. You've never thought of that. That, like, I go to a store and I buy things. I give them money. They give me thing. Very complicated. The bottom half is where you guys tend to forget. Like, you're like, I know I buy stuff from businesses, but what's this bottom thing? Well, the factor market is the market for resources, your factors of production, things like land, labor, capital, and entrepreneurship. Yeah, from Unit 1, like day 2 of notes in the class, maybe. This was literally August if you were a first semester student, and literally January if you were a second semester student. So we're talking minimum 5 months ago, maximum like 9? Yeah, 9 months ago. So you got the factor market. Here's how the factor market works. The same way, but in reverse. Businesses give us money, we give them resources. You're like, but McRitchie, I don't give them land. It's like, okay, I know, but you do give them labor, your human capital, which are your knowledge and skills, and any entrepreneurial ability you have, right? Like, when a business pays me for my job, they're paying me for those things, right? They're paying me for my labor, the actual work I'm doing. They're paying me for my qualifications, my human capital, and they're paying me for any, like, ability to innovate outside of that might be additional. Like, in teaching, me doing this live stream is a good example of entrepreneurial ability. Like, thinking outside the box, doing a bit extra, doing more than necessary to try to improve productivity. In this case, the productivity is your grades, right? Trying to help you get a better score on the AP exam by doing things that I'm not required to do, right? I'm not getting compensated for this. I don't get paid overtime, right? I'm just doing it because I want to improve your productivity, because I want you guys to pass the exam, and because I really would like it if you didn't have to pay for your college class, because that'd be really cool. So businesses pay us for those resources. We pay them for those products. It's the same money all the way around. Like, the money I give to, where did I buy this? QT for the Bang, they use to pay their employees, right? And then the employees use that money to buy goods and services from other businesses who use that money to pay for their employees. And it's just sort of like a circular flow of money in our economy, that spending and income are the same thing. Every dollar spent is a dollar earned. They're the same concept. Spending and income are just different perspectives of the same transaction, right? Now, the only other things on this that people tend to get messed up by are what are called leakages. Basically, things that subtract from that wheel of money in our economy. And a couple of easy examples for that are things like savings, where when you are saving your money, you're not spending it on goods and services, so businesses are not able to spend it on their labor. So savings would be like money being taken out of this model by households, or if businesses decided to save, which they don't that much, but if they did, then that would also be a leakage. So savings, private or public savings, would be a leakage to my circular flow model. Another good one is imports. When you're buying a good from a foreign country, your money is leaving your economy. It's no longer flowing circularly within your country's economy. It's still in the global economy, but not your country's, because circular flow model is mostly referring to a single country's economy at a time. So leakages include things like imports or savings, things where your money is no longer within the flow of your economy. Your savings are still in, like, America, but it's not flowing in America. It's not moving. It's stationary. You've locked it away. To save it, makes sense to save it, but it just means that businesses aren't making any money off of you and then can't use that money to pay their workers. Like, if everybody saved all of their money all at once, the entire economy would collapse instantly, because businesses wouldn't be earning any money and wouldn't be able to pay their workers and would just completely shut down. So there's, like, savings is, like, cool for you as an individual, definitely bad for businesses. They don't want you to be saving money. They want you to be spending it constantly. That's pretty much good for the circular flow model, I think. Let me see. We had the term and trade question. I will do MPS, MPC multiplier. I'll do that in a bit. Karis, I'll do the limitable funds market as part of Megan's multiple graph problem. And I think I want to hit the FRQs. I will do reserve requirements and excess reserves on a balance sheet. I'm gonna do a balance sheet. That's gonna happen. We'll get into why in a little bit. And I want to do one more thing. Okay, the mock exam FRQs. Yeah, let's do the multiple graph thing, and then we'll do the mock exam FRQs. Actually, isn't the first mock exam FRQ a multiple graph problem? Let me find it. I cannot show the questions from the mock exam on here, but I can read them. And if you have access to my AP Classroom, then you should have access to them as well. If your friend is Whitney and she has made you watch this because she is bullying you into being a good student, then have her illegally send a screenshot of the mock exam, which is totally a violation of College Board policy, and Whitney, don't do it. But I can't show it on my screen. Let me see. Is that a multiple graph problem? It is, and it has a global funds market in it. So that's bang, bang, bang. So I'm going to work through the 2018 International Practice Exam FRQ. I cannot show the question itself here on the live stream, but I will say it. Because weirdly, I can do that. There are some weird loopholes there, where I can sort of, hypothetically, this is a question that is very similar to the practice exam FRQ. So, the question in its entirety, let me read through the parts that matter one at a time. So, this is question one on the practice FRQ. If you have AP Classroom and have access to my FRQ stuff, feel free to pull it up. If you were here for when I went through this question last Friday, then you've already seen me do this. Assume a country's economy is currently in a recession, is the very first thing the question says. Always read that. I know it's before the letter A. It's before the question actually technically starts, but that first statement is so important. So assume a country's economy is currently in a recession. Draw a correctly labeled graph of the, let me grab this right here. There we go. Draw a correctly labeled graph of the long-run aggregate supply, short-run aggregate supply, and aggregate demand curves, and show each of the following: current real output and current price level, and full employment output. Okay. So let's see how easily I can do this on this weird whiteboard thing. Am I not showing the whiteboard? I am not. There's the whiteboard. That would have been stupid. We need a aggregate demand, aggregate supply curve. Okay. Line. Got it. Thank you. New line. Got it. Thank you. I'm going to use the SRAS and AD little X thing that I am drawing. Great. Let's use some text. Y-axis on this graph is real GDP. You could see on your AP exam, by the way, like real output or quantity of total output. There's a bunch of things you can technically see as the X-axis on that graph, but the Y-axis will always be price level. I guess you could see aggregate price. That's stupid, but they could do that to freak you out. SRAS is my upward sloping line. AD is my downward sloping line. I don't know if I can do a dotted line without just actually drawing it, which sucks, but whatever. I'm not paying for that. You're not going to trick me into paying for a thing. Okay. And then I'll do my equilibrium first. I'm doing this before I'm drawing LRAS, by the way. Oh, that looks terrible, but whatever. That one's much better. And it says in the question to label my equilibrium output as Y1 and my equilibrium price level as PL1. So I'm going to do that first. And then it says label full employment output as YF. And reminder, I'm in a recession. And because I am in a recession, I need to draw my LRAS in the correct position. LRAS can be drawn in 3 spots. It could be drawn through the middle if I'm at full employment and my economy is nailing it. It could be drawn ahead of where my aggregate demand, aggregate supply curve are, or behind it. In a recession, my LRAS would be over here. LRAS. And then that would also be Y2, or YF, sorry. It says in the question how to label that. So that is my first part of this FRQ, that I have drawn an economy that is completely in a recession right now. And again, the way to tell based off what LRAS is, like, am I in a recession? My current output is Y1. So my GDP currently is. YF is my full employment level of output, which is how much I would be producing if my economy was, nailing it, if it was at full employment. So being at Y1 is a lower value than YF. My current level of output is below full employment. I'm making less than I should be, which means I'm in a recession. Second thing. So that's the first part of this FRQ. B, identify one action the central bank can take to help the economy recover from the recession. Okay? This is a monetary policy question. It says identify one action the central bank can take to help the economy recover from the recession. Okay? So my central bank, my Federal Reserve in the United States, or a bunch of other things in a bunch of other countries, the ECB for European Union, etc., things they can do. I got three options here. There are three monetary policies that would work. The underlying commonality between the three is that they all need to be an expansionary monetary policy. In order for it to work, in order for it to help out in a recession, I need to be expanding the economy. I need to have GDP be going up. So there's three things the Fed could do, or the central bank could do, that would cause that. Let's see the sticky note. Ooh, yellow. Cool. B. The central bank, I'm going to make you a bigger post-it note. That's too big a font, though. Lower the reserve requirement. Oh my God, can't spell. Because if they lower the reserve requirement, banks can now lend out more money, which would allow for more spending in the economy and get us back to full employment. They could lower the discount rate, which is, again, the discount rate is the interest rate on a loan from the Federal Reserve to a commercial bank. So if the Federal Reserve were to lower that, make that loan cheaper, then banks could borrow more easily from the Fed, which would then give banks more access to money, and they could loan to us more easily. So like, if banks can get more money, that's beneficial in terms of trying to get us to spend more, because if banks can get more money, then they can lend more relatively easily. How do we know that this is monetary and not fiscal? Great question, Lily. Because it says the central bank. The central bank implements monetary policy. The government implements fiscal policy. These are different things. Congress is not the central bank. They don't control the mint. They don't control the money supply. They don't control the reserve requirement. The Federal Reserve in America is who does that, and that is the central bank. It is the bank's bank, the bank's dad. So that is the central bank. When I see central bank, I know what's going on. It's monetary policy. That's what they do. The last one is that the Federal Reserve could buy bonds on the open market, meaning they could purchase bonds from us or banks or whatever, because in doing so, they are providing an influx of cash. They're buying bonds off of me and banks. They're giving us money for our bonds, which just means we have more money now, which, again, is what we're trying to have happen here. We are in a recession, and we're trying to get the central bank to fix it. So we would want to do an expansionary policy. That's sort of the general game plan, goal, etc. So that's B. They could lower the reserve requirement, they could lower the discount rate, or they could buy bonds. All of those are expansionary policies. Let me move down here, or over here. This is a 3-graph problem, by the way, Megan, so this is going to work for you too. C, draw a correctly labeled graph of the money market and show what this yellow thing right here, I'll make it a little bigger because I can see that the zoom is not great. This little yellow thing, what would that do to my money market graph? Okay, time for another graph. Here we go. Line. And another line. And then some labels. My money market graph, it is Q money, or quantity of money is what the Q stands for in case you forgot. And the y-axis is nominal interest rate. Don't abbreviate it. Don't abbreviate your axes on your graph. Generally a bad idea. Quantity is capital Q, totally fine. They're cool with that. But like nominal interest rate, don't abbreviate as like NIR. Don't abbreviate interest rate really at all. I find that could get you in trouble. We got a vertical supply curve on this one. The money supply is a vertical line. And then my downward sloping demand for money, or D money. This is my D money and S money graphs. Money and D-money, as some of you lovingly refer to it. Let me scroll down and see if there are more questions. Great. And then my equilibrium, I'm going to label that too, because I'm always going to label it until someone tells me not to. Look, I don't have to label the X part because it's already there, but I'm going to label it right here. QE, and I'm going to do IE. But you can kind of get away with a lot there on your y-axis. So we've got my graph set up. That's 1 point. And then it says to, again, show the impact of the central bank's action in part B on the nominal interest rate. So basically, graph this, whichever one of these I picked, which they would all do the same thing to the graph in case you're wondering. Draw what happens here on this graph. Okay. Well, these are all expansionary monetary policies. And in each example, I explained how banks have more money and are able to lend more easily, right? Lowering the reserve requirement means banks can lend out larger portions of your deposit. Lowering the discount rate means banks can borrow more from the Fed and then have more access to money so they can lend more. And the Federal Reserve buying bonds provides more money for these banks, literally. Turns their bonds into actual money. In all of those cases, banks have more money, which means there is a larger supply of money in this economy. This is, to be clear, why this helps out in a recession. Remember, a larger money supply will allow for us to spend more easily. We can spend a little more easily. We're able to buy more stuff. Oh, there's an arrow on here. Amazing. Archer, please don't be annoying. And I got that new interest rate right there, which I'll call I1. It didn't give me any clear directions on the question on how I should be labeling this new line, so I'm just going to make it up as I go along. They gave me the credibility and freedom to do that. Like that would be good. Be consistent with your labeling. Like if I'm doing SM1, I want it to be Q1 and I1. If I called it SM2 because like this original one is the first one, then make it 2 across the board. So we've got this little policy thing right here. And again, that is an expansionary policy. Increases the money supply. Okay, D, on your graph from part A. Move my graph over here. Going back to this graph right here. On your graph from part A, show the effect of that action in part B on real output and price level. Basically, how does this graph right here, doing this, change this graph right here? And this is a thing that I saw people struggling with on the mock exam and on especially the Unit 4 test. And that's a connection that you guys want to do because you're, well, I don't want to call it like a lazy connection, but just like your brain is so used to just like shortening things into associations that you prevent yourself from thinking a bit too much. Yeah, Paige, I'll do that. Changing the money supply doesn't change the supply curve on this graph too. Just because they're both supply curves doesn't mean that when one goes up, the other one goes up. Like you have to understand what is happening here in these problems, right? What is changing on this? Well, we've got a lower interest rate and a higher quantity of money. The big thing there is the lower interest rate, because I don't technically know like who has the money in that quantity of money. It could be us, it could be banks, it could be businesses. I don't actually know. But I know what a lower interest rate does, right? A lower interest rate incentivizes spending. Lower interest rates make it so that, one, borrowing is easier, right? I can borrow more easily. Loans are cheaper. If I was planning on borrowing for a car, that's a better deal now. If I was planning on borrowing to buy a house, that's a better deal now. So these interest rates falling incentivizes borrowing and spending. They also incentivize spending by making saving worse, right? Like savings account sucks when your interest rate is low. Bonds are not very valuable when interest rates are low. So I don't want to be saving much. It's not a clear incentive to save if I have lower interest rates. So I'm gonna spend more. And if I'm gonna spend more, I know what happens on my aggregate demand supply graph. Aggregate demand goes up. I'm going to spend more because I'm going to see that lower interest rate, and that lower interest rate causes an increase in a couple of things you could say. In this case, the most important thing that it would be changing is investment spending. The type of spending that is tied to interest rates. That is spending mostly by businesses, but also by consumers, where it's financed primarily by borrowing. So any sort of loan-based spending you might do, actually I'm going to call that AD2 here, because I call that PL2. Any spending you might do where interest rates are involved, that means you buying a car or a house, or really any spending by businesses, because most of those have an interest rate tie-in where businesses are borrowing to do it, that's investment spending. So this change here, that increased money supply, leads to a higher change in aggregate demand. I'm going to do some Unit 6 examples later? Yeah, for sure. We got nothing but time here. I'll be here all night. So we've got these two problems connecting off of each other. A change in the money supply causes a change in aggregate demand. That is a super important thing to understand. When I increase the money supply, I will increase AD. If I were to decrease the money supply, it would decrease AD for the same logical reasoning, right? Like if I decrease that money supply, interest rates start to go up, which makes it harder to borrow and harder to spend, and spending is demand. Production is supply. A good thing to understand here, and this is like a commonality between monetary and fiscal policy, is that expansionary monetary and fiscal policy both end up doing the same thing to my aggregate demand, aggregate supply graph. Like, this was an expansionary monetary policy. An expansionary fiscal policy, like lowering taxes, would increase AD also. Like, the expansionary policies do the same thing to my aggregate demand supply graph. They have that in common. Expansionaries increase AD, contractionaries decrease AD. It's just for monetary policies, they also are affecting the money supply. They are, like, lowering taxes doesn't increase the money supply, but doing an expansionary policy would increase. Can money supply moving ever move SRAS? No, it cannot. Good question, Anna. It does not affect aggregate supply. It should not affect aggregate supply. Elizabeth, I think monetary policy is a set of specific things, OMO, discount rate, reserve ratio, whereas fiscal is taxes, government transfers, and government spending. Yeah. Fiscal policy is a little more simplified, is how I think about it. Fiscal is simpler, where it's like government spending, I know what that is, taxes, I know what that is, and transfer payments, for those of you that are not sure what she's referring to there, that is like when the government directly sends money to people. Like welfare is a good example of that. Unemployment benefits are an example of that. Those are still fiscal policies. Those are the non-discretionary fiscal policies, the ones where Congress doesn't have to like sign a new bill for that to happen. Okay, back to the rest of this FRQ. Assume there is an increase in business confidence as a result of the central bank's action. John, I'll get to that. Assume there is an increase in business confidence as a result of the central bank's action. What will happen to the demand for capital goods is what is said first. Well, if businesses are more confident, meaning they're confident in the economy, they don't think they look good, they're like comfortable with how the economy is going, they're more willing to make purchases. Like if you're feeling more comfortable with how like your job is, right? If you've got good job security, if you're feeling pretty good about like I'm gonna get a promotion soon, all those things, you're more likely to spend. That's the general idea for confidence when it comes to this course. So if I see an increase in business confidence, it asks what will happen to the demand for capital goods. Well, businesses, this is what E and I is the first part here. Demand for capital goods, oh my god, should rise. Wow, I can't spell should, rough. Typing too fast. As businesses, oh my god, are more willing to spend as a result of the increased confidence. Again, remember the capital goods are the things we use to produce stuff. That is tools, technology, machinery. If businesses are feeling pretty confident with how the economy is going, they're willing to spend more on that stuff, yeah. It's more economic growth. It's better for our long-term productivity. They're more willing to spend because their economy is doing better, presumably. And in this case, that's true, right? Like we just fixed the recession. Businesses are going to be more willing to do stuff. So that would increase demand for capital goods. Businesses are more willing to spend money. And then for EII, it's asking me, hey, could you draw what happens on the loanable funds market there? And yeah, I can. This is your loanable funds market question, Karis, that you were asking for. I know it took a while to get there, but this is the whole FRQ I'm answering because it gives us a multiple graph problem. There we go. I want that. We're going to do loanable funds market graph real quick. Oh my god, let's make that like a straight line. There we go. And then loanable funds market is a normal supply and demand graph. Like visually, it looks normal. It's like the X shape that we're looking for. We want some text here. It is quantity of loanable funds, or Q loans, if you would like to do that. They allow for Q loans. That's nice. Real interest rate, sure, is the y-axis. Let's make that box. Oh, okay. Well, whatever. Real interest rate. I'm just going to leave it like that because it's funnier if it's bad. Real interest rate is my y-axis, and then I've got loans and loans. Not loans. That'd be funny. Supply of loans and the demand for loans. This is a good one because this is one where like you guys don't always inherently know what happens to the market for loans in this problem, where it's like, what does business confidence have to do with this graph? Well, great question. I think it's a question that tells me that you don't super understand the full like breadth of this graph, like the full like reach and scope of it. Real interest rate, I'm just going to do RE for real at equilibrium. Okay. This graph is not the prettiest one, but I don't really care. I'm drawing it on a digital whiteboard with my mouse. Someone buy me a tablet and like a stylus. That'd be cool. We got my graph here. Let me zoom in a little bit, make it a little easier. Businesses are buying more stuff. Is the thing that they are telling me is going to change this graph. They're saying, hey, businesses are demanding more capital goods. What happens to your loanable funds market graph? Well, here's what we want to focus on. Businesses are what in respect to this graph. It's the thing you want to be careful about. What are businesses in this graph? Because normally in a supply and demand graph, businesses are a supplier, right? They're the ones who produce the goods. But businesses are not the ones who supply loans. That's banks, specifically banks, are the ones that are supplying loans. So businesses wanting to do a thing is not actually affecting my supply of loans. Businesses, and you need to understand this from like a real world standpoint, are a huge borrower. They are one of the largest borrowing entities in our economy, right up there with us, consumers, and the government. They are right there. Because most businesses, when they are expanding, they are playing like a project forward idea, where they think in the next year they're going to be making this amount of money, so they can afford to borrow and expand to make even more than that. So when businesses are more optimistic, they're willing to spend more. Now, we didn't say at any point that businesses were making more money, right? We didn't say that profits were going up. The businesses are making more money. So how do they spend more if they're not necessarily making more? How does anybody spend more if they're not necessarily making more? They borrow. And when there's more borrowing going on, when there's more entities borrowing, that could be us, that could be businesses, that can be the government, then we should see a larger overall demand for loans. In this case, the businesses are demanding more loans because they want to borrow more in order to do that spending. If you wanted to spend more at all, if you ever want to spend more money, there will probably be a larger demand for loans in some capacity. Like some of you guys might want to spend more and then have to use your credit card, right? You want to buy a prom dress, but you don't have the money for it in your bank account, so you use your credit card. Cool, you're demanding a loan. Remember, your credit card is just a loan card. So that would be the example here. So when there is this increased business confidence, that would increase my demand for loans here. And then the final question, which is for F, which is the last sort of high-level topic they connect off of here. And this is, to be clear, this is a long FRQ. This is the FRQ that you would be spending 30 minutes on the AP exam tomorrow. Total of 30 minutes. Like, keep that in mind for how long this is taking me to solve, because I'm explaining a lot as I'm solving it. You don't have to explain all of this when you're taking the exam yourself. F says, given your answer to part E, what is the effect on potential real output in the long run? And explain. Potential real output, what they're referring to there, is full employment, like my full employment level of output. How much production is happening when my economy is nailing it. That is full employment, aka potential real output. And it says in the long run. Well, what's happening here? Businesses are borrowing more, and they're specifically buying more capital goods. Again, capital goods, tools, tech, machinery. Capital goods are the most important thing when it comes to economic growth. Because factories stick around, machines last, they're durable goods. These things can stick around and be helpful, not just for right now, but for the future too. So we should see Potential real output should increase in the long run as firms acquire more capital and are more capable of producing in the long run. If you wanted to add here, because capital goods include things like technology, businesses can produce more now, and not just now, but in the future, I would add that if you have time. Like if I ever finish my FRQs and I have like 20 minutes to spare, like some of you guys did during like your Gov exam, you're like finishing, like I have time, like go back through, read through. If it said to explain it and you can write more, write more. Don't be afraid to write more. Like, don't be afraid to add stuff if it works. If you're not sure about your explanation, like if it's accurate and what you're adding on is correct, then yeah, don't add it. But if you know like what capital goods are, I'd include it. That'd be a good idea. But in terms of like what I'd be looking for as a grader, I'm looking for at least that, because the big thing you're explaining is the reason why it's going up is because they're getting more capital, right? That's the crux of the explanation here for me, is that I am acquiring more capital. Again, that's tools, tech, machinery that would allow me to produce more. And that is 1, a 3-graph problem, 2, an FRQ from a long FRQ from your AP exam. And while these 2 graphs were directly linked to each other, and that 3rd graph was kind of just an add-on, you could have easily connected them all directly, because an increase in the supply of money should increase the supply of loans. We were saying here that when the Fed does these things, banks have more money. Well, banks are the supplier of loans, so these things should lead to an increase in the supply. The reason why I didn't increase supply here is because that's not what the question in E asked. In E, it just said, show the effect of part EI, which was the businesses buying more capital goods on this graph. So they'll steer you. If there's more than one thing in a problem that could be affecting a graph, they will steer you, being like, hey, based off of this thing from this part of the problem, what happens on this graph? So you have to read very, very, very carefully. Like read it twice, read it through twice. Be like, which part am I grabbing from? Here. Okay, from what happens here to this. Go from there. Okay, there's a lot of stuff that you guys were asking as I was going through that problem. Outside of things that are just like not other questions entirely. Let me see real quick. Is the LRAS potential output, while the SRAS, I don't see what the rest of the question was, Alex, but LRAS is drawn at potential output, yes. SRAS is just your current ability to make things. Like SRAS is my current ability to make things. Yes, where SRAS and AD meet is my current real output. They could say actual output or current output is another way to think about it. Real output is, yeah, fair, because that's just what the real GDP actually is wherever SRAS and AD meet. So like this Y1 is my current equilibrium, like real output, right? Initially in the problem. YF is my potential output. Totally fair question. John's question. What does increasing the demand for money do to ADAS? I'll mention it here. It does the same stuff, because the way we use this money market graph is we go from money market to aggregate demand and supply via the change in interest rates. So like, to be clear, I'm answering John's question, which is what happens, how does the demand for money affect aggregate demand, aggregate supply? Here's how. The same exact way that the money supply did, which was because the money supply affects interest rates, that's how I'm going to get to my aggregate demand supply curve. Oh my god, I can't select. Stop. Just get rid of it. Just go away. So if I were to say increase the demand for money, which for those of you that forgot, the demand for money is the desire to hold your wealth in the form of cash. Like a thing that could cause this is an increase in price level. If prices are rising, then we're going to need to have more money, like more of our wealth in the form of cash. Because if everything's more expensive, I'm going to need to have more money to be able to buy the same stuff I was buying before. So a higher demand for money would increase interest rates. And if you're wondering what does that do to my aggregate demand supply curve, it's the interest rate thing again. So if interest rates are going up, it is harder to spend, right? Borrowing is more difficult. Saving is even better, right? Like if interest rates are really high, then I would be pretty incentivized to save money. It'd be pretty cool to do that. So aggregate demand should go down as a result of this, because that higher demand for money gets me higher interest rates. So, and this is true for my loanable funds market as well. A common way to go from either the money market or the loanable funds market to your aggregate demand supply curve. Let's write it over here in this post window. Is the most important relationship from unit 4, that interest rates and investment spending are inversely related. Which means investment spending, which is an AD component, and interest rates, which are the y-axis on either graph, those are inversely related. So if I see an increased interest rate, then investment spending, and therefore aggregate demand, should go down. And this is because of the borrowing thing, right? Because interest rates are higher, investment spending is harder. It's harder to borrow and spend money, and if spending is falling, aggregate demand is falling. So this is the critical relationship. Like the same way that you need to know how GDP affects unemployment for the Phillips curve, you need to know that to go from these graphs from unit 4, the money market and loanable funds market, to my aggregate demand, aggregate supply curve. So that's a good question, John. Lets me hit a really important point. Let me scroll up and look for some more questions here. Yes, NPC, NPS, curious. I think that hit your thing. CPI problems too, for sure. Can do. Input problems, just like amount of time resources. Actually, give me 1 second. I got a text message from my brother. He would like for me to call him. So I'm going to step aside really quickly and call my brother and see what's going on with him. You guys think of what next thing to go through. I will do one of these next questions. I don't want to just spend the next hour on the FRQs from the practice test. So I'm going to do something else, and I'll come back to the second and third FRQs there. I know that you were asking about them. I believe it was Enna or Lily. One of you guys, or both of you guys, were asking about it. It was Enna. So I'll go over those at some point, but I want to space it out a little bit. Yeah, let me call my brother real quick. I'm going to mute my mic, and I'll be right back. All right. That was painless. He was just asking some stuff about his graduation. My brother is graduating from the University of Arkansas in a week or 2. Crowding out, please. Different kinds of unemployment. Yeah, sure. That's all easy stuff. Let me just clear this entire board. There we go. Default with the bigger cam for a bit. All right. So, oh my God. Is there a chance of getting a question where CPI would relate to one of the graphs? Yeah. Possibly. Only because CPI is used to measure inflation. So you could, ask, hey, if price level's going up, what would happen to CPI? And you're like, oh, it would go up because CPI measures inflation and there's more inflation. I don't think it would be CPI is, there's a 4x problem we could do with that. I'll save that. I'll pin that. because I'll do a 4x problem with the CPI thing, because there was one of those on the practice test for Unit 5 and 6 that stumped some kids. I'll use that type of question. Let me see what else I want to make sure I hit here. How often do you see an input problem? Rarely, Megan. Reserve requirement bank balance sheet. I will do that here in a bit. CPI problems, please. Yes, I will do that. I'll do sort of both. How do you know it's modern? Fiscal. I got my brain. Oh, supply and demand indeterminate thing. That's quick. That doesn't take very long. I'm trying to think of something that would not take long because that FRQ thing took forever. Supply and demand graph, the OG one. This is the like Unit 1, really early in the class. You all felt super confident because you're like, oh man, this is just like some easy vocab stuff. I know this. This makes perfect sense. And then it's like, yeah, it was simpler then. The class gets harder. Remember when you thought the class was easy? Remember when that happened? That was funny. So just regular old supply and demand. What the heck happened here? Did I zoom out too much? I might have just zoomed out too much. I'm going to undo that real quick. Let me make this much smaller. Oh, whoa, too much undoing. Okay. Zoom in a little bit bigger. There we go. Doop. Supply and demand graph, simultaneous shifts, indeterminate stuff. In fairness, this can happen on other graphs. It's just you will rarely see them ask for like a multiple shift problem. But there was there's a couple questions on, I believe, the Unit 3 progress check that make this happen to your aggregate demand supply curve, and it's so scary. It's not the biggest deal. It's the same thing. It works the exact same way. Okay, so for regular old supply and demand graph, oh, you can't see there it is, price and quantity. Those are my two axes on this graph. This is just like the price and quantity of a particular good. So it's like the market for, I'ma do energy drinks again because I still haven't finished the bang. Oh, why does it taste like electricity? Oh my god. Energy drinks always do that. Market for energy drinks. Drawing the thing right up here. Market for energy drinks. So simultaneous shifts when you're going like double things. Jacob, I have not hit the Forex market yet, so you're safe. If we're doing simultaneous shifts, so let's say there is a study that is found that proves that all of these energy drinks, all of the cool ones that exist, Red Bull, Bang, all of them, every single one of them, cancer. Causes cancer. Just like guaranteed, you drank it, you're gonna get cancer. Like, it's like cigarettes level of cancer. Like lung cancer with cigarettes is like liver cancer with energy drinks. To be clear, that's not true. I'm just telling you that because that would be bad, right? Well, if that were to happen, I would probably guess that the demand for these energy drinks would drop, right? People would not want them as much, I would imagine, because cancer is not good. We don't want it. Not fun. Both my parents had cancer at one point. They're both okay, but you know, they're both cancer survivors. But yeah, scary, right? So decreased demand because we don't want to buy the drink that gives us cancer. Cigarettes have gone down in use quite a bit as we've gotten more and more aware of the health risks associated with it, right? So lower demand for the energy drinks. At the same time, creatine, a chemical used in some of these energy drinks, becomes very expensive. Creatine, chemical used in some of these energy drinks, becomes very expensive. Well, if that were to happen, it's used to make it, so it's a supply thing, and it would be much harder to produce the energy drinks if an input is much more expensive. So we have this simultaneous shift happen, where we have the supply and the demand at the exact same time decrease. We started here, which I'll just mark it to make it a little more obvious. And we're ending here. In case you're wondering, how do I tell that? It's where the first two meet is where my initial equilibrium, and where the last two meet is my final equilibrium. Well, pardon me, if I look at these two dots, one thing I can tell for sure is that my quantity has gone down. There's going to be a hell of a lot fewer energy drinks. One, because we want them less because of the cancer, and two, because they're producing less due to the less access to creatine, with the increased input cost. So they're making less and we want it less. I know there's less of it, right? Quantity for sure goes down. Price is tricky. Price is tricky because that lower demand should make the price go down, right? Like if we're not buying the thing, like that price should go down, right? But if it costs more to make the thing, then the price should go up, right? Like lower supply usually leads to higher price, because if it's harder to produce the thing, the business still wants to like maintain profit, and they're going to need to raise the price. So wait, price can go up or down. So price is the indeterminate variable. It looks like on my drawing that price stays the same, or if I like get a microscope, it goes down a teeny bit based off of my drawing. But whenever you move two lines, if I move supply and demand of anything at the same time, I'm going to get an indeterminate variable. One of my two things, I'm not going to be able to tell what happens to it. Because in this case, if I'm looking at it, like, again, up here, higher price. Down here, lower price. In both cases, lower quantity, right? Like there and there, I've got a lower quantity. So I know my quantity is lower. Like going from this dot to this dot, I moved a hell of a lot to the left. My X value is way lower. Y value looks like it's the same. If it looks like it didn't change, that's the indeterminate variable. So if you ever move both lines, you're always going to get an indeterminate variable. You can always refer to your graph for that, and I would. But like logically, if you think of how graphs work, if I move both lines the same direction, which in this case I did, right? I moved both lines to the left. If you think of how a graph works, like I know what's happening to my X value, right? If I move both lines to the left, my X values across the board are lower. Because like the way you read an X axis is like left to right numbers go up. So if I move everything to the left, my numbers are lower. So if I move both lines to the left, I should see a lower quantity. I have no idea what happens to price, but I know quantity is decreasing. If I move both lines to the right, then I should see an increase in quantity. I still don't know what happens to price. If I move the lines in opposite directions, like one to the right and one to the left, in that case, my X value, I don't know what's happening to it. Because one of these should say the X value goes up. One of them says the X value is going down. I don't know who's winning. So if I move them in opposite directions, it would be the X-axis that is indeterminate. If I move them in the same direction, it's the Y-axis. So that's a pretty easy thing to review. Good question. And yeah, that can show up on, they can technically do that with an aggregate demand, aggregate supply question if they wanted to, where it's like, this thing decreased aggregate demand, like less government spending. This thing decreased aggregate supply, like higher oil prices. Cool, what happens? My GDP goes down like crazy. My price level, I have no idea. So it would work the exact same way there. Oh my god, my brain. Oh my gosh. Oh, also, hello to everybody who's popped into the chat. If you've come into the chat later, because you were showing up like a little bit later, because, you know, it happens like that, please say hi. I like knowing who's here. It's like 38 people watching live, which is great. I love that. I'm sure people are popping in and out at random points. Let me see what I want to hit. Comparative Advantage, yes. 4x multiple choice questions, yes, I'm going to do 4x stuff because I know you guys wanted 4x stuff. Multiple graphs, GMP, we mentioned, CPI was mentioned. Let me just hit it in chronological order because that's the most fair. Circular flow we got. Term of trade we got. I'll save the balance sheet thing for when I'm doing the, like, my guesses for the FRQs problems. I'll wait a little bit longer on that. CPI problem, sure. CPI problem because I don't think CPI will be your FRQ, but it'll still show up in some capacity. So CPI is an index number. If you don't know what that means, it's fine. That uses the weighted average price of price of a market basket to determine inflation. A market basket is an assortment of commonly purchased goods and services. So there's like your brief definition of what CPI is. There is a formula for it where the CPI equals the price of a market, market basket in the current year divided by the price of a market basket in the base year times 100. So how do I interpret CPI? Katie, what's up? how do I interpret CPI? Like, what do I have to worry about here? What am I thinking about? What's happening here? So CPI is an inflation metric. That's step one. Have to know that. It's a thing we use to measure inflation. Second thing to know, it's an index number, which just means index numbers are always based around 100. Okay? Always based around 100. Like the CPI in the base year is always 100. It's a thing we want to be aware of. Because what it means is that I can understand CPI better off of that. So my CPI base year is always 100. And I hear that, hey, if 2020 is the base year, presently, our CPI is roughly 216, not 216, that'd be terrifying, 116. So like currently, it's 116, base year is 2020. What does that mean? Well, inflation rate formula is the CPI of year 2 minus the CPI of year 1 divided by the CPI of year 1 times 100. Order of operations wise, you do the numerator thing first. Should know that, but I'm going to clarify for you with that. So let's play through that problem. If I see that my CPI is 116 right now, and that in 2020 is my base year, that means inflation from then to now would be, here's my formula plug-in stuff, currently 116 minus 100 over 100 times 100. 116 minus 100 is 16. Oh my god, 16 divided by 100 times 100. You feel like, Microchi, how am I supposed to know what 16 divided by 100 is? You're not. These two cancel. Those two things would cancel out. So my answer is just 16. Which means that there is 16% inflation between those years. So from 2020 to present day, prices have gone up by 16%. That is not accurate, by the way. It's something like 12%, which is still a lot, but not 16%. So that's how I do CPI when they give it to me. Like when I'm given CPI, if I see in an FRQ, it tells me, hey, your CPI right now is 115. What's going on? Since the base year, prices have gone up by 15%. Oh, your CPI is 105. What's happening? Since the base year, prices have gone up by 5%. Oh, hey, your CPI right now is 90. 90. But I would plug in 90 into this formula, and I would get like a negative. Because deep prices would have gone down by 10%. So one, know the formulas. In this case for CPI, you have to know both of these. What is the CPI formula, and then what is how the hell do I use that CPI formula, which is inflation rate. You have to know those for CPI to make sense, and a lot of you guys don't want to memorize formulas, which that's cool. There's no formula sheet on the test tomorrow, so there's like 20-something formulas you got to know. I'm not here to give you the list of them. They're on my Moodle. Like, you've got access to them. They're in your notes. You've seen them. All of them we've used at some point. They're in there. The cheat sheet on my Moodle, which I can show you right here. This bad boy, which is 6 pages, yes, but it's not like 6 pages is not that many. Like, I can give you a cheat packet that's like 140 pages. You want that? No. 6 is pretty concise. This has all your formulas. Hey, look, it's the CPI formula right there. Look at that. Inflation rate. Hey, look, it's right there. It even tells you how to do it. So this is on my Moodle under AP Exam Review material. Oh, shut up, Moodle. The great cheat sheet packet, that's what I'm looking at there. I'd print this off and bring it in tomorrow and be reading over it right before I walk in the exam, along with that 1-pager that I gave you guys on Super Saturday. This thing is great. It just would have taken up a lot of ink at the printer, and it would have really, really, really murdered me. MPC and MPS and MPC, I'm begging you. Hunter, great. I'm here for 5 hours. I'm going to hit everything. It's going to happen. I wanted to do one more thing with CPI before I move past it, though, which is how do I solve for it if they give it to me in like a weird context, and or how could I apply it to a graph? Could it be applied to a graph? So I'm going to hit that real fast. So one of the ways I've seen CPI set up, which was like spooky, was on one of our FRQs. So let me pull that up without divulging. Yeah, 6 pages is short. Yeah, that's short. If you had to read 6 pages for homework, you could do that in like 20 minutes. 6 pages is not a lot of information. If you think 6 pages is a lot of information, you're going to have a really hard time in college, guys. Like, 6 pages is not a lot. Like, you would have daily homework that is like, read 40 pages of this book every day for 2 weeks. You can't read 6? Come on. Let me find the question that I'm looking for. I know I just dumped on you there, but like, guys, you got to know that like 6 pages is not many. If there was a one sheet like thing that would give you a 5 on the AP exam, that'd be a really bad AP exam. That's why I even bother teaching you. Just give you the sheet, memorize the sheet, and go pass the exam. What am I looking for again? The question over CPI, right? I know which one this is. This is my Unit 2 FRQ practice, which I can actually show because it's released AP exam questions. You all did have to solve this FRQ, and you all were very confused when I assigned this FRQ. This FRQ scared the bejesus out of most of you. Let me find it. Where are we? That's the one. Let me pin this properly. And I want that, and I want the whiteboard. I wish I could format that better, but all right. Let me move some stuff around here. Yeah, Tobin gives out. If I was told to calculate price indices, it would be CPI. Yeah, sir, it could be CPI or GDP deflator. They're both a price index, so it kind of depends on what numbers you're given. But yeah, CPI or GDP deflator, but CPI is the one where there actually is a formula like this. GDP deflator is, again, nominal GDP over real GDP times 100. How do you remember all of this? I've taught it for 6 years, dude. Like, I've taught the class for 6 years. I teach it like 5 or 6 times a semester. So that means I've given all of my lectures that you've seen me give. I've given, at this point, like 50 or 60 times. So I better remember it. It better be stuck in my brain. It's the reason why I do the lectures off the board. I don't need a PowerPoint for them, because I've had to do them a lot. Repetition is everything. Yeah, Tobin, yeah, you're going to have to read a lot. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Oh, here we go. With everything. So there's 2 screens happening now. I'm so sorry. I'm going to make this a little bigger. Hopefully that works okay. Aksharp, I'm not in your class, but I'm still studying for the AP exam. Where could I get that 6-page packet? Let me see. A teacher uploaded it to my thing. Let me see where I can find that for you. I would love for you to have access to it. Actually, students, I need a pro move from one of you guys while I'm doing this. If one of you could grab that document and share it, like post like a shareable link on like a Google Doc to it, and just post it here in the chat, that would be amazing. That would take a good amount of time on my end. If one of you could do that, I would greatly appreciate it. If one of you could grab that doc up on Moodle and just put it on like a Google Doc and then dump it in there. Just dump it in the chat, link to that doc. That'd be amazing. Okay, so here is the question. I'm not doing this entire FRQ. I am only focusing on D, because this is the part that scared people on the practice when we did this as an assignment. This is a released AP exam question, so I'm comfortable using it. Assume the market basket is composed of the quantities in year 1. Calculate the consumer price index for year 2. So we've got this table up top that has year 1 and year 2, the price and quantity of apples. Georgia, thank you so much. And the price and quantity of oranges. So we've got price and quantity of apples, price and quantity of oranges. So that's what I'm seeing here, right? I need to find the CPI, which is the price of a market basket in the current year over the price of it in the base year times 100. So let's figure this out. So here's what I got to figure out. I got to figure out how much a market basket costs in each of these years, right? It's telling me in this question that the market basket is the quantities in year 1. Those quantities are 15 apples and 4 oranges. 15 apples, 4 oranges. Those are my quantities in year 1. So I have to find the price of those things in each year, meaning find the price of 15 apples and 4 oranges in year 1 and in year 2. So my current year is year 2, so I need to use this quantity, 15, and And the price per apple in year 2 was 6. So that'd be 6 times 15. And the oranges, there's 4 oranges, and the price per orange in year 2 is 5. So that would be 5 times 4. So that is my, oh my gosh. My God, I'm really not able to use brackets properly here. There we go. So this would tell me the price of the market basket in year 2. So 6 times 15 and 5 times 4. I'm then dividing this whole thing. Georgia, you're a lifesaver. Thank you very much. I'm dividing that by the price of it in year 1. So I would do 4 times 15 for that. Man, I keep holding shift when I shouldn't be. Will the base year always be 100? Yes, Jack, it will. Plus, where is it? It is 4 oranges still, but 10 this time. Ugh. Oh my God, so much stuff is happening in this problem. Okay. This is a lot. This looks like a lot. I know, it's an FRQ, so like, you know, you can have time to do this. So looking through it, we're gonna solve it bit by bit. 6 times 15, you're like, ha! I don't know off the top of my head. Watch my hands, okay? 15, 30, 45, 60, 75, 90. So that is 90 plus 20, so that's 110. Divided by, now here's the thing that I would know instantly. Like if I'm you on the AP exam, there is no calculator, right? And they don't assume you're really good at math in this. They don't assume you're really good at math. I don't know if you can post the link in the chat. I wonder if that's actually possible. Let me see real quick. I'm actually wondering if you can even post a link to something in the chat, because they might read it as like spam. If it does, post it in the comments, because I think that would work. If I see the 110 as my numerator and I'm dividing by something, I don't know many numbers that I can divide 110 by. That's easy, right? Like I don't know many, like there aren't that many numbers that I can divide 110 by. So I'm looking at my numbers. I got 4 times 15, 15, 30, 45, 60. And 10 times 4 is 100. Okay, look, it's 100. What the? Oh my God, they cancel out. Look at that. That CPI is just 110. Huh. Yeah, yours did not post either, Jacob. So I'm wondering if it's you can't post links into the chat of a YouTube live stream because you could post like bad links. So try and post it in the comment section. And we'll see if that works. Yes, I'm going to go avocado Hassan. So 110 would be my CPI there. So you cannot comment until the live stream is over. Okay, well, at the end of the live stream, post the comment, and Akshar, pop back in at the end of it, or just keep this video open and then refresh it. One of you guys email me that link, and then I'll post it at the end. I can edit the description of the video and add it into that too. So one of you two who made the Google Doc, just send me the link to it, and I'll post it once I finish the video. Sorry that I can't do that until then. Okay, my brain. Actually, you can make a bit.ly? No, that wouldn't be that helpful because it's still a link. So yeah, when I see this question, I'm like, what am I doing here? My market basket is the quantities in year 1. I just got to find the price of it here. So found the price of each of those in that year, solved it, and got from there. Again, this is just one question, so like, don't freak yourself out. If I see E where it's like, hey, they got a 2% increase in their wages based on your answer to part D, if I completely brain farted and had no idea how to figure out CPI here, which is not crazy, this question, like, I had to think about it for a while the first time I saw it. If I got stuck, if you know the base year CPI is always 100, and you know how CPI works, where it's like, you know, if my CPI is 105, then there's 5% inflation. If my CPI is 110, there's 10% inflation, etc. If you know that, but you forget how to find CPI, just put a number in D that you can work with. We're like, it says a 2% increase in your wages. Well, let me just write for D that my CPI is 105. It's not, but I don't know how to figure it out. I'm just going to say it's 105 because I know that means there's been 5% inflation. And then I can answer E. Like, I can answer E if I have a CPI answer, where I've given myself something to work with. I've given myself an answer of some type that I can do, that I can figure out, and I will figure it out, right? I'll be able to solve that and work through that and all that stuff. Yeah, I don't want to make someone a mod, John. No offense. I don't want to give any student that level of power. Can I post it? Is the great question. If one of you email it to me, I wonder if I can just post it in the chat, because I am technically a mod. Yeah, so one of you guys email me that link, and I'll see if I can post it, because I should be able to post a link to it. Okay, so there's the CPI stuff. And then the last thing I would mention when it comes to the CPI stuff would be applying it to a graph. And I think the graph that you can most easily apply it to is a 4x problem. So I'm going to move this bad boy right back in here and full screen this thing again. So if we use that CPI example we just did, which I can undo that actually. For A, do you just add everything up? Yeah, you multiply and add everything up for that one. And you did this one. That's in your notes, actually. That's the Unit 2 FRQ practice. You have access to that. And in fact, you have access to my scored version of it, of yours. So you should have access to that. So if I'm using this, where my CPI is 110, right? Let's say this is America's economy. It was like Fruitland, but who cares? In 2022, Japan's a CPI of 102 in 2022. So here's my question setup. America's economy is a CPI of 110. Japan's economy is a CPI of 102, right? Which country has experienced more inflation? America, right? Prices in America are rising faster than prices in Japan. Japan's got 2% inflation. America's got 10% inflation. Cool. The 4x question I could ask off of this is, what would happen in the 4x market for the dollar if this is happening? I know, but I can post it in the chat right now at least, and then I can post it again in the description when it's over, so at least Akshar could have access to it. So let's try that out. Let me try and post that here. Okay. Hope that link works. If it does, great. If it doesn't, actually, let us know. We're going to do our best to help you out, man. It's a good cheat sheet. I want you to have access to it. So the 4x market, sorry, I got sidetracked by trying to do all that stuff. Let me move my thing around a little bit. So 4x market for the dollar. It works perfect. Well, you guys it works for. It's a Moodle PDF link is what I'm wondering. So I want to see if it works for him. For any of the kids that are not in, my Moodle. It does? Actually, great. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate y'all helping out there. So if we're doing the 4x market for the dollar, we just said America's CPI is 110 and Japan's is 102. And I'm saying draw what happens in the 4x market for the dollar. One, a lot of you instantly scared. Like, so scared. Like, please, God, don't let that be my FRQ. Which is, I'd say, it's not that big of a deal, guys. Just, think of what it means. Okay, if our CPI is 110, it means prices in America have gone up by 10%, right? If Japan's is 102, it means theirs have gone up by 2%, right? So prices in Japan have not gone up as much as prices in America have, right? So 4x market for the dollar, what would be happening if that were to happen? If our inflation rate was rising faster than Japan's, our prices are rising faster than Japan's. There's sort of two ways to solve this logically. I could do the American perspective, which is if everything in America is getting more expensive than in Japan, We have free trade with Japan. I can buy stuff from Japan. I drive a Japanese car. There's a Nintendo Switch right there. I buy stuff from Japan. Okay? Like, that's easy. I'm going to buy it. So if their stuff is cheaper, I would buy more Japanese products. I'd be buying more Japanese stuff, and that's the sort of setup for my Forex problem, is if we're buying more stuff from Japan, we'd be demanding more yen and supplying more dollars in the foreign exchange. Again, remember, the supply here isn't the amount of dollars that exist, it's the amount of dollars that exist internationally. Which, if I'm buying more Japanese products, then more of American dollars are circulating out internationally. So there's a larger supply of them. A thing you want to be aware of with the Forex market is that inflation rate affects it, right? Like, if everything in a country is more expensive, then people from other countries don't want to buy that stuff, right? If everything in another country is cheaper, why wouldn't I just buy it from them? Like, if I can buy goods from Japan as easily as I can buy stuff from, like, Washington State, like, it's not like it's that different for us, other than shipping costs coming into play, which they do for sure. Like, it's not, like, if you were to buy a thing off of Amazon and it said made in Japan, it wouldn't, like, shock you, right? So it's not like it's inconvenient or difficult to buy things made in those countries. So if we're doing that, we're buying stuff from other countries, we'd be supplying more of our currency internationally and demanding more of their own. So you can play a Forex market thing off of CPI, technically, just because CPI measures inflation, and inflation affects your Forex market. Because anything that affects people wanting to buy more or less of your goods internationally affects your Forex market. So if our goods are getting more expensive, they wouldn't buy them as much, just as we wouldn't want to buy them as much. That works the same way. Foreigners buy our stuff like we buy our stuff. Not as much of it as we buy, but they still buy it. Works the same way. I'm trying to look at the other questions we got. Sydney already answered that. We had all the Google Docu questions. Could the demand for American dollars be decreasing as well? Yes, you could do that as well. It's a great question. Because I just said that I was answering this from the American perspective, which is that Americans would buy more Japanese stuff. You could also answer from effectively the Japanese perspective, which is if America's inflation rate's higher than Japan's, people from Japan wouldn't want to buy American stuff as much. So I could interpret that as a decrease in the demand for dollars, which is accurate. A lot of Forex problems have more than one answer. There's more than one solution, which is great for those of you guys that are just straight up guessing. You're just like, I don't know, I will move demand this way and just pray. In this case, yeah, you could draw a decrease in demand for dollars because people in Japan wouldn't want to buy the expensive American products because of the inflation rate. They'd be like, nah, the inflation rate's really high. Those goods are getting more expensive. I don't want to buy stuff from America, so the dollar will depreciate. Either way, the dollar depreciates. Hunter, good question. This is a very clarifying thing. Interest rates going up, people want our dollars. I didn't say interest rates here. I said inflation rate. Inflation rate in America is going up, not interest rates. That's different. Which label is which country? Because it's the quantity of dollars, this is the dollar graph. And it's yen per dollar, it's still the dollar graph. If it said quantity of yen and dollar per yen, it would be the yen graph. It's just based off your labels. And the like denominator of this should match your quantity. So yeah, great question. And then Hunter, yeah, be careful when they say interest rate or inflation rate. Very different. Very different. Inflation rate going up, bad, like not good. Like you don't like that. Prices going up sucks. Sucks for you, sucks for people who want to buy stuff from you. All of that's bad. Interest rates going up, not good for me if I'm an American, my interest rate's going up. But if I'm a foreigner and America's interest rates are going up, I can invest more in America and make more money. Off topic, but we need to know what monetarist economists and supply side economists versus Keynesian. I love that you're asking that question. No, you do not. That question would have just scared every one of my students because we did not get into economic philosophy in this class because economic philosophy is no longer on the list of tested material for the AP exam. So you shouldn't. If they throw the words in there, that shouldn't change anything from an answering standpoint. Keynesian versus supply side versus monetarists should not show up on your AP exam. I would be very pissed if it did because the current CED for College Board does not have economic philosophy written in it at all. So if they asked about it, they would have lied to all of us as teachers. So I would find whoever wrote the AP exam and just pull a pro wrestling move on him and see what happens. I wouldn't. Typically, I'm being recorded here. I would not commit a crime. I'm being sarcastic. What other stuff I want to make sure I hit here? Edward, are there any effects? And are there any effects that change the forex market on other graphs that we need to be aware of? Sure. I mean, if we're going with the inflation rate example, right? Then price level on your aggregate demand supply curve, right? If price level goes up on the aggregate demand supply curve, that means inflation is happening. So I could then do this forex problem, right? If GDP is rising, then you're making more money, and you would be then probably able to spend more, which would affect your forex market, because the more you spend, the more you're going to be importing on that stuff. So yeah, if basically, Ed, the way I think about it is, if anything's affecting my ability to spend or my ability to sell products, that would also affect my forex market, because foreigners buy and sell our stuff too. So it's completely fair game. But you're always just thinking, hey, would we, or whatever country we're looking at here, be buying more stuff from other countries or selling more stuff to other countries? I'd be thinking that process through for those problems. What are the equivalent labels in Forex? Quantity of whatever currency we are talking about. In this case, I said dollars, so quantity of dollars, supply and demand of dollars, and then the other country's currency per dollar. If we did like Germany and America, it'd be euro per dollar. If it was Mexico, it'd be peso per dollar. It'll vary based off the question there, Hunter. It can be whatever it is based off of the problem. The Forex market is the only one of these graphs, other than production possibilities curves, that have like inconsistent labels. Because like production possibilities curve could be like pizza and robots. It could be a bunch of different stuff. Vocab question. This is easy. Cost push versus demand pull inflation. Great question. Shows up sometimes and definitely throws you for a loop. These are based off, and to be clear, people who have asked like questions before this, I will get to them. I'm just picking the ones that are easy to answer fast. I'm going to do a balance sheet question here in a second. I'm going to work through balance sheets here in a second, because I know you guys have been asking about it. Demand pull and cost push inflation. So these are both tied to your aggregate demand, aggregate supply curve. Oh yeah, see, Drew has already got it. Demand pull is caused by an increase in aggregate demand, because rising demand is pulling prices upward. Think on your aggregate demand, aggregate supply graph. When there's an increase in AD and price level goes up, that is demand pull inflation, which is like this. I haven't labeled stuff, but this is, AD, AD1, SRAS, price level, real GDP. Aggregate demand going up is pulling prices upwards, because the rising demand is going to make businesses be like, oh, they're spending more, charge them more money, which, yeah, you would do that as a business. So rising demand is pulling prices upward. Cost push is when supply decreases. Cost push inflation is another way of saying stagflation, where this increased input costs or higher costs of production make it so the businesses can't produce as much stuff and then have to charge more to maintain profits and to maintain their effectiveness as a business. So you have demand pull caused by rising demand, cost push caused by falling supply. They're both aggregate demand, aggregate supply things, and Druva's got it. That's the easiest way to write it down. That's the short and sweet of it. It's great. Lily, differentiation between disinflation and deflation. I forgot again. I literally explained this to you 5 hours ago, Lily. You instantly forgot it. So what happens when you go home and take a nap. Okay. Disinflation means there is less inflation happening. Prices are still going up, but they're not going up as quickly as they were before. And there is less inflation occurring. So that's if prices were going up by 5% one year and then going up by 2% the next year, that's disinflation. They're still rising. Prices are still rising relative to the previous year, just not as much, right? It's like slowing down a car. You're still going forward, but you're not going forward as fast as you were before. Deflation means prices are straight up falling. They are not rising slower. They are going down. That's negative inflation. It's negative inflation. So you have deflation, which is negative inflation, which would be like taking the car and driving in reverse. I'm going the complete opposite direction. Disinflation, still going forward, just slower. Reverse, I'm going straight up the opposite way. I have done the opposite thing entirely. Disinflation is still inflation. Deflation is not inflation. How do I know that? The word disinflation has inflation in it. Deflation doesn't have inflation in it. Ho, 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 ho. Brain. Sydney, what is stagflation? Stagflation is a period of time like this, where you have higher price level and higher unemployment. You've got the double bad. You've got lower GDP and higher prices. It sucks. It sucks super bad. It is what people are possibly worried about happening right now, although it seems like the GDP decrease for the first quarter is probably not a thing that's going to continue for the next quarter. Fingers crossed on that. So it's caused by a decrease in aggregate supply, and it is a decrease in GDP accompanied with an increase in price level. We are moving towards a recession and inflation happening at the same time. It's real bad. It's caused by a decrease in aggregate supply. Difference between deficit and debt. Deficit is an annual thing. Like the deficit last year was like $3 trillion. Just means in that year, we spent $3 trillion more than we made as a government. The government had to borrow $3 trillion. The debt is the total of all the previous deficits and surpluses. So like the deficit is $3 trillion. The debt is like $28 trillion. You add up all of that stuff. It's everything we've ever done. It's all of your mistakes. The deficit is just the one mistake from last year. It's like, how much did I add my credit card debt this past year versus how much credit card debt do I have completely? Is demand pull good and cost push bad? Demand pull is certainly better, right? Demand pull is like the cost of a good time. Like in economics is always a downside for stuff. So demand pull is like the downside of, you're making more money, you're spending more money, prices are going to go up. Like it's that like annoying like consequence to your actions. It's like, oh, I ate a lot of McDonald's, that was delicious and super cheap, and now I feel terrible. Yeah, like worth it, maybe completely worth it probably for a lot of people, but maybe not the best idea forever. I need to go use the restroom real quick. I will come and answer some of these more short questions here in a second, and then I will work through a bank balance sheet problem. So give me like a minute or two. I'll be right back. Of course, I leave for 2 seconds, and Hunter and Avik are just there to make me immediately regret my decision. I can't leave you guys alone for 2 seconds, can I? Archer, come here. Oh, you're right here. Come here. Come here. No, come here. Come. Okay. Well, Nate. Well, there he is. There's the boy. Archer, why don't you want to say hi? It's because he doesn't want to get picked up. He absolutely hates getting picked up. It is not fun. It's not a good time. It's got an offer from Utah. Congrats, Hunter. That's great. Utah's a good university. One of my buddies went to Utah. You good, Arch? Is that you just going to stand there? Just going to pose? All right. I can leave the camera like that for a bit so you can still... There's the good angle. You can also see my PS5 controller. I have a PS5. I'm very cool. Here we go. Will NPC MPS be covered? Yes, Jack. I'm covering everything. I'm going to be here till like 10 p.m., dude. I'll be covering all this stuff. Like, I'm going as late as you guys need me to. Come to LSU with Bobby. Don't go to LSU with Bobby. I don't trust Bobby at LSU. I don't trust all of you guys together at LSU. That'd be a terrible thing. Vika, difference in employment types. Structural, what does it do to the economy? Great question, Paige. This is very straightforward. There are three, oh my God, Avik. Yes, sure, that's not why, but it's a lovely positive about it. Difference in employment types. The three big ones you got to be aware of in terms of employment types are, one, structural. Structural unemployment is unemployment that is caused by you no longer fitting into the structure of the economy. That the skills you have are no longer essential. Like they're cool, but they're not like necessary anymore. Where say like you were a person who was a VHS repairman is like the classic example of like you repair VHS machines, which was literally a job. Like VHS machines, which is how we used to watch movies back in like the 90s on our TVs, were like hilariously easy to break. They broke all the time. So VHS repairmen, very common job. Those guys lost all their jobs once DVD players came out. And DVD player repair guys lost their jobs once people stopped buying DVDs. So that's structural unemployment. That is typically seen as a quote-unquote good type of unemployment in that your economy should experience that over time. It should happen. It's a thing that's like a natural progression of taste and technology and things like that. So it should happen. It's totally fine. It's not fun for the people, obviously, but it's like should it happen? Yeah, it should happen. It's pretty natural for that to happen. The second type is frictional unemployment, which is unemployment caused by movement between career or between phase of life or from place to place. So friction, movement is how I think about it. Where you're moving, you're like, I don't want to live in Texas anymore. I want to live in North Dakota. I just want to go out there and just sort of stare out into the wilderness of like the Great Plains and be like, ooh, pretty, right? I want to go up there. So I'd probably be unemployed for a bit while I make that transition. I would be frictionally unemployed in this situation. If I were to quit teaching and go become the new spokesperson for Bang energy drinks, what's up? At me. Give me some money, Bang. I don't drink energy drinks enough for that to happen. But if I were, then yeah, I would be, if I were to quit my job and then wait for a bit and apply for jobs places, I would be frictionally unemployed. I will go over the FRQ on the mock, Anna. Okay. You could have shot up Friday. All right, I went over it before. What else do I want to mention there? Oh, and cyclical unemployment. That's the last type, and it is the most pressing type. It's the type that's caused by changes in the business cycle, i.e., recessions. If you see recessions, then you're going to see cyclical unemployment. If I see that there is cyclical unemployment in an economy, they are in a recession. So cyclical unemployment, code for recession. Those are the three types. Structural and frictional are totally fine, and in fact make up the natural rate of unemployment, which is like our ideal level. If we just have structural and frictional, our economy is doing totally fine. Like that's good. We're in the happy spot there. Those are my unemployment questions. What are like the fundamentals to pass this exam? Make sure you know all the graphs and can label them all. 6 of them, so it should be pretty straightforward for you to review that. Know as many formulas as you can. I don't expect you to know like all of them, but if you know a majority of them, you're in pretty good shape. You might miss a question or two, but not the end of the world. They don't ask literally every formula on the AP exam. They pick some random assortment of them, and fingers crossed it's ones you know. They will ask about the multipliers. That's gonna come up. They'll use CPI in a question, but it might not be you have to use the formula to solve it. They might just be referencing. Is cyclical the bad one? Cyclical is the bad one. It's the bad one. If it's a recession that's causing it, it's bad. Oh my gosh. Make sure you know the graphs, make sure you know the formulas, and then a lot of relationships. When this go up, this go down. Got to know a lot of those. Use the cheat sheet to help you review that. Only significant difference between CPI and GDP deflator is that CPI usually only refers to consumers' winter. Yes, good thing to point out. The difference between CPI and GDP deflator is that CPI measures how much inflation is happening on that market basket, which is only stuff that consumers are buying. GDP deflator measures how much inflation is happening to GDP, which, as you guys should know, is not just based on consumer spending, but is also based on business spending, government spending, and foreign spending. So GDP deflator is like more wholesale. CPI is more specific, but more relevant to you as an individual consumer. I'll go over the FRQs again here in a second. Is regular supply and demand basically the same thing as ADS risk but on a lower scale? Yeah, it's just for a particular good. Retirement or military, those people are not in the labor force. They are not unemployed page. They are not members of the labor force because they are not civilians and they're not actively looking for a job. Yeah, remember, to be unemployed, you have to be not employed and looking for a job. Is the NRU the correct abbreviation for the natural rate of unemployment? Yeah, NRU is the correct abbreviation for that. Let's hit this FRQ question that Anna keeps asking about because she's just going to keep which is going to annoy me because she's been here for 2 hours wanting me to go over this FRQ. How dare she? It's fine. It is totally legit that you ask about it, Anna. We want C on question 2 and C double I on question 3. Okay. Again, this is an FRQ that I cannot show on the screen because it is a practice exam one, which is like a released AP exam deal, so I would get in trouble if I showed it, which is great, but I'm just going to sort of narrate it, and apparently that's okay. Like, no, unless somebody rats me out to College Board, which please don't. I shouldn't get in trouble for just reading it. It's a practice exam, so it should be fine because it's not a released exam, so who cares? And teachers have already like leaked these because they're bad at their jobs. By leaking them, I mean like copy pasting them online and then like the answer key. I got a bunch of emails, people sending me the formula sheet, so thank you all. Let's hit these FRQ questions. Okay, good. I was scared the AP Classroom was going to like bug out on me. So we're looking at this is the 2018, and you can probably Google it to be honest, because I'm sure some teachers just posted it on accident. The 2018 International Practice Exam FRQ section. 2018 Practice Exam FRQ section. It's probably posted somewhere online because literally everything is. Looking at question 2C and question 3C. Oh, one of these is basically a CPI question. Great. Okay, so here is the short and sweet of question 2C. This is a question where there's a bunch of math given to you. There's like consumption, investment, net exports, all these different things. And question C says, the GDP deflator for Paddyland, that's the name of the country here, in 2015 was 110. So I'm just going to write some stuff down. GDP deflator in 2015 is 110. In 2016, was Paddyland experiencing inflation or deflation, or is there insufficient information to figure out what's going on and explain it? Okay, so in the information that they give us above this problem, it says the GDP deflator for 2016 is 90. To be clear, this is not a negative 110 or a negative 90. This is just like dash, it's 90. Okay. So were they experiencing inflation or deflation? I can actually figure that out because the formula for inflation rate that I mentioned earlier, which was the CPI one, I can also do with GDP deflator, where it's GDP deflator, oh my god, of year 2 minus the GDP deflator of year 1 divided by the GDP deflator of year 1 times 100 at the end of it. So my GDP deflator in year 2 here is 90, and in year 1 is 110. No, sorry, divided by 110. Yeah, that's right. So 1, I don't think you can do this without a calculator relatively easily, because 90 minus 110 is negative 20. And I, honest to God, off the top of my head, do not know what that is divided by 110. But here's the thing, I don't have to. I don't have to know what that equals. Oh, I'm not sharing my screen, by the way. Oh my God, thank you, Andy. I was alt-tabbed also on this other screen, so I couldn't see the chat. I'm very stupid. Dylan, why does the stream always pop up after I graduated at this time? Because it's the day before the AP exam, Dylan. And the kids need help studying because y'all are so bad at studying. So here we go. Here's the screen stuff that I was doing. GDP deflator is 110 in 2015. In 2016, it is 90. It's gone down, which is actually kind of the answer. Inflation rate formula is this. Whatever this is, I don't know. But I know one big thing about it. It's a negative number. Right? Negative 120 over 110. I don't know what that is, but I know it's negative. Right? And if I'm getting a negative inflation rate, hey guys, what's negative inflation called? Deflation. The thing that we had just gotten asked about by Lily. My brother in Christ, please share screen. I'm doing it now, Lily. I know I got the thing. The delayed response to the chat. I'm sorry. I didn't see that I wasn't sharing the screen. I forgot. I've been doing this for like 2 hours. Okay, leave me alone. It's deflation. It's deflation that's happened there because my GDP deflator has gone down. If my CPI had gone down, it would be the same exact thing. It would work the exact same way. If I see a decrease in that, should say deflation. Yeah, should say deflation. And I'm going to confirm that by looking at the key now. I wonder if they would have allowed for disinflation as a possible answer choice. I actually do wonder that. Sometimes they do. Let's see. No, it says deflation. Yeah. In case you were curious, it just says deflation, so that's great. A decrease in inflation rate. Inflation is like decrease in a negative inflation rate. Sorry, not decrease in inflation. Negative inflation rate. Yeah, not disinflation. It is deflation. Yes, disinflation prices are slowing down. Still going forward, still going up, but not as much. Deflation, they are going down. If my GDP inflator is going down, then yeah, that's deflation happening. I don't know enough to know if it's disinflation or not. I know it's going down now. Prices are falling. And then the other question she was asking about was C2 on question 3. Oh, the exchange rate. This is a Forex market problem tied to crowding out. So let's do 2 birds, 1 stone here. This is a crowding out problem into a Forex market graph problem. I'm going to do this whole bit, not the whole FRQ, but I'm going to do like the first half of this FRQ. I can't seem to delete this text box. There we go. What else I see? Okay. Make sure that you guys can actually see it. Great. Just confirm that you guys can actually see what I'm talking about. Hey, there's the CPI math. I'm deleting it. Okay. The question asks, what would the effect of the fiscal policy action identified in Part A? Okay, so A says, assume that India is currently in a recession. Country of India in a recession, okay? What fiscal policy action could the Indian government do to eliminate the recession? So it says fiscal policy, so I've got a couple of options here. This is question 3 on the 2018 International Practice Exam FRQ. Again, I cannot share the screen on this because this is not released to you, but if you Google it, I'm sure you can find it because some teachers definitely posted it somewhere. I'm just not going to get in trouble for that. It says, assume India is currently in a recession. What fiscal policy action could the Indian government take to eliminate the recession? 2 options. The Indian government could increase government spending or decrease taxes. Those, yeah, I'll hit the tax multiplier when I hit MPC, of course, yeah, for sure. So those are my expansionary fiscal policies. We're in a recession. We need to do this stuff. It says the government and not the central bank, so I know it's fiscal policy. It said fiscal policy, so I know it's fiscal policy. Fiscal policy is the simple stuff. Government spending, taxes. That's pretty simple and straightforward. You're in a recession. You need more spending, so either increase government spending or decrease taxes because that increases my spending. Good. The next part, B, and this is where it gets tricky. What would be the effect of the fiscal policy action in Part A on interest rates in India? Does not tell me to draw it, to be clear, but this is crowding out is what they're referring to. So I'm going to draw it for you. What is the effect of this on interest rates? How does this affect interest rates? One sec. I see a DoorDash thing that oh, my girlfriend used DoorDash. Okay, great. I can't respond to that text message. She's wondering if she used my card or not. So this is actually a loanable funds market question. It doesn't ask me to draw the graph, but it's asking what does this change in government spending do to interest rates? It causes them to go up because of a cool thing called crowding out. A thing that you all need to know. For the love of God, know this. I can only show it to you so many times before I completely lose my mind. I've had to show it to you a billion times. Let's call it 1,000,000,001 right now. It's a thing that I explain and that you're like, oh, cool. And then you instantly forget like the moment I'm done talking about it. Yes, fiscal policy is done by Congress. Monetary policy is done by the central bank. Yes, in America. Like it's done by the government in general for fiscal policy. In other countries, it's like, Parliament or other parts of the government. In America, it's Congress, but it's fine. So the government is spending more or lowering taxes. Why does that affect my loanable funds market graph, Mr. McRitchie? Great question. If they increase government spending or decrease taxes, how do they pay for that? Like they're increasing government spending. They're not making more money. They're just spending more. How do you spend money you don't have? You borrow. It means the government's going to be borrowing. So if the government is increasing spending, they're probably going to be borrowing more to do so. I say probably like I'm saying that's an option. They're going to be borrowing more money to do so. And if they start borrowing more, that means there is a larger overall demand for loans in this economy because the government is a borrower and they are borrowing more and therefore demanding more loans. Is Phillips curve an inverse of the ADAS graph? Kind of. You can interpret it as that, but we'll get to a Phillips curve thing later there because it's like a reflection of it. It's a different perspective of it. Kind of tricky. So we have this increased demand for loans because of the more government borrowing gets me higher interest rates. The higher interest rate is the key thing here because the question is asking, and it's not asking me to draw this. I'm just doing this to show you the crowding out thing. It's asking, what would be the effect of the fiscal policy action identified in A on interest rates? Well, interest rates would increase. I don't have to explain it, which is very kind. It doesn't say to explain it, so I don't have to. But if I wanted to, I could. If I wanted to be quick about it, I could say because of crowding out. If I wanted to be less quick about it, because the government is putting upward pressure on interest rates by borrowing more. For those of you guys that are not in my class, if you learned this as a decrease in the supply of loans, you could do that as well. Some teachers teach it as a decrease in the supply of loans for crowding out. That works the same. You're allowed to do this. You're allowed to do this. Yeah, it's always allowed. Truva, I mean, I'm here for you, man. You wanna send people this way, then that's fine. I know not every teacher has the ability to like stream stuff at home, and some teachers have like, kids and stuff, so like doing stuff from home is kind of hard. I got a dog, and I know how to stream stuff, so I'm here to review. I finally finished the bang. It took me 2 hours because I was talking so much. Okay, now I can get to the question that Anna was actually asking about, which is C, 1 and 2. C says, draw a correctly labeled graph for the foreign exchange market for the Australian dollar, because they're talking about India and Australia as trade partners. Show the impact of the change in interest rates on each of the following: the supply of Australian dollars and the exchange rate of the dollar. Okay. Forex market, here we go. Let me make sure I have this open. Can you interpret or logic out the government's increase in taxes causing an increase in interest rates? Well, it wasn't that they increased taxes, they decreased taxes, which caused interest rates to go up. So if you mistyped it, then I can't use that. If you intentionally wrote increase, then I think you misread it. It's an increase in government spending or a decrease in taxes. Quantity of Australian dollars. Yeah, they're crowding you out of the loan market is what's happening for sure. Like they're literally pushing you out of the market is how I would think about it. Turn on donations with text. No, I don't have this linked to my account. I'm not here to make money off of this. I appreciate you guys wanting to do that, but I strongly oppose the idea of you guys giving me money for this. Yeah, it's decreasing taxes, Jacob, yeah. I think I wrote increased spending or decreased taxes. Did I say increased taxes? No, I said increased spending or decreased taxes. Cool. Can I talk about the political and economic state of the world right now? Not while I'm doing this. Maybe when I have like a dinner break. Can you do labeling or abbreviations on the actual exam? Depends on the abbreviations. So like on this foreign exchange market, for example, capital Q is fine for quantity. Australian dollars, that's allowed. The rupee is the Indian currency. Australian dollars is fine. In general, with your graphs, if you're wondering like things I can abbreviate safely, when in doubt, write it out. If you're ever not sure, just write it. Like, I know it's inconvenient and kind of a hassle, but I would never want to lose credit because of like I didn't know I couldn't abbreviate that. But in general, if you're wondering, you can always abbreviate the lines. The lines like supply and demand, SRA, SAD, totally fine. SRPC for your Phillips curve, totally fine. Abbreviating the lines, not a problem. The axes, they're a bit more fickle about, mostly because there aren't universal abbreviations for a lot of things in econ. Like, depending on who you ask, interest rates abbreviation is either IR or PI-R, like the pi symbol. Again, the abbreviation for like real GDP is like capital Y. Like, there's a lot of weird abbreviations for stuff. So if I'm ever not sure if I'm allowed to abbreviate a thing, I'm just not going to abbreviate it. Because I don't know that this abbreviation isn't just randomly like, you know, the omega symbol. Like, I have no idea. They pick random stuff all the time in econ. So I would not abbreviate things if I'm not sure about it. But in general, your lines you're good to abbreviate. Your axes, I wouldn't. Equilibrium is also fine. Equilibrium is always a fine thing to abbreviate as well. So like QE here, and I'm going to do PE for price at equilibrium, but if you wanted to do like exchange rate at equilibrium, that's fine. You can do a lot, but like the equilibrium labels are more flexible. Teachers teach that a lot of different ways. So this is the, when in doubt, write it out. This is based off of this change in interest rates, what happens in the market for the Australian dollar. So again, this is where you got to be very, very careful. This is the Indian loanable funds market. Oh my God, where did I go? There we go. This is the loanable funds market for India. And we see higher interest rates in India. Well, if this is the market for the Australian dollars, I got to think, what will Australians be doing if interest rates are higher in India? Well, remember that internationally, when it comes to interest rates, people want to invest internationally where interest rates are higher. Like, if I know if I'm in Australia and I now have an Aussie accent and I'm terrified of all the animals that can kill me at any moment because there's like venomous everything, right? And I know that India has higher interest rates. I'm like, sick. Let me go buy an Indian bond, right? I want to make money off of that because I can buy bonds from other countries and businesses in those countries and make profit off of that higher interest rate. So I would be demanding more rupees and supplying more of my own currency. Like if I drew the rupee graph, I would draw an increase in the demand for rupees. But since they asked me for Australia, I'd increase the supply. Because they'll want to buy more, they'll want to invest more in India. So we should see the supply of Australian dollars go up. For the part that you were asking about specifically, Anna, it asked what happened to the exchange rate. That is just my y-axis on this graph. So that exchange rate at equilibrium has dropped, and the Australian dollar has depreciated. That's what they're looking for on the C2 part of that. I got it to you, Anna. There you go. My brain hurts, Dario. Feel you there, bud. Imagine having this stuff just stuck in your head. No, this is just in my brain all the time. Not helpful. Great for teaching it, but my God. Shifters of the Forex market graph. I'll get to that in a second. I want to read the rest of the questions here. Political and economic state of the world right now. No, I'm not going to talk about that. Mention the abbreviations things. Be honest, if I fail, will be disappointed with me. Ella, no, not really. I mean, any of you guys who took this class first semester, like, there's only so much you can do. It's really hard to review for a class you took 6 months ago, honestly. It's just really tough. Had you taken it first semester, I would have had a more, like, concrete expectation. But, like, had you taken the AP exam first semester, like if they'd let you, I would have had more concrete expectations of your performance. But for all of you first semester kids, I kind of just, you know, like, I do my best to help you, but it's really hard. It's just you got to review a lot, and it's hard to review stuff from that long ago. Second semester kids, I'm not gonna be more disappointed in you based off of your scores or anything like that. There's just less of an excuse. Like you've more recently learned this information. Like there should be less stuff that you're forgetting than the first semester kids. But in general, just as a general rule of thumb for all of you guys, I'm not ever really disappointed in your guys' performance on the AP exam. It's one test. Like it's literally one exam. Like a lot of you guys showed over the course of an entire semester that you can actually do economics. It's just we are only giving you credit via one test. It's the whole problem with the AP exam system. You guys know that. If you have to take this class in college, I do feel bad. But guess what? I'm still here. This channel is still here. You can email me if you have questions while you're in college. I have literally emailed students like my entire PowerPoint and a worksheet catalog while they're in college because they were like, Mr. McRitchie, can I do that? Can you show me how to do the Forex market again? Because like I'm stuck. Feel free to reach out. I got you guys. What other questions do I want to make sure here? Is the same true domestically? Oh god, there's too many people that are chatting about people being pretty. Please stop being pretty. Shifters of the Forex market graph. Really, there's just two general shifters of the Forex market. One is a change in the desire to import goods, and the second is a change in interest rates. The interest rate one I've just worked through, which I think someone mentioned a follow-up there. Yes, so the demand for rupees going up and the supply of Australian dollars going up because people in Australia want to invest more in India. They'd be demanding more rupees because if you want to invest in a foreign country, you want the country's currency. And then you're supplying more of your own currency to get that other currency. So we're supplying more Australian dollars to get these rupees, and we are demanding more rupees as a result. So that's the basic idea there. What else? Yeah, it's a basic idea. But for the desire to import stuff, what you got to be careful about, a lot of things affect your desire to import. Like, it could be a change in taste where, like, now we want to buy... like India's a good example. Like if Bollywood movies became incredibly popular in the United States, which there's like a subculture of people who watch them, but like if they became like mainstream popular, like if we released Bollywood movies, which are like the Indian like Hollywood movies, in case you're wondering, in like major theaters in the United States, if they became incredibly popular the way that K-pop has become popular in music, that would be like an increase in the demand for rupees, Forex market thing. It could be a change in the quality of products where like we know that Germany makes really high quality cars, so we demand more euros because we like to buy German cars like a Mercedes or a BMW or a Volkswagen, right? You could have a change in, I mentioned earlier, price level, right? Where if things in one country are more expensive than any other country, you'll buy from the cheaper country more. It's like the whole China thing, right? We buy a lot of goods from China because China has really cheap stuff. So price level comes into play there. Or income is probably the one that people mess up the most, where it's like, America has really high income, so what happens in the Forex market? Well, this like graph thing would happen. We'd be supplying way more of our currency internationally because the more money you have, the more money you spend, both domestic and international. So I'd be supplying way more dollars if we have higher income because we'd be buying more stuff from kind of everybody. Pick a country. We're buying more stuff. Those are your Forex market shifts. Do colleges see if you fail an AP test? Yes, but they don't care. Like, it doesn't change your acceptance or you being accepted for the college or not. It doesn't affect that. It's more about like, will they give you credit for a class, yes or no? If no, it's fine. Like they don't hold you too harshly on it. I think you are pretty. Avik was asking if he's pretty. Great for him. I'm not going to answer that. Someone have an alarm go off tomorrow? No. If that happens and your scores get all canceled, I would be very hurt. Then with the graph you just showed for C, would the exports decrease? If your currency has depreciated, this is a good thing to mention actually. If your currency depreciates, your imports will fall, your exports will rise. Because if your currency is worth less, like if the Australian dollar is worth less, they'll have less spending power internationally. They can't buy as many foreign goods, from India specifically. So they'd be able to import less. But if their currency is worth less, all of their stuff is now going to start to get cheaper for people in other countries because their currency is cheaper, literally. Like it takes fewer rupees to get $1. So when your currency depreciates, you've got lower imports, higher exports. And then appreciate, you get the opposite. And to be clear, this is as a result of the depreciation of the currency. Stember stayed with his Baby Yoda shirt. Yes, he had a Baby Yoda shirt for May the 4th. Shout out to Stembers. I didn't know he watched The Mandalorian. Honestly, didn't know he's a big Star Wars fan, but shout out to the Baby Yoda shirt. It might be because his son loves Star Wars. It's probably that. Don't help Anna. She's friends with Julie. We have beef with Julie. I don't care. I don't care about your beef with each other. I want you all to pass the AP because I don't want any of you guys to pay for these college classes. They're way too expensive. If you shift one line, you shift the other in the same direction every time the Forex market's in. Yes, that is the rule. So if I if I knew that people wanted to invest more in India because of the higher interest rate, meaning I would understand that the demand for rupees should be rising, then I would know, like implicitly, that the supply of Australian dollars should be going up. Because the pattern is true for every Forex market problem. It is supply for one, demand for the other, same direction every time. Isn't price level another shifter? Yeah, I mentioned that. Where price level is a shifter for the Forex market, because if prices are higher in, I think I used this example earlier, where prices are higher in America than Japan, people in America would buy more Japanese stuff. Can you explain scarcity? Yes, that's easy. Let me go to the bigger cam while we're doing this. I'm just answering questions. Can I explain scarcity? Yeah. Scarcity is just the concept that our wants exceed our resources. We don't have the capacity to produce whatever we want to because there's a finite number of stuff, right? There is a limited amount of water, of even like oxygen. Like it's renewing, but like there's only so much of it at a given time. Everything is limited in some capacity. Time is a very obviously scarce resource that you have to worry about. So because of that, we have to make choices on what to do with our resources, right? Like I have water right here. I also wash my hands, right? They're both clean drinking water, right? Like I could drink from the tap. Some of you guys don't out of weird principle, but like you can reasonably do that. We make choices on how we use these different things. So because there's so many different alternate uses and because things are so limited, we have to consistently make these choices. And these choices always have trade-offs, an opportunity cost of some type that we have to be aware of. It's like the most sort of generic concept of economics, is that things are limited, and because of that limit, we have to make choices. Whenever we make a choice, there's a cost. Nothing is truly free, because you've always given up at least the other thing you could have done when you made a choice. It's probably worth it. It's why you make the choice, but there's always a trade. Stocks are not scarce. So you guys are asking directly about the practice questions from the practice. Yes, stocks are not a scarce. One, they're not a resource. In the question, I think I mentioned a scarce resource. Stocks are not a resource. And stocks are not technically scarce because they're purely artificial. You can create more of them at any given moment technically. Like a company can always issue more shares of its business because you can always like divide into smaller fractions. Like, oh, we're going to let you be able to buy 1/100th of the company. Oh, well, we ran out of those. Well, what about 1/300th of the company? Like you can make it smaller and smaller and smaller. So stocks could theoretically be infinite. It's not a resource either. It's not used to produce stuff. Global funds market, the only one with real interest rate on the y-axis. Yes, and there's a good way to remember this. So you have the money market graph and the global funds market graph, both of which have interest rate on the axis. This is a good thing to write down. The way I remember that the global funds market is real and the money market is nominal is that like your y-axis on a supply and demand graph is always some variation of price. It's some type of price. It's price level on your aggregate demand supply curve, inflation rate, which is a price thing on your Phillips curve. It is like the exchange rate, which is a price on your Forex market graph. It's always a price of some type on a supply and demand graph, right? Well, the price of a loan is the interest rate, right? Like the actual price of a loan is the interest rate. The price of money isn't really the interest rate. Like there isn't like a clear concept of like what is the actual price of money. So I think of the real price of a loan is interest rates. So on the loan graph, it's real interest rates because the real price of a loan is the interest rate. It's nominal on the money market graph because it's not the real price of money. That's how I think about it. Bowlin likes my shirt. Thank you, Bowlin. I got it at a Buffalo Exchange, which is like a thrift store in Las Vegas. I just saw the color and I was like, this is neat. I like this color. Let me buy this shirt. Those of you guys who are not my students, you missed out because I had pink hair like 3 weeks ago. And now it's just faded out to blonde again. Lily, if there's an increase in inflation for one country, how does it affect the Forex of the other? Okay, I'm going to run through it again. It's okay. If you want to go back in the video, you could, but I'm just going to say it again. So say America has higher inflation than the other country, right? Like our prices are rising more than the other country. Americans would then want to buy goods from the other country instead because their prices are lower by comparison. So we'd be demanding more of this country's currency and supplying more of our own. Again, this is a desire to import thing. Think, would we be buying more or less foreign goods? Well, if our prices are higher, I'm going to buy more stuff from other countries. They're cheaper. Is land, labor, capital, entrepreneurship for scarce resources? Yep. The business cycle. Sure. let me pull up the business cycle. Yes, we'll do bank balance sheets next. Sorry, I'm trying to answer small questions, and I'm just getting sidetracked from answering so many small questions that it ends up being a long time. I apologize. We're definitely doing bank balance sheets next. I'm going to start that here in like 1 second after I do this business cycle questions. This will take 2 seconds. Look at all these things. That's the worst business cycle of all time. Let's use... That one's good. I am not checking to see if this is a safe website. That was risky. So business cycle. We got this wavelength looking thing. Look at this. Look at this bad boy. Look at this wavelength. Oh my god. What's this graph? I don't remember having to draw this. You don't have to draw it. They don't make you draw it on the AP exam, but they do ask about it. The business cycle is just showing your economy over time. Literally, that's sort of the basic, simple version of it. So you've got these expansionary periods that they're calling booms, but I call them expansionary periods, where your economy is growing, your GDP is going up, right? You've got the peak where the economy is like starting to taper and it's like, uh-oh, bad thing happened, and now we're in a recession. The depression isn't a guarantee thing. That's just if you're in a bad enough recession, you're in a depression. You have the trough, which is where your economy like bottoms out and like starts to recover. You have the recovery, and then you're back to the expansion. This line right here is full employment. So you've got like, hey, you go past full employment, now you're above full employment, you're in a positive output gap or an inflationary gap. We start going down, and now we're back below full employment, we're in a recessionary gap, and we go back up, and we're above full employment. Things to be aware of. Guys, you're posting a lot of stuff. Give me a second, please. Just slow down your typing real quick. If you are like, say here on my business cycle, I'm above full employment, right? I'm in a positive output gap. If I am here, I'm also above full employment, but my GDP is declining, so I'm technically speaking in a recession. Weirdly, this is a weird thing of phrasing wise. You can technically be above full employment and be in a recession if you were like super far above and your recession is dropping, if your GDP is dropping. Remember that recession is just defined as an overall decrease in GDP. So that's the thing to be sort of like aware of. I wouldn't say worried about, but aware of in terms of terminology. That's the business cycle. That's literally all the business cycle stuff I wanted to hit. Back to just me. A lot of questions. Bank statements, yes, and you can go over multiplier stuff, like which one do you divide over for what for that formula? Yeah, I mean, I'll go over it, but like you guys, like the formulas are available, but I'll go over it. If you're asked to be a Phillips curve, we'd be allowed to drive the long run, even if it didn't ask for it. Would you be able to draw the long run? You could. The only thing I would worry about is, does it tell me how my economy is doing? Like, this is the same for your LRAS ADAS graph. Like, if it tells you to draw an aggregate supply curve and it doesn't necessarily say LRAS, it doesn't mean you don't have to draw it, because you have to see, do they mention how the economy is doing? Does it say that they're at full employment? Does it say they're above full employment? Does it say they're below full employment? Because if so, you should draw LRAS. Like, that's how we know they're above full employment, right? So like, let me just sort of show that real fast. I need to move to the other thing. There it is. I almost forgot about it again. So like, if it doesn't tell me how the economy is doing, like it just says, hey, draw a Phillips curve and then draw what happens if there's like an increase in aggregate demand, then yeah, you don't have to worry about the, no, God, I'll have to actually like draw this, gross. And then we're at like, we have like the LRPC right here. If it says we are at full employment, then I need to draw my LRPC, because I need to be able to tell that I'm at full employment, right? I would need to have that equilibrium dot. If it doesn't tell me that, then I don't need to have LRPC. Don't have to have it. So yeah, if it doesn't ask me, it doesn't say to draw the long run, be aware that you should be aware. I said be aware that you should be aware. Man, my brain's not working. Be aware that if they tell me how the economy is doing, I actually need to draw the long run so I can show that. What are the most important equations we need? All of them. I don't know. I'm sorry I'm being like snippy about that. You should know them all. Like, you've had access to them all for a long time now. You should be memorizing them as we go along. Like, I'm sorry that you don't want to do it, but you should. Ones you definitely need to know, which I know is what you're really asking for. You need to know how to find GDP, like the expenditures approach, C plus I plus G plus XN. Need that. Absolutely need that. You need to know, I would say, your inflation stuff like CPI and GDP deflator, how to go from nominal to real GDP with a deflator, because that's like, those are easy questions. Like, if you know the formula, those are almost always like super easy. Those are not hard questions to solve. They're very, very, very simple questions. You need those ones. You definitely need your multiplier ones, which I'll do after I do the bank balance sheet stuff, which will involve one of your multipliers. You need all the multiplier formulas and how to use them. You need unemployment rate for the similar reason that it's an easy question. If you get it, you want to get the easy questions right. And you definitely need the quantity theory of money, like the M times V equals P times Y equation of exchange, that thing. Need that too. The other ones I would make sure that I know. I know it did, Karis, but you're supposed to know these. I know it's mean, but like, you know as many of them as you can. Would they ask about the income approach? Possibly, but that's just as opposed to all the spending out of all the income, which is wages, rent, interest, and profit. Should know that. It's possible that doesn't come up as much. MPC and MPS. Yep, gotta know those. I think there's other ones that I would want to make sure that we're aware of. Again, here's that review document. It has all of these in there. Make flashcards. Memorize the hell out of it. There's not an easier way to do it other than memorizing it. Fisher equation. Yeah, I'm glad I checked. Fisher equation you definitely want to know too. Nominal rate equals real rate plus expected inflation rate, or real equals nominal minus inflation. You can move that around. The transfer multiplier, it's on here. I haven't seen it, like, literally ever on an AP exam FRQ or multiple choice question. I've never seen it, so I'm not sure. This guy teaches micro too, so who made this thing, so he possibly did it because of that, but I never see the transfer multiplier show up. Literally haven't, so I wouldn't know that one. Good question. I know you saw it on the sheet. What else? Those are all the big ones, right? I don't want to be blanking on anything. Again, the sheet is linked in the chat further up. I posted it in the thing, but I'll post it again here in a second if you want it again. Reserve requirement, yeah. Equation of exchange, yeah. Yeah, that's all I hit everything I wanted to hit there. Want that. Does real GDP always go up over time? No, because you can have does it generally trend over time? Yes, but it doesn't always just go up, right? Because you'll have recessions where your real GDP declines. What happens if it doesn't? You're in a recession. If your GDP is not going up, you're in a recession. It should trend over time going up. If it's not trending going up, then your economy is collapsing. Oh, Archer's getting mad because it's about time to go for his second walk. Show where the economy currently is in the Phillips curve. Do we just draw a dot? Yes. Shifters of the Phillips curve. I'll do those when I get back. Cool. So I'm going to go take my dog out for a walk here in a second. I'll be gone for probably about 10 minutes. I'll give you a quick chance to take a break. Go grab a snack. Maybe go grab food if you've got food nearby. Take a quick 10-minute break so I can take my dog out for a quick walk around the apartment complex. And I'll come back and I will do my predictions for the FRQ section, what I think the FRQs are going to be. I will do a bank balance sheet because that is one of the things I am predicting on your FRQs. So I will do a bank balance sheet deal. And a couple of the things that you guys are asking about. Phillips curve is possible, so I'll probably go through Phillips curve there as well. And yeah, I'll be doing that in a second. I'll answer Paige's question really quick. Does this count as an economics or for college credit? Depends on your college. Depends on the university you go to. It is specifically macroeconomics. Some colleges require like 1 semester of macro, 1 semester of micro, in which case it only covers you for macro. Some count it as just economics credit in general. It kind of depends. Depends on the college. Like when I was in school, I needed a semester of macro and a semester of micro, just for like any major in my college, regardless of which specific major I was doing. So this only counts for 1. It's a semester class, so max you're only going to get 1 out of it. Okay, I will be back here in about 10 minutes. I'm going to go take my dog out. I love you guys too. I'm sorry if I was snippy there, Karis. It's just one of those things where, yeah, the formulas, there's no trick. There's no shortcut. There's no formula sheet. So you just kind of have to know them. And I'm sorry about that, but that is how it goes. I wish they gave you the formula sheet, but they don't. So you just kind of have to know them. Sorry about that. Yeah, you guys feel free to chat for a little bit in the chat. I'm going to make sure that if you ask a question, I'm going to go through the FRQs when I get back, so I'm not going to get sidetracked by a question when I get back. Thank you. There we go. All right, I am back. Archer has been walked. Oh, and now he's here. You want to come on the camera? Oh, he let me do it. He let me get him. Here we go. Dog time. Oh, he hates it. He hates it so much. Here we go. There's the boy. Here's Archer. Here's the dog. Say hi to the camera, buddy. He does not like being held. Nope. He likes being pet. Does not like being held. All right. Oh my god. Struggle. He's down. There we go. Whew. Okay. Love you, Margaret. Thank you, Avik. Thank you, Anna. How am I feeling about the exam? Great question, Lucas. I'm feeling great. Mostly because this isn't an exam where I see that many times they throw complete curveballs at you. In terms of things that you've like never covered before, it's a pretty straightforward list of content. This isn't like a history exam where those are so broad that you can really pull like really specific details that you just got no chance on. They're gonna be like, hey, what happened in the Sumerian Empire? You're like, oh, great. You're like, oh, great. This is really specific. Okay, I'm in trouble. With econ, like the list of things is out there. The content is out there. You just gotta learn it, which isn't easy. It's a lot of stuff, and it's not something that all of you guys are familiar with because you've never taken an econ class before, and it requires more like math logic brain than it does like history or English brain. So you're kind of thrown off by, especially those of you guys who are like pretty good at writing your essays in history. That does not help you in this class. But for me, I feel like we can pretty reasonably expect what's going to happen on the AP exam. There will always be a handful of questions that are kind of out there, but don't sweat over like the 3 or 4 questions that you're like completely like, what the hell is that? If there's an FRQ where that happens, we'll think about it. Let's see. Is there any way to see the exam practice FRQ on AP Classroom? If you've submitted it, no. If you haven't submitted it, it should still be on AP Classroom. If you've submitted it though, I have to score it really quickly for you to see it. So let me just, I'm not gonna like actually score yours. I'm just gonna like put like a random number in there if you've done it already. Let's see. Yeah, Julia, it says here it's in progress, so you should be able to open it. I don't think it closed out on you. It's not due till tomorrow. No, wait, it's due. What the heck? Oh, it closed out. Oh. Why was it due today at 4? It should have been due tomorrow. Oopsie daisy. I'm going to apply that to all of them. I don't know why I had that set for the 4th. I must have had the wrong date selected there. I have since fixed it. Thank you, Julia. I'm sorry. I thought that was set so it would be tomorrow when that closes out on you. Don't know why it was set for today. Very odd. Apologies on that. Let me make sure that that's true for the multiple choice section too, because I don't want you guys to not be able to access that tonight. I want you to have access to that. Yeah, it's multiple choice is also for the. No, that's the 4th. Okay, so wait, no, the 4th is today. That needs to be later. Dang it! What the heck happened there? Did I just set it? Did I click the wrong date twice? That's stupid. I'm dumb. Apologies to those of you guys, and again, thank you, Julia, for saving their butts there. It should not have closed out for any of you guys. Sorry, I'm fixing that right now. No, good catch. Absolutely good catch. Kevin, I see your question. I will answer your question. Because that is a good one. I actually know what's happening there. So it's supposed to be due by the AP exam, which is not 4 o'clock this afternoon, it's tomorrow. So I would want that to be due by. Okay, I have fixed those mock exam questions. Those should be available for you guys to finish, and I think all the practice things should be available still, because those were not supposed to close out until, at the very least, after the AP exam, but it should be much later than that, actually. Progress checks, yeah, I'll change those. I'll do that. Oh, I should do that now, actually. So while I'm doing that, I can answer. Yeah, I'm going to answer Kevin's question while I'm changing these dates because it won't require me to draw anything. So Kevin's question is a copy-pasted legit AP question, which is hilarious. Which of the following policy combinations could reduce the government deficit without changing aggregate demand? It's a policy combo, so we're looking for a fiscal and a monetary problem. And what they are talking about there is, okay, we're going to try and fix the deficit. We're going to try and reduce the deficit. Well, there's only one real way to reduce a deficit, and that is either, well, two ways, but that is either to decrease government spending or to increase taxes. Those are like the ways in which you would fix the deficit, right? It would get your budget back towards a balanced budget or a surplus, right? So I need to be either increasing taxes or decreasing government spending. So I know that's part of it. That's my fiscal policy half. Is it's got to be either increasing taxes or decreasing government spending because that would combat the deficit. To be clear, this is not a recession. This is a deficit. It means that they are spending more than they're bringing in taxes. Now, it says to not change aggregate demand. We're like, that's weird because if they were to lower government spending, that would decrease AD. So here's what we're thinking. Here's what we've got to understand. If we do an expansionary monetary policy, like lowering the reserve requirement, lowering the discount rate, or buying a bond, that would increase the money supply, which would increase aggregate demand. And if I decreased government spending, that would decrease aggregate demand. So those two would like offset each other. So if I, raise taxes and I increase the money supply, then my deficit gets smaller, but my aggregate demand might not change because increased taxes decreases AD, increase money supply increases AD. Those offset. That's the idea there. Kevin, don't post the entire questions. I can probably figure out the answer without you even posting the entire question. I probably know what the question's asking. Let me just change some stuff here. Liz, thank you so much. Yeah, fair warning for everybody who lives in Texas where I am. Weather is starting to get a little bit funky. So just sort of keep an eye on the weather here, guys. We got some storms coming in. That's too loud. I'm going to be keeping an eye on that throughout the process. So if I have to cut the stream off early because of, say, storm stuff, where it's like, we have a risk for like tornadoes or something like that, I'll say it and then I'll cut it off. I know that that's not fun, but, safety is more important than anything else here. It looks like it's mostly just windy and rainy and stuff, but, it's Texas, it's the spring. We could easily get that. Okay, I'm going to go in and change those later. All right. So let's go through what I expect the FRQ section to be. That's probably the most important thing to hit in case the weather does get stormy, is that we make sure we hit this before we finish up. And again, I will not be going past 10 p.m. my time. I will be going to bed. Lily, you're confused about the increase in money supply part of that question. So we're trying to not have aggregate demand change, but also balance the budget. The way we balance the budget is by increasing taxes or lowering government spending, either of which would decrease aggregate demand, right? But I want aggregate demand to not change, so I would need to offset that decrease in aggregate demand with an increase. So what monetary policy gets me larger aggregate demand? An expansionary one, which means to increase the money supply. In some capacity, increase the money supply because it gets lower interest rates would increase AD, which I need to do to offset the decrease in AD that is caused by me trying to fix the budget. That's the general explanation for that. Basically, if you do an expansionary and a contractionary at the same time, they nullify each other. They cancel each other out in terms of the aggregate demand change. Doesn't cancel out the deficit thing because money supply isn't the government borrowing money. I think if you're going to bed, great. Sleep well. Liz, I know you did. It's great. Sleep well. Here we go. With everything. My FRQ predictions. Boop-a-da-boop-boop-a-da-boop-a. We are officially 3 hours into this review. Oh, yeah. I mean, again, I can technically go all day for these. The nice part with knowing the content so well is that I can just sort of go off on it for however long I need to. I could reteach the entire class, but I'm going to go to bed at some point. So, number 1, the long FRQ. But would the deficit stay the same? No, it would not. The deficit would not stay the same if I increase the money supply, because increasing the money supply does not raise the government's debt. The government's debt is only tied to government spending and tax revenue, not to the money supply. So increasing the money supply does not do anything to the government's debt. So raising taxes would help reduce the deficit. Increase the money supply wouldn't affect the deficit, would affect aggregate demand. So my FRQ predictions, Bowlin, I will hit that in these because one of mine is a bank balance sheet problem. So I'll spoil that right now. The long FRQ, I expect a multi-graph problem. Which will constitute at least 2 of the following graphs. Definitely aggregate demand, aggregate supply curve. That's going to happen. And then some combination of Phillips curve. I can't spell it all today. Money market or loanable funds market. It could be 2 out of 3. It could be 3 out of 4. Like, I don't know what the combination is going to be. I would be shocked if it's not some combination of at least 2, if not 3 of these graphs. Forex market, they did last year in the long FRQ. They could do it again. It's not out of question. It's just unlikely because it was kind of like the basis of the entire FRQ was the Forex market, and I doubt they would go back to back like that. They might, it's possible, but I would be surprised if it was the long FRQ again. Phillips curve was also a part of one of the long FRQs last year because there's like more than one question set you could have gotten. So it's possible it's not that one, but I feel like Phillips curve you can always tie into ADAS, so it's very much a fair game thing to plug in at any time. My guess is it's some sort of money market, aggregate demand, supply curve, loanable funds market question. Like, here's a hypothetical. Kevin, don't write the answer choices to that. I know what the question you're asking about is. So here's sort of like a example of this question that I would expect on your AP exam. The economy of, who do I want to pick for this? Let's go with Shenland for Kevin, because he's asking this question right now. Assume the economy of Shenland is currently in a positive output gap. That's a way that you could be seeing this. That's like an AP exam question. Part A would ask, draw an ADAS graph of this economy and label equilibrium, but I'm making up this question on the fly, Y1 and PL1 and full employment output as YF. So this is sort of my like example of what I expect to see on your long FRQ. This would be a thing I could easily see happening for your long FRQ. So let's say they're in a positive output gap at this sort of level of employment, unemployment, whatever, right? They're in a positive output gap, which for those of you that are not sure what this means their GDP is higher than it's supposed to be. They are above full employment. Another way to phrase being above full employment. Veek, yes, it is long, short, short. It is long FRQ, short FRQ, short FRQ. So if we're doing this like real fast, like sort of like what's the dealio here? How do I draw this? Aggregate demand, aggregate supply curve, super quick. Just like a super fast example. Anna Kate, what's up? And this is me being sloppier with the graph because I'm just trying to show you like what it would look like on the exam if you were to solve this. This is not meant to be as much of a review as it is more of just a like, hey, here's what I could expect. This economy is above full employment, so my LRS would be right there. and AD. And I've got myself my little nice equilibrium here. I've got Y1, Y, F, and PL1. Jacob, don't jinx yourself. I haven't gotten to the hard part yet. Do you draw your graphs over lined paper? Yeah, it's lined paper. I think it's the same lined paper that they use for all the other AP exams too. Apologies. It gives you some like nice little spot to put like your, lines. But yeah, so this would be my above full employment graph, positive output gap. My GDP is higher than it should be. This is literally the gap they're talking about. Part 2 or whatever. And this is sort of like the 2018 practice FRQs where I'm pulling a lot of this from, but it's been about, we're 4 years away from 2018. 4 years is a pretty good amount of time. Which is the actual rate and which is the natural rate. The actual is your current equilibrium where SRAS and AD meet. So in this case, it is Y1. It is where I am right now, is where SRAS and AD are. And the natural rate or the potential output or full employment output is where LRAS is at. On the Phillips curve, the current unemployment rate is where your equilibrium is. The natural rate is where your LRPC is. So if I'm doing this question, sort of the second part would be B. Identify one fiscal policy the government of Shenland could use to fix this economic situation. And like a second part of B would be, how would this the government budget? It's a good example. The federal budget, the national debt, something like that. In this economy, is the NRU much lower because they're in an inflationary gap? The NRU isn't lower. Their current unemployment rate is lower than the NRU. Positive output gap is an inflationary gap, yes. Does it have to be an entire sentence, or can you just write increased taxes? It has to be a complete sentence. You're always answering these incomplete sentences, yes. It doesn't have to be a long sentence. It can just be like the government would increase taxes. Like, it doesn't have to be long, but you should write it as a complete sentence, yes. So a fiscal policy the government could use to fix this, well, they are in a inflationary gap, they're in a positive output gap, so we're looking for a contractionary fiscal policy, which could be something like increasing taxes or decreasing government spending. So my answer to the first part of B would be the government could decrease government spending, the government could increase taxes. How would this affect the government's budget? Well, the budget would move towards a surplus. If it was balanced before, it would be moving towards a surplus. Because if they're spending less or taxing more, the government should have more money on its hands. That's the basic idea. So my budget would move towards a surplus, because if the government is spending less or taxing more, the government should have more money, right? The budget is like, think of like the government's budget, literally. Well, if they're taxing more, then they have more income. If they're spending less, then they're spending less. Does fiscal policy always shift one line? Yes, it shifts aggregate demand. Fiscal policy always shifts aggregate demand. Is it possible to shift the long-run Phillips curve? Technically, yes, because it's drawn at the natural rate of unemployment, and that could change. Like the NRU is literally your structural plus frictional unemployment level. So if there's like less structural unemployment, then you would have a lower NRU. So your LRPC would shift to the left. Like, it's possible. You shouldn't ever have to draw it on your AP exam. They have never had you draw the long run lines moving on an FRQ, but it's possible they move, yeah. Technically can, you just don't ever draw it. So here. For C, assume the government was in a deficit, it would still, you could still say it's moving towards a surplus even if it was in a deficit, because it's still moving towards a surplus even if it's moving towards a balanced budget, right? It's Anna Kate's question, is what if it was in a deficit? Would we say it moves towards being balanced? You could say it's moving towards being a balanced budget. You could still say it's moving towards a surplus. Either is fine. Assume the government was in a deficit. Illustrate loanable funds market, how the fiscal policy identified in part B would affect real interest rates. So if they were doing the contractionary policy of lowering government spending or increasing taxes, then loanable funds market, I'm making you draw a thing that you normally wouldn't draw. I'm making you draw a weird thing, because the AP exam likes to do weird stuff sometimes. Because in this case, the government they were in a deficit, and they are now moving towards that balanced budget. They're moving towards a surplus. They are balancing their budget effectively in doing this. How would that affect the loanable funds market graph? Because we've talked about how the government borrowing more would affect it, but what if they're borrowing less? So loanable funds market. I'm going to have you draw something that we didn't talk about. Vocab-wise, it's still a thing you could have figured out, but we didn't mention this as a vocabulary term. Crowding out does not affect the money market. It affects the loanable funds market, Kevin. It affects the loanable funds market by increasing the demand for loans or decreasing the supply. Technically, either is fine. If you wanted to argue it affects money market, you could via like how it affects price level eventually, but I don't think that would be a good question. So I'm looking here on this graph. The government is spending less or taxing more. They were in a deficit and now they're moving away from a deficit. Remember, them being in a deficit implies the government had to have been borrowing money, right? Because how do you get a deficit if you're not spending more than you're bringing in taxes? So that means they were borrowing. But now they have done a contractionary policy, like raising taxes or spending less. So the government should be borrowing less money than before, which means what we're going to be drawing is crowding in, the opposite of crowding out, which is not a vocab term. That's not a real thing. It's just like a sort of fake vocab term that's created as like the offshoot of crowding out, where the government is borrowing less. They are demanding fewer loans from the private sector. And my demand for loans on the loanable funds market would begin to fall because there is less borrowing happening. Remember that the demand for loans here is based off of overall borrowing. Too many games. This is one of the FRQs. This is like a predictive FRQ that I'm doing right now. This is what I would predict the long FRQ could reasonably look like. Is it going to be this? I doubt it. Like, I'm not going to be 100% right. But based off of things they haven't asked about in a minute, I could see them making this a long FRQ. So far, so good. We have a decrease in the demand for loans. Buying securities does affect the money market. That is not the same as the government borrowing, Kevin. S loans could also increase, correct? Yes, Michael, you could draw this as an increase in the supply of loans because the government is borrowing less, so there is like a larger supply of loans available for everybody else. You could also draw that, correct? OMO is the monetary policy done by the central bank. Yeah, it's buying securities. It's not technically done by the government. It's done by the Federal Reserve, which is separate. And then for 3 FRQs, Anna Kate. For the next part, D, based off of the change in interest rate, what will happen to, I'm going to do like 3 things here. Aggregate demand, price level, and economic growth. And explain. For the last one. So based off the change in interest rate on this graph, which is that there is now a lower interest rate, what will happen to aggregates demand, price level, and economic growth rate? So I'm not asking you to draw it on your graph. This is just a question that would ask you to verbally write it out, which they do sometimes. It would say draw on this graph if you need to draw it. If they just ask what will happen to it, you just write what will happen to it. So we have a lower interest rate, which should lead to aggregate demand rising because of something mentioned way earlier in the video, which is as interest rates go down, spending becomes easier. Like borrowing is cheaper, saving is worse. Like all those things help. Are you allowed to wear a onesie to the exam? Please don't, Michael. Please don't, Gio. Please don't. Doesn't the government issue securities and sell them to the public when crowding out? Okay, so this depends on where we're talking about the government securities. I'll come back to that question, Kevin, because that is actually complicated. I'll get to that when I finish this FRQ up. Because I know what you're asking, and it's not a bad question, actually. Is there a dress code? You're at school, Gio. There's a dress code. Same dress code you would have at school. Okay, so lower interest rates should lead to higher aggregate demand. If aggregate demand is rising, then price levels should be rising as well. And the final thing, economic growth rate. Remember that economic growth is tied to the total amount of capital within your country, right? And if interest rates are going down, then investment spending is going up. And investment spending is spending by businesses on capital, right? So if we have lower interest rates and more investment spending, businesses should be acquiring more capital, which will cause us to have economic growth, like more long-term growth, because of the larger amount of capital. To be clear, I'm making this FRQ purposefully hard. I'm doing this intentionally. This is not to scare you. This is to be like, hey, guys, the FRQ is not always easy. Some of the parts are easier than others. Like, you could get parts of it where, like, you could have gotten DI and double I. D3 may be harder. That stuff. So there's that question. So aggregate demand would go up, price level would go up, economic growth rate would also go up because of the larger amount of capital based off of the increase in investment spending. Why is AD increasing? It's because it said based off of the change in interest rate. Interest rate is going down. Interest rate is going down, so we get more investment spending, we get more borrowing, more spending, all that stuff. So aggregate demand should be going up. Price level would go up because of it. And then for economic growth rate, if we see that increase in investment spending, then because businesses will be acquiring more capital, we should see an increase in economic growth rate. And then, what? Economic growth rate correlated directly with GDP, right? No, Anna Kate. Economic growth rate, like long-term permanent economic growth, is not directly tied to real GDP. It's directly tied to real GDP per capita, but that is not my x-axis on this graph. It is tied to the amount of capital in your country. That's what it's tied to. Tied to the amount of total capital, like capital stock is a good word to see there. I don't get why AD would go up. Interest rates and investment spending are inversely related. Interest rates going down, so it's easier to borrow and spend. Can you explain how would we explain how a higher AD increases the price level? Sure. More spending overall in the economy will prompt businesses to raise their prices to make more profit. The high interest rates are only good for foreign stuff. Yes, correct. High interest rates are only good for foreign stuff and for you saving. Like, it'd be better to save if there's higher interest rates, but that would hurt our spending. Lower interest rates means I wouldn't want to save as much. Yeah, Bob, yeah, Georgia got you there. I said that earlier in the video. Those are the big things. You can find a big formula sheet online. You can find a big relationship chart online for these. You definitely want to review those. Those are the big things. Can you answer Kevin's first question? There's a lot. Kevin had a lot of questions. I need to get through the first FRQ, this FRQ before I get to Kevin's question. No offense. I'll get to the other short FRQs. I'm not done with this one yet. The last part of this one, I would say, is here. E based off of the change in price level to the money market graph. Okay, before I answer this question, Lily had a question. Whoa, wait, if economic growth rate and real GDP aren't related, then how do we know that economic growth rate increases too? Because it's not about that. It's the investment spending. What is investment spending is telling what happens to economic growth rate. Investment spending is spending on capital by businesses, mostly. Meaning if I see investment spending go up, then I can assume economic growth rate would go up. If you look at your notes under economic growth, I wrote capital is the thing that affects it, and investment spending can increase it as well because of that. We are going to do a bank balance sheet after because that's my second FRQ prediction. Higher interest rates is good for supply of loans. Higher interest rates is why the supply of loans is upward sloping. Why does real GDP go down with an increase in the money supply? It doesn't. Real GDP goes up with an increase in the money supply. Correct, Sydney. That's the right idea. So, money market graph, based off the change in price level, what'll happen to my money market graph? Boop, 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 boop. It's money. D money. We have Q money. And we got nominal interest rate. Yeah, Anna Kate, that would work. So we got my little equilibrium here. And I would want like my QE. I should have done this equilibrium on my global funds market graph. The fact that none of you guys pointed that out is hurtful. You should have clowned me for not having my equilibrium labeled on my global funds market graph. You guys completely botched that. How dare you? Embarrassing for everybody. I know I'm just like sort of making up the thing as I go along now. So we've got this higher price level. How does it affect my money market graph? It doesn't affect the money supply because like prices going up doesn't affect the amount of money that exists within our economy. It would affect my desire for the money, like how badly I need to have money in my bank account, and it would increase it. Higher price level leads to a higher demand for money. Because at higher price level, I would need to have more of my wealth in the form of cash. Kind of like how to think about that. The demand of money is like your desire to keep your wealth in the form of actual spendable money. Like M1 style. And that would increase the demand for money. So that'd be like my long FRQ. Where it would take you probably, you'd be giving yourself roughly 30 minutes to solve this, which is probably more than enough time. Because I explained a lot of stuff as I was saying it. I was describing like general rules and regulations for how the questions work and stuff like that. But it would be like parts A through, I've seen some go all the way to like part G because they're like very quick. Like what happens to unemployment? It goes down. Like a very quick like FRQ parts. But I would expect it to be a multiple graph problem. And it would be, asset demand versus transaction demand. That's like different ways to think about the demand for money. Asset demand is your demand for assets like a bond or a stock or your savings account. Transaction demand is your desire to have money to spend in like general transactions. How important is the money market graph? Important. There's only 6 graphs for the course. Ranked in order of importance, it goes aggregate demand supply curve number 1. It would go based off how many times they use it, Phillips curve number 2, because it's most tied to that. I would say money market, loanable funds market, and forex market are like a 3-way tie for third, and then the PPC is last. Money market graph is very important. Very important. There's a video on my channel, Lucas, where I like do my just general lecture on the money market graph. So if you never got that information, watch that video. It's on this channel. Go find it. There's a lecture that I did, which is just my full set of notes over that graph. I'd watch that. And that's my long FRQ sample. Before I move on to the bank balance sheet, I know that I said I would answer Kevin's question. The buying securities money market thing. So the government issues securities and sell them to the public. So here's the thing. The government is technically doing that when crowding out is happening. The AP exam is only focusing on the buying and selling of government securities by the Federal Reserve, like on the secondary market. Like the government, when they are borrowing, they're selling bonds. Is how they're borrowing. Like mechanically, that's how that's happening. But the buying and selling of bonds by the Federal Reserve, not the government, is what's affecting the money supply. Because effectively, the Federal Reserve goes in there with this influx of cash that they have in their reserves and uses that money to buy from the public to provide more or take away money from the public. Like money held by the government actually kind of counts towards the money supply. Money held by the Federal Reserve is part of the monetary base, not part of the money supply. What I'll tell you there, Kevin, is don't sweat that part. We're going to page the 6-page graph review with the formula. Scroll up in the chat. If not, I will paste it again in the chat because there's a link to a Google Doc with it that's on there. I will post it here again for you if I forgot about it. Let me find it. Oh, that's what I'm looking for. Let me just repost that chat link. This chat's gone on for a long time. I'm going to repost it. Oh my god, it's like linking to the link in the chat. That's terrifying. There it is. Reposted it. There's that 6-page. There's that thing again. Yeah, the question over the government securities thing, I would say you don't have to worry too much about mechanically how the government borrows money, which is through security selling. They money supply, monetary policy stuff is just about the Fed, like buying or selling those securities on the secondary market. What I'd say is don't worry about it. Like that's the simplest way I can answer that question. Of course, guys, no worries. And this will save on the YouTube channel afterwards. I'm not sure how long it will take for YouTube to process me reviewing this crap for like 5 hours, but you know, we'll see. Who am I missing? What am I missing? Where am I going? What's happening? Oh, okay. Any other questions I want to make sure I answered? Because I know Kevin had a few random ones here. They're not bad. I just want to make sure I get to them. Kevin, whatever question you're asking there where it says an increase in aggregate upward sloping supply curve and increase in money supply will affect the price level and GDP in which of the following ways, I would want to know if that question is keyed wrong. Like an increase in money supply should increase price level and increase real GDP. They both should go up. Now, if the question says in the long run this is happening or something like that, or there's some other part of that question that's not like listed, that could work. But as that question is typed in the chat, whatever the key says is wrong. Oh, I gotta ban a person. Here we go. It always happens whenever you have too many people watch a live stream all at once. Let me get that. I got it. There we go. I banned it. We're good. Sticky wages again. Do you think we're going to have to use the income approach and the value-added approach? Value-added approach, I would say no. It's not off topic. Value-added approach for sure is not going to come up. Like, they never ask about it. If they did, it's just take the total value of everything, subtract the intermediate goods, and you're golden. Sticky wages are that your wages are not changing in the short run. Yeah, it's also called the ratchet effect. It should never show up in that terminology on the AP exam, though. Sticky wages, just wages are not changing in the short run. This is for a lot of reasons. Like one of the most obvious examples is like labor contracts, where like I signed a contract with my employer for a year at a particular wage. My pay ain't changing for a year, or doesn't have to change. So it's probably not going to change. Can I go over Forex? I did earlier in the video. If you want to scroll back for that, I did some Forex examples. I want to hit my FRQ examples. Okay. All right. Let's do, income approach. It's possible they would have you do the income approach. Usually if you are asked to do the income approach, you could have also done the expenditures approach. But in case you're wondering, the income approach is just add up all the income. So that'd be like, instead of, paying for labor, it's their wages, your rent, your interest, and your profits. Those are like the money being gained off of your resources. So RIP is how I think about it. WRIP. Wages, rent, interest, profit. Rarely. It's again like 90 to 10 split on expenditures versus income approach. 90% of the time it's expenditures approach. Oh, my brain, what's happening? My thing I was forgetting. Right. I was still doing my FRQ predictions. So my second prediction one, which is the one that I would be the most confident in, and this is one that people have been asking me to go through for a lot of this video. Usually how your FRQs break down is you get long, short, short, and one of your FRQs, it could be part of the long FRQ, it could be almost the entirety of a short FRQ, will be some sort of math concept. That could be doing GDP math and like GDP deflator and inflation rate stuff. They do that. It could be unemployment rate, labor force participation rate stuff. They did that like 2 years ago. Last year that was on there. Could be absolute comparative advantage terms of trade. That's completely fair game. I did that at the very beginning of the video, by the way. If you want to go back and look at that, there's the absolute comparative advantage term of trade thing I did at the very beginning of the video. So feel free to hop back there and you'll see it. I know this video is like 4 hours long. I know. So I'll tell you about value approach in a second. So you see like one math problem, probably, and my guess this year is that it is a bank balance sheet problem. They did spending and tax multiplier last year was the math focused thing. Another one of these, there's more than one of these online dating site guys that's just going ham in the chat. My God. That's why you can't just have streams on YouTube. Sorry, I'm going to keep doing the FRQ thing before I get distracted by the chat again. So you're going to get some math problem. They did spending and tax multiplier last year as like their general one. It's one that I guessed on the Cram session day last year, is that I guessed that they would do a multiplier problem like that, and they did, which was awesome. This year I'm guessing it's bank balance sheet. That would be my best guess, is that it's a bank balance sheet problem, and that we got to be aware of what's happening with my bank balance sheet stuff. So let's do a bank balance sheet problem as a sample FRQ, because I know a lot of people were asking about it, and that's good. I'm glad you were asking about it. It is a thing that I would actually expect. Not that I would be surprised if they didn't have it be this, because again, it can be kind of anything. They did like the money multiplier thing like 2 years ago, and they did not money multiplier. They did like spending multiplier thing 2 years ago and last year. So it's, possible they just, don't do a bank balance sheet, but they haven't done a bank balance sheet FRQ in like 5 years now. And it's typically like max 5 years in between concepts on an FRQ. So I would be surprised at this point if it's not a balance sheet. Now again, there's 2 AP exam versions you could be getting. Second guess would be comparative advantage, yeah. If it's not bank balance sheet, I think it would be like a comparative advantage term of trade FRQ for your math, for like the math concept. Oh, the tribe rotten thing. Yeah, other people use different examples for the acronyms for supply and demand shifters. You do need to know them because they will ask. Well, do you need to know them? I don't think you need to know them by heart, but there should be like 1 or 2 regular supply and demand questions in your multiple choice section of your AP exam. So you would need to be able to tell like, oh, that thing would cause the demand to go up. Oh, that thing would cause the supply to go down. So, sorry, bank balance sheet. I got distracted again by the chat. I keep looking at the chat. This is my fault for having a chat. I should just not let you guys talk. For assets, we're looking at things that the bank can make money off of. For liabilities, we're looking at things that the bank is responsible for. So the most commonly used liability would be a deposit. So I'm going to use a math example that I used in class with some students today. We've got a $100,000 deposit. All right. Let's say that we have $100,000 in deposits. Let's say that we have $25,000 owner's equity, which is money the owner of the bank here has put into his establishment, like his personal stake in it, effectively. This is just extra money that has been given to the bank by the owner to allow it to make more profit, effectively. And there are other things you could see here. There are other things you could see here, like if this bank were to take a loan from the Fed, then that would be a liability as well. If the bank were to issue a bond themselves, I guess the bank could do that. It shouldn't. It's pretty weird, but it's a business, so it theoretically could. You could see that there, but liabilities, these are the two most likely things. And then on the asset side, you would see some version of the required reserves, the excess reserves, anything the bank has that is like an asset to it. So if we're using simple example here, I'm just going to set this up for y'all. And then Michael, I used this example in class earlier with you guys in 7th, so. $30,000 of excess. Let's call it 30,000 of loans. Actually, let's make that a different number. That way you can tell them apart better. 40,000 of loans. 25,000 of bonds. And then 10,000 of furniture. So assets being physical or financial assets. Money the bank can use to lend out to buy bonds for future investments, or even just for small things around the office. Like legitimately they can use that money for furniture. As a heads up, to be clear, this is what the bank has done with this money. So let me confirm that I did my math right. I did. There are 2 rules with balance sheets you have to be aware of. Rule number 1, assets must equal liabilities. So this total here on the left should equal the total on the right, which it's 125 for both, I think, unless I did my math really wrong. And that your reserve requirement must be maintained, meaning that whatever number is in my required reserves has to be the correct percentage of deposits. Remember that the reserve requirement is the percentage of deposits that a bank must hold in its reserves. Yeah, the transfer multiplier I mentioned earlier, like I have never seen that on the AP exam. Like that is, if it were to show up, it would be like the, hey, we're gonna see if this is a thing. We're gonna see if kids know this. I don't think they would even grade it if it showed up. Yeah, it's like a different version of doing the money multiplier, basically. Yeah, it's a weird thing. You can technically use it, but you shouldn't need to know. You shouldn't need it for your AP exam. I'd be surprised if it showed up. I've never seen it show up on an AP exam for 5 years. So when someone withdraws money, it only changes the excess reserves, right, Jacob? We'll get to that. We'll get to that. Now, I don't know how they would set up this question because each bank balance sheet question is different. They're going to do a billion things with it. They can ask a bunch of stuff. So I'm just going to run through some examples of things they could ask here and sort of walk you through what to do in those situations, right? Sup, Caleb? Good luck. So I'm looking at these, and here are the numbers that we want to be aware of, right? First question that they would ask. The first question they would always ask if they presented information like this is, what is the reserve requirement? Can we cover the shifter of Forex later? Anna Kate, I did cover them earlier in the video, so feel free to scan back through the video and you'll find me covering them. If we have time, we'll cover them again, but I don't plan on going past 10 p.m. and I don't know if I'll be able to get there without hitting stuff. So here are some example questions we could get. Reserve requirement, question mark? Guys, if you want to have a fun conversation, please just text them or message them on Instagram or something. Daniel, I love seeing you guys, previous students. Hell yeah, I'm glad you're here. My brain is broken right now. I'm just so tired. Doing this for like 5 hours. So the reserve requirement here. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. I don't have to care about the owner's equity. That is not a deposit. This is a thing you have to get. This is important because they'll mess with you with this. The reserve requirement is the percentage of deposits the bank must hold in their required reserves. They got 20,000 of required reserves. They got 100,000 of deposits. Cool. 20%. because that is 20% of that. That's it. I don't have to worry about the owner's equity. It's not a deposit. I don't have to worry about anything else here. All I got to focus on is required reserves and deposits. That's it. If they were to not tell me, gotta delete these stupid dating sites, guys. This is like legitimately like why. The only reason why I have to really like worry about streaming on YouTube. And I can't stream on Twitch because I asked the school about it. I got it. I can just go in and block them. It's not a big deal. Just don't click on the freaking link, guys. They're using different profiles every time. It makes it hard, but none of it. Don't worry about it. I see it. I've got it. I banned it. It's fine. It's not the same person. It's just this random website that like auto goes through the live stream and just automatically pastes into them. It's a spam bot. It's fine. Don't sweat it, guys. You can just ignore it. I'll get it. I can see the chat. So first question is reserve requirement. Second question, be careful about this and listen very carefully. The question will ask, how much money can this bank lend out right now? What is the initial amount of money the bank can lend out? Or how much money can this bank presently loan out? I did block them. They've changed. The profile is changing each time. It's different profiles. Yeah, it looks like it's the same one. They have slightly different URLs, I bet. So it's just different profiles by the same sort of like user. So it's hard to ban it. That's just the problem you get on like YouTube streaming generally. How much money can this bank currently loan out? Which I'll just tag in here. 2. How much can be lent presently? And that answer is $30,000. How much money can this bank loan out right now? The excess reserves. Remember that excess reserves is the loanable money in the bank. It is the amount of money the bank can currently loan out. The loans you see here on the asset side is not money that is like designated to be loaned out. That is money that has already been lent out by the bank. The money is not at the bank anymore. It is gone. It's an asset for the bank because the bank's going to make money off of it. But they don't have it right now. So much money can be presently lent out, how much money can be loaned out initially. It is just the excess reserves. When I see lent out initially, I need to think excess reserves. That's all I got to focus on, right? The third type of question you can see here, and this is the money multiplier style question, which can be phrased a lot of different ways, which is just so annoying. There's some FRQs that look like they ask the same question like 6 times in it, but it is like the same question like 3 or 4 times in it. Oh God, nope, 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 nope. Oh, look, that graph's still there. So if we go another question right here, 3, if this bank were to lend out all of its excess reserves, what is the maximum amount, or the maximum amount of money that can be created via the lending process? There's a lot of ways to phrase this question. They could say how much money can be loaned out over time. What's the maximum amount of loans that can be made? What is the change in the money supply based off of this? There's a lot of ways to phrase it, and in fact, they sometimes do more than one of those in the same question. Like one of them said, I think the most recent one actually that they did, said what is the maximum amount of loans that can change over time? And then a different part of the question said, what is the maximum amount that the money supply can change in this problem? It's the same question. It's the same answer. And Geo, you have this right. This is a money multiplier problem, which in case you forget the formula, guys, it is the change in, and I don't know how to type the delta symbol, but the change in excess reserves times your money multiplier equals the change in the money supply, or loans or whatever. So my excess reserves here, we just said were $30,000, and this is assuming they loan out all of their excess reserves, which is why I'm using the 30,000 there. My money multiplier is 1 over the reserve requirement, which we said was 20%. So 0.2, I'm gonna zoom in a little bit so you can see that better. 1 over 0.2, and that gets me the answer, which 1 over 0.2, those of you guys that are not amazing at math, those of you guys that are not like the best math students ever, what you're looking at here is how many times does 0.2 go into 1? 0.2, 0.4, 0.6, 0.8, 1, it's 5 times. And 30,000 times 5, as Sam and Geo are saying, is $150,000. So that's the third problem. And again, and these are not like in order. These are just things that they can ask based off of this. So I'm sort of just throwing you everything I think they could see. I don't have a guess for the third FRQ because it's always like random. It could be another graph problem, like a 4x problem. It can be another graph problem that we didn't use before. It could be a PPC problem. Like it can be anything. Like it can be kind of random. Hard to guess usually. I can never get all 3 FRQs, but the long one and the math short one, I have a decent enough chance of guessing that. So I'm not going to bother guessing for a third FRQ because I don't. It could kind of anything, like legitimately it could be kind of anything. Fourth question, which is what Sam I think is referencing. This is not a thing that they've only asked about this like one time on an FRQ. It was the most recent time they did this, and it's on that same FRQ that had like the 5 different money multiplier problems in it. You guys did this in class, by the way. This was in my class. We did this FRQ as part of our Unit 4 practice. The question would be what would be the, oh my god, can't type, change in the demand deposits over time, which is like connected to 3, like these are like a 1A, 1B problem, like it would be in the same problem, I bet. And there is a technical formula for this, but here's the general rule, and this is to save you, because when this happened on the FRQ, this was 2017, 2016, I think, they had never asked this specific question on an FRQ, so we were like pretty much like, what? So a lot of teachers had not covered it. But here is the technical formula for this. You take the change in demand deposits times the money multiplier equals the change in deposits over time. Now, in this case, there isn't like a change in deposits we can necessarily speak of, because I don't know how much money was deposited in here. But say if somebody deposited 10K into this bank, I would just do 10K times money multiplier, and it gets me the change. Yeah, tax is negative MPC. You guys fixed that. Thank you. Appreciate you all for helping out there. Good catch. Yeah, it's negative MPC over MPS for your tax multiplier. So this one, if you were to see it, you just take the change in demand deposits. Here's the hint for this that you want to be aware of. If I ever see a change over time of anything, that's a multiplier problem. Like they say the maximum change over time in GDP, in income, or whatever. That's usually like a spending or a tax multiplier problem. If I see the maximum change over time of, loans or whatever. Oh yeah, Lucas, I'm a teacher. Yeah, dude. Come on, if like a high school student had this level of like facial hair and in their own apartment, I would be like weird. Yeah, I'm a teacher, dude. I am 28, so I'm younger, but I am a teacher. Imagine thinking McRitchie is a high school student. Imagine, guys. Oh my god, I'm so confident right now. Oh, he thinks I'm young. That's so nice. So if you see a change over time, that's a hint that it's a multiplier. If I don't know how to solve it, I'm just going to take the thing they gave me and use the multiplier. Like, I see change in demand deposits over time. I don't know how to do that. I'm just going to take the deposit and multiply by the multiplier and sort of just fingers crossed hope that works. Which legit would be my strategy. Because the change over time thing is a multiplier, like, keyword phrase. That's like a maximum change over time of a thing. We're talking multipliers. So I'm busting out a multiplier, and I'm going to multiply with it because that's how multipliers work. And I'm going to fingers crossed hope it works. So for this question to work in this problem, they would have to give me a deposit for me to factor that in. But I would just use this formula. Again, these are not in sequential order. These are just things they could ask. And then the last bit is the like changing this balance sheet stuff. So like, let's use some examples here. And these are just verbal examples. I'm not going to bother writing these out. These are just verbal things. If you want to write them, you can. But we've seen a lot of these on FRQs before in my class. So if you're a kid who's not in my class, feel free to write this stuff out. So say the Federal Reserve of this country were to buy $25,000 worth of bonds. Jacob, I'll get to that in this explanation. Say the Federal Reserve were to buy $25,000 worth of bonds from this bank, right? What would happen to the balance sheet? What would happen to this balance sheet? Well, if the Fed bought $25K worth of bonds from this bank would no longer have $25,000 worth of bonds. and this bank would have received $25,000 from the Federal Reserve, which is now, there we go, in the excess reserves. Basically, this bank converted $25K worth of bonds to $25K of actual spendable, loanable money. That would increase the money supply because, one, the bank now actually has money it can loan out, and the multiplier effect would get larger. And two, bonds are not a part of the money supply. So having $25K worth of bonds isn't the same as having $25K of actual money in the bank, which would count for your money supply. So M1 is the money supply that we're referring to here. That is spendable money within the economy. That is traveler's checks, demand deposits, which is money that is deposited in your checking account, and currency in circulation. That's our money supply, right? The money supply, as we normally refer to it, is M1. M2 includes all of M1, but also includes like savings accounts and checkable deposits, things that are really close to spendable money, but are technically not. They're like a step away. They're like, you have to, like, savings account, you got to swap it from your savings to your checking for it to become money. Does that $25K not go into the deposit? No, it does not, Michael. This is a good question. When the Fed buys the bonds from this bank, they are not depositing it into the bank, right? They're not like opening a bank account. It's the Federal Reserve. They don't open a bank account in this bank. They just straight up go to this bank and be like, hey, you guys got $25K worth of loans? Here's $25,000. The bank can do whatever the hell they want with that money. It's not a deposit. Deposits are specifically what people and businesses put into this bank, not the Fed. The $25K does not have to go into that. Excuse me. Yeah, it doesn't go into the deposits. Like, if you look at my balance sheet right now, it's perfectly balanced still. Right, like, unless I did my math really bad. If deposits change, but we also change the required reserves. Yes, I was about to do that one, Wilson. So let me switch this back to the previous numbers, which were 30 and 25,000. Yes, Ed, love that example. If another question that they usually ask here is like, hey, suppose Ed deposits $10,000 into this bank. What happens to the M1 measure of the money supply? The answer is nothing. Because money deposited into your bank account and money that is like in circulation are both part of the money supply. Was this 25,000 or 20,000? Am I bad at math? No, it was 25,000. Yeah, it's 25,000. Okay. So I've reset my balance sheet. Yeah, if you deposit money into the bank, that doesn't change the money supply. One, that'd be insane. Like, real world-wise, that'd be so crazy if every time I deposited money into the bank account, it changed the money supply. Like, actually, that would be nuts. It doesn't change it. Because M1 is, currency in circulation, demand deposits. So if I take 25K out of currency and now have 25K more in the bank, the total amount between the two is still the same. So the deposits change. Let's use that example. If deposits or withdrawals change, it will affect the required reserves as well. So suppose somebody deposits 20K into this bank. Right, we got 20K more deposited in here. We know that if 20K is deposited into here, this bank has to hold on to 20% of that. 20% of that 20K would be 4,000. So 4,000 gets added to the excess reserves. And the remaining 16,000 gets added to my excess. So if there's money that's deposited, the way I think of deposits in this example is I always think of like your deposit gets split into two chunks, the required reserve and the excess reserves chunks. And Dean, great question. They don't recognize that. Your AP exam was written 3 years ago. They were always written like 2-3 years before. So even though M1 has actually been reclassified in the real world, which, shut up, no one talk about that. It actually has been changed. We don't count that. M1 is still, demand deposits, currency in circulation, traveler's checks. M2 is your savings stuff. They have moved savings into M1 now because savings accounts are so easily converted to spendable money now that it basically doesn't matter. But on your AP exam, shush. AP exam, ignore real world. Ignore it. It doesn't matter. Your AP exam is out of date. Every year it's out of date. Oh, God. Sorry, that was a deposit. Again, your deposits get split into your required and excess reserves. So 20% of that $20,000 deposit would go to the required reserves. That is 4,000, and the remaining 16 grand would go to the excess. The other one would be a withdrawal, which this part is weird. So be careful, guys. Please don't don't say talk over me, but like, you know, calm down in the chat for a second while I go through this one, because this is where you could get messed up. I think the easiest. I think it's the easiest to mess up. No, 100,000. So let me really quickly make sure that I can use a number that is easy to use. Okay. I'm going to try and think of a number that I can use here that is relatively easy to use. Okay, I can do that. So suppose instead of a $20,000 deposit, we get a $20,000 withdrawal. Someone withdraws $20,000 from this bank, right? Well, my excess reserves would immediately change by that 20,000. So it drops by 20,000. And then I have to adjust my required reserves as well, because 20,000 is not 20% of 80,000. 20% is not 20,000 is not 20% of 80,000. Remember that 20% is a fifth, and a fifth of 80,000 would be 16,000 unless my brain's not working. It could not be. I'm wondering. Am I right here? 5 times 6 is 30. 5 times, yeah, it should be right. And that other 4,000 will be added to your excess. So let me explain that fully again. There was a withdrawal of 20,000. I took 20K out of my excess reserves immediately, and then I had to adjust my required reserves to match my deposit level. Where my deposit is 80,000, so my required reserves would scale down to 20% of that. So it went from 20,000 down to 16,000 for required reserves. And the leftover 4,000 of required reserves is now added to my excess reserves. Is the way to think about that. So like, you withdraw money from the bank account, it comes out of the excess reserves first, because that's the usable money by the bank. It's easy to do. And then your required reserves adjust and are changed there. And then my leftover required reserve amount would be excess reserves now. Let me think other things I want to look over here. Mark, I will get to actually earlier in the video, I did hit how income changes Forex. If you go to when I'm going through a bunch of Forex graph stuff, I did hit that. But I'll hit it again at the end because people have been asking about Forex. For the predicted long FRQ with part C, it could increase supply or decrease demand for loans. Could you show both shifts on the same graph? Yeah, you could draw both. If you wanted to draw both, you could. That's allowed. Like if you do crowding out, you can draw increased demand and decreased supply at the same time if you wanted to. I probably wouldn't, but you could. When banks give out loans, it increases M1 because of the money multiplier effect. Like how banks create money is through the money multiplier. So yes, like banks are changing the M1 measure of the money supply via the money multiplier effect. Yes. Lucas, is there a trick for knowing what is M2 and M1, or do you have to memorize it? M1 is spendable money. That's how I think about it. It's money that I can actually like use and spend, right? Like my checking account tied to my debit card, I can use that. Cash, I can use that. Checks, I can use that, right? My savings account, I can't just like, I don't have it. My debit card's not tied to my savings, right? So I can't just use that. So I think of M1 as spendable money, and that's sort of how I go from there. So if it asked what happened immediately, you would say that the only thing changes is excess. No. Like, it's just sequentially excess then required, but it isn't like a long run problem. It is simply if they withdraw money, my excess reserves would change and my required reserves would change like as a follow-up. But it's not like, it's not a one-parter. Both of those things have to happen because both rules have to be followed. Like you have to have your assets equal your liabilities, and if I just withdrew 20,000 from both, that would be fine. But if I do that, my second rule is that my reserve requirement must be maintained. So I have to have 20% of my deposits in my required reserve. So I have to have both rules being followed. So I can't just do the initial. Like this isn't an initial thing. This is just like sequential order of operations. What's happening? Excess reserves change, then reserve requirement change. But it's not like a short run, long run. It's all happening. It's just in that order. Okay, I think that's all the balance sheet stuff I would imagine you see. No M1. Know that when you convert money from... I'm just going to check the weather real quick because I'm a person who does not like the weather being bad. Okay, I'm on the news and it doesn't seem like they're talking about the weather, so that's a good sign for this area. Still under tornado watch, but not like, oh, I'll refresh this actually. Let me see. Still under tornado watch, but I'm looking at the radar. Let me just see the radar real quick. Ah, looks like the stuff's more north of us than it's supposed to be. That's great. Unless it's like, you know, raining like crazy outside right now, and I just don't know because I have noise canceling headphones, which would be so funny. Yeah, you would state that they both change and by how much. Current and financial account stuff, yes, I can do. Spending, tax multiplier examples, yes, I can do. And Forex market. So let's do those last three, and then let's do that last three set of stuff, and then we'll call it. So let's start with the shortest thing to cover. Well, I think let's do it sequentially. So let's do the spending and tax multiplier stuff, and then let's do the international trade. So, spending and tax multiplier. Yeah, you just got to know the formula, gang. Sorry. But we had the chat. Luckily came through for that. Your spending multiplier is 1 over your MPS, which is your marginal propensity to save. It's for every dollar you earn, how much are you saving. Your tax multiplier is negative MPC over MPS. The negative did not carry over. Great there. There we go. And your using the formulas, which you also need to know, pardon me, change in spending times S mult equals the change. Also haven't eaten dinner yet, but I'll just do that after, I guess. GDP. And then you have change in taxes times T mult equals change in GDP. Now, luckily I had bistro for lunch, so I wasn't hungry until like just now when I realized I was hungry, because I haven't eaten since 11:30 p.m. So there's the formulas that I need to know for multiplier stuff. Now, when it says change in GDP here, be aware that this could also be aggregate demand or income, because those are the same thing. Remember, the GDP is CIGXN. Aggregate demand is, oh, the same. Income is the same because every dollar spent is a dollar earned. There we go. I'm going to try and just ride this wave of me being tired and hungry into delirium and try to make this more entertaining by being just sort of out of it. Out of it in a fun, loopy way. Not out of it in a I can't teach you way. Thank you guys so much. Greatly do appreciate that. I do this for you guys. You guys, as much as I can get frustrated with your grades on stuff, I still, like, you know, think y'all are worth it, right? I wouldn't do this if I didn't think you guys were worth the time. It makes you feel better. Yeah. Also, college is too expensive. Those damn schools are, like, ripping y'all off. Also would love it if College Board had to, like, completely adjust their entire scoring thing about you guys doing great stuff. Oh, actually, I have a little more left. I can't wait till I sleep terribly tonight because I'm drinking a bang. I'm also proctoring the AP seminar exam tomorrow after our exam, which is so good. Oh, sorry, I should solve a problem here. I got distracted by you guys complimenting me. Thank you so much. Sorry, Gabby's like, please solve the problem. Okay, let's do the hard version of this. Let's just make this difficult right at the jump. So last year's FRQ that I correctly predicted was a graph problem into a multiplier problem, which you're like, what the absolute hell? So here's what happens. Assume that an economy's current output is $500 billion. Cool. The full employment level is, I think I'm gonna remember this exactly, $540 billion. By how much would the government? Hi guys, you're so great. What's up? Akshar, I know we have a lot of there's a lot of my peers in this community that I would say are not always the best teaching this class. This class is hard. This class can go a billion different ways. By how much would the government need to increase spending by to reach full employment? Oh, sorry. Let me phrase this differently. What is the minimum amount? What's up, Andrew? Is the minimum amount the government would... Oh my god, typing is starting to fall apart because I'm getting tired. Ah, yeah, that works. Yeah, welcome to me being an econ teacher. I'm a really weird guy. All right, so this is the tricky bit. So we see these two things, and you're like, what the absolute hell here? There isn't a reserve requirement in this problem. This is just a... We need the MPC and MPS. Sorry, fair question. MPC is 0.8. So here's the trick. So the because I know why. You're like, they should increase it by 40. That would work. That's not the minimum amount. Oh, the RR is the reserve requirement. Looking for the formula, yeah. My MPC is 0.8. So solve. Here we go. So here's how we translate this question into people words based off of our formula. This is not a money multiplier problem. This is a spending multiplier problem. So we only need the MPS and MPC to solve for this. Spending a money multiplier problem, you would need the reserve requirement. I only need the MPC and MPS for this bad boy. Totally fine question, Andrew. So, you're good, dude. It's late. So what do I need to know here? Well, my current output is 500. My full employment level output is 540. What the hell does that mean? Well, if I'm imagining a graph, which I should be, I'm thinking my aggregate demand aggregate supply graph, right? I know I'm below full employment based off of numbers, right? I'm below it by 40. That means I need to increase GDP by 40. So my change in GDP is 40 billion. I'm like writing out my information that I have here. Change in GDP needs to be 40 billion. I know that my MPC is 0.8. People who are typing the answer, I know the answer. I'm solving it for everybody else. Like those of you that are typing the answer, you do have it. You have it correct. I'm just going to solve it instead. MPC is 0.8, so MPS is 0.2. Because that's one, they add up to 1. And I can go from there. So my formula is, again, the change in spending times the spending multiplier equals the change in GDP. I'm solving for the change in spending. Oh my god, I can't type. My spending multiplier is 1 over the MPS, which is 1 over 0.2. My change in GDP is 40 billion. So my change in spending is something times 5 is 40. 40 divided by 5, as Andrew is saying. So the change in spending should equal $8 billion. So things we want to be aware of in this, stuff that you should be aware of on your FRQs especially. You have to show your work. So even if you're a person who can get the 8 billion mental math-wise, which if you're good at math, you probably could figure it out. Like, it's just a multiplication problem. But on your AP exam, you do need to show your work. So, like, the work that I would be doing here is this. Like, this I would write if I'm you. Like, greater, do I need all of this? I need at least that first formula written out so that I know that you didn't just, like, make up an answer and just sort of, like, guess that it's 8 because, you know, you can sort of just randomly guess numbers. So you have to prove to me that you know what you're doing. You'd write that first formula and we're covered. You have to show your work on the math problems. Now it'll say in the math problems, it'll remind you like, hey, it'll say in the instructions, make sure that you're showing your work on your math problems and labeling your graphs. So show your work on your math problems and label your graphs. It doesn't have to be like you explain to the grader how this is 5. Don't have to do that for them. You don't need to prove to me that 40 divided by 5 is 8. I don't need that either. I know you can figure that out. But I need to see how you got to 8. And if you give me that, you're good. Now, the follow-up question to this, which students get so scared when I say this, is would the change, if the government were to change taxes instead, I should read this properly, if the government were, MPS is marginal propensity to save. If the government were to change taxes instead of changing spending, would the change in taxes be greater, I'm not doing this from the top of my head, greater than, less than, or equal to the change in spending identified in Part A. And explain. So Andrew's doing the math for us right here. And the difference here is that your multiplier would be different, right? Change in taxes times T-mult equals change in GDP. I like having someone check my math. It really helps me out, actually. Change in taxes is still what I'm solving for. Times my T-mult. This one is a tax multiplier problem. The second one is tax multiplier. So it'd be negative 0.8 divided by 0.2 equals 40. Again, billion. Negative 0.8 over 0.2 is negative 4, so they need to change taxes by negative 10 billion. They need to cut taxes by 10 billion. It's the only thing that I think that was in there wrong there, Andrew, is that your tax multiplier is negative. Remember that they are changing taxes, how much they need to change taxes by. They need to cut the taxes by 10 billion because they're trying to increase GDP. So we need to have a negative tax change there. Now, here's the thing. That would not get you the answer. One, that's not explaining it. And two, it didn't ask me to solve for it. Read the question. It just asked, is it going to be greater than, less than, or equal to, and why? Is 1 point for showing the work? No, it's all or nothing, Megan. Your work is part of your answer. So if you don't show the work, they don't give you credit. It's not two separate points. So my answer here is that the change in taxes, I'm going to scroll down so you can read my full answer here. They're hoping we fail. The curve is actually based off of your overall scores. So if you all do poorly, the passing curve is lower. Yeah, they adjust the curve based off of student scores. So sometimes the rate to get a 5 is lower or higher than previous years based off of your scores. The higher you all score, the higher the threshold to get a 5. They don't want you all to pass, which is true. The change in taxes will be greater than the change in spending. The negative doesn't matter for the change in. It's a larger change of taxes because, and you could probably, I think they allowed you to say the tax multiplier is smaller than the spending multiplier. That works, but there's an actual logic reason that matters here that you should know. So this is a listen very carefully. Don't type in the chat here, focus on me and listen here. Tax cuts do take longer for a specific reason, Andrew, right? The reason is when I change taxes, you save a portion of that money, right? If we change taxes by, 10 billion, you're going to save a chunk of that. Hell, in this problem, if we look at the math here, let's focus on the math. People are saving 20%, right? Of their change in income. Well, if I lower taxes on you by 10 billion and you're saving 20%, you're saving how much? 2 billion, right? Total savings would go up by 2 billion. And you're spending how much? Oh my God. So your change in taxes will always need to be greater because what's going to have to happen is I'm going to change taxes on you. Your savings are going to adjust and then you're going to be spending the same amount that the government would have been spending. That's why the tax multiplier formula is different, because I have to account for the fact that your income is changing there, not your spending directly. For explanations here, what I would be explaining is I would say that the reason the tax multiplier, the reason why we have this is because people will save a portion of their change in taxes. So you have to change taxes by more to get them to spend the same level that the government was going to spend up in the previous problem. Does that make sense? It's kind of oh my God. If you know how the math works, you're just oh, that explains a lot. That's why it's different. Okay. It's kind of a cool thing. This also helps explain why changes in government spending have a stronger impact on overall GDP than a change in taxes does. If I increase government spending by 10 billion, if I lower taxes by 10 billion, government spending is going to hit harder. Because when I change your taxes, you save a chunk. When I change something else, I can't remember. If I change spending, all of that gets spent. So changes in spending are more impactful than changes in taxes, which is a thing that I don't know if the government talks about enough. Not sure active the side. I don't know what that means. Trying to think of anything else I want to mention. Okay, so that is my multiplier stuff, and that's about like the highest extent of difficulty, because this is literally like the FRQ version of a multiplier problem, which if they do this again, I would laugh super hard, because that'd be like 3 AP exams in a row where they have a multiplier like this type of problem on the FRQ. Because I think the 2019 exam and the 2021 exam had something that's like just like this. 2020 didn't, because that was the pandemic year where we were like, had like a 45-minute exam, and it was like, we can't take anything away from that exam. That exam, they weren't even allowed to have graphs on, which, how do I do that? How do I prepare kids for that exam? But the last 2 regular AP exams they had a question that was pretty much just like this, which is weird to do that like a back-to-back AP exams, but they did. So that's a thing that if you can do this, if this makes sense to you, if you know these formulas, then you should be okay. Trying to think of what else I want to mention with this. I think that's all the big stuff. Yeah, that's all the spending tax multiplier stuff you should need to know. That's as complicated as it gets, I think. And then we wanted to hit current and financial account and briefly re-hit the Forex market at the end. We've got 30 minutes before I would like to go to bed. Yeah. To be clear, for those of you guys that are watching, we are in Texas, so it's Central Time where I am, and I am a person who goes to bed at 10 because I am a 28-year-old man who is a teacher, so I'm lame as hell. I want to sleep. I'm tired. I've been up since like 5 a.m. this morning because I get to the school really early to do stuff. Okay. Let's hit current and financial accounts super fast because we haven't hit that yet at all today. And I think that's actually a thing that's possible for an FRQ to mention. Not likely, but possible. Balance of payments! Yay! We've got the current account, and you got the financial account, and I'm getting tired. Current account. 3 things in it. Net exports. Net foreign income, could be net investment income, could be net income from abroad, depends on who teaches you it. I teach it as net foreign income. And net transfers. Andrew, see you. Michael, see you. Sleep well, guys. Do your best. Grab that cheat sheet, print it off before you go to bed, and read the hell out of it on your way to the exam tomorrow morning while you're driving. Just read while you drive. Check your phone while you drive. Ignore the road. See what happens. I'm kidding. Don't do that. That's bad. Don't do a car accident, please. Excuse me. So these are my current account things. Financial account. Only one thing. It's funny when I type that because I type ASS first. Pacific Mountain Time Viewers right now. Yeah, sorry. Like, what the hell? I want to... we can stay up. It's like, go back, watch the beginning of the video, okay? Your boy has to go to bed. I'm a human being. I don't get paid to do this. So, net exports, you should know, is exports minus imports. That is your balance of trade, or your trade balance. So again, if my net exports are like -20, that just means that we are importing more than we are exporting and that we're in a trade deficit, right? Those things you want to be like aware of, right? And net exports affects aggregate demand, aggregate supply curve. So I could relatively easily like connect this to an ADAS problem if I really wanted to, just by being like, hey, net exports are going up. What happens to my current account and my aggregate demand, aggregate supply curve? Which would be current account move towards surplus, aggregate demand go up. That kind of thing. Yeah, I know, because I'm typing it in all caps and the first 3 letters are ass. We get it. Net foreign income, in case you were wondering, is... oh, nope, didn't want to tab that. That's too much. Oh my god. No, go away. There we are. Net foreign income. Money made off international assets. Of course, Speak laughed at that, though. That makes perfect sense. Now, this part is tricky. This is the part people tend to be like, what? So money made off of your assets is net foreign income. The buying and selling of the assets themselves is the financial account. So this is where people are like, okay, what? Okay, say I buy a bond from Japan, because it has to be an international transaction for it to count here. It has to be international transactions. I buy a bond from Japan. Me purchasing the bond, financial account. It would be listed as a debit for our country, because debit means that we are losing money. I'm buying the bond, so I'm giving up money. Money's going to Japan here. Capital outflow, right? So it'd be going into my financial account as a transaction, be listed as a debit. But as I'm earning interest off of that bond, over time, right? I'm getting paid interest. That interest I am making is net foreign income. So the purchase of the asset, financial account, making money currently off of the asset is in the current account. That's net foreign income. I like this economic stuff at all, man, but isn't Sanji the GOAT? Sanji's pretty dang good. This is not a One Piece conversation, but it can always be a One Piece conversation. Net transfers is the direct sending of money internationally. I have no idea how this distribution is looking for Gov and for literature. I don't think your Gov exam FRQs, based on what people were saying, were that hard, but Gov exam scores are always weird. Like, students always think they do better than they actually do on the Gov exam. They have like weird confidence almost all the time. I have no idea why. You guys don't like write well enough on that exam. So we got these three things are my balance of payments accounts. Where is the cheat sheet? It is, scroll up in the chat. I'll post it again here in a sec. I'll repost it. I don't care. Let's repost that. There you go. Reposted it. Oh my god. Here we go. Wait, where am I looking at? What was I looking at? There's my thing. Okay. Oh my god. So, the things you got to know about these accounts. One, know what is counted in what. Like, if they ask me, hey, which of the following is going to be recorded in the current account? I'm looking for a net export. I'm looking for foreign income. I'm looking for transfers. Now, they're not going to be as obvious as saying, like, an export, foreign income, or a transfer. They're going to say something more specific of an example, like a person buying a good from another country, which is literally an import, would be in the current account. Or a person making money off of their assets overseas, or like a person who is earning interest off of their bonds overseas. That would be net foreign income, right? Someone sending money to their grandma overseas. That would be a net transfer. So they would give you like a specific example of a thing, not like just the generic topic. So you gotta be careful about that. The assets here could be a physical asset or a financial asset. Physical or financial asset. Physical asset are real estate's a great example of that. Like if you buy a business in another country or you buy a piece of real estate, that is your physical asset. You buy a financial asset like a stock or a bond from another country, that goes into the financial account. So the purchase of a stock would be, like if I buy a stock in Mitsubishi, Japanese company, right? That would go into the financial account as, again, a debit for us, a credit for Japan, I think is Mitsubishi. Yeah, it's Japan. And it's like capital outflow for us, inflow for Japan. That's what we want to be careful about. We'll talk about One Piece after. Okay? There's always time for One Piece. It's going on forever. We're all going to live forever. If you call One Piece mid-piece, Jonathan, I will ban you. All right? Imagine thinking One Piece is mid. Don't fight about One Piece in the chat. There's no reason. We got more important things to do right now. So these are the two accounts. You got to know what's in them, and you got to know that they offset. If one is positive, the other is negative. If one is in a surplus, the other is in a deficit. You don't have to explain why. Thank God. It's something called double entry bookkeeping, which is an accounting thing that you could learn if you want to. Absolutely go for it. Like if you want to learn what double entry bookkeeping is, go nuts. The PowerPoint I have for this has there's a Khan Academy video on the balance payments accounts that does explain it. Takes about 20 minutes for the guy to explain it though, and it's Khan Academy, so like even though it's a great video, you're gonna be like bored the whole time. Feel free to watch it if you want to, but the College Board has never asked someone to actually explain this relationship because it would take too much. Like you'd have to write like a full, even if you're being concise, like at least a half-page explanation for it to really make sense for a grader. So I would not. Just know that they offset. That if one's positive, the other one's negative, and move on with your life. It's okay. There's some weird like bookkeeping stuff we do that is like sort of fudging the numbers to allow these to offset each other. I wouldn't sweat it. Just know that they offset each other. Okay, so there's financial account, current account. That's pretty straightforward, I think. I don't think it's hard. You just got to know what stuff's in it. It's more about it's more of a memorization thing than anything else. Oh, there is one more thing with it actually. So the like difficult thing they throw in here is like, okay, so there's an increase in like income or an increase in like interest rates in your country. What happens to your balance of payments accounts? What has to balance the money? Like if I total up all of this, like total up all the net exports, all net foreign income, and all net transfers, like if I have to total all of these up, that number should offset this number. Like if we've got positive 800 billion in the current account, I should have negative 800 billion in the financial account. Is there a third account? There is a third account. You don't have to know it. It's where we keep all of the leftover foreign currency. Yeah, if you get the answer wrong, you don't get the point. That is correct. Even if you set up your work right. It is fair. It's very. I think it is dumb because there is no calculator, and this is not supposed to be a math class, so I'm not sure why they don't, but they don't. Which sucks. Yeah, well, you can learn it if you want to. It's up to you, dude. It can make. It's not like it doesn't make sense. It's just like long. So if you want to learn it, you can. It's just a long thing. Good night, McRitchie. Okay, great. Love you too. Love all of you guys. You guys are great. Cool. Love that. All right. What else I got to talk about? There's a third account. Yes. Okay, cool. Oh, sorry. Interest rates and income. If income's going up, you start buying more stuff from other countries, then your current account moves towards like a deficit, right? That's a way to think about it. Where like if your income's going up, you're going to start importing more, right? If your currency appreciates, you're going to start importing more. Like there are things that can affect net exports, which would then in turn affect your current account. There are things that could affect your assets. Like, again, we mentioned interest rates. If I've got really high interest rates, people want to buy my bonds, right? Cool. If other countries are buying our bonds, then our financial account would move towards a surplus. So a higher interest rate would move financial account up. Because you start to sell more of your assets overseas. Okay, the last thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go through the Forex market stuff again for the people that missed it earlier on in the video who want me to go over it again. I'm going to do that, and then if you have any other further questions, feel free to ask it. I know, Vic, I had to give it to you at some point, buddy. To be clear, Kanye West is still absolutely insane. You know that. You know that. You're just lying to yourself. You don't want to tell yourself that. For those of you guys that don't know, Avika's a massive Kanye fan. Forex market, here we go. Just a reminder of how the Forex market works. It's a market for currencies. My brain hurts. It is the market for currencies. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, level funds market graph is real interest rate. The y-axis is. Whoa, that's big font. Supply of dollars. I'm just going to keep using dollars because it's on my keyboard. And I can't be bothered to not. Demand for dollars. Quantity of dollars. Whenever there's inflation, that's depreciation, right? If you have inflation, your currency will depreciate, yes. Not necessarily the same thing, but yeah, it'll cause it. Now, some of you guys who learned this from other teachers, you might have had your y-axis written a little bit differently. Sometimes you see euro price per dollar as like the y-axis. That's fine. This also works, and I like writing less. They also allow this. So like my Forex market right here. It's a big Q. Okay. So there's two things that affect your Forex market. At the end of the day, there's just two things. One, a change in the desire to import. I can't spell. And two, change in interest rates. Can't see it because it's cut off. Let me make it. No. All right. Can I make it horizontally bigger? I can. There we go. Change in desire to import and change in interest rates. For desire to import, say people want to buy more stuff from us. We get a larger demand for our currency then. People are buying more of our stuff. Causes our currency to appreciate as a result. But this could be, I mentioned things, I think there's a list of it on the, there's like an acronym for this, but I don't have one. Taste, quality, price level, and someone's outside the door, so my dog is barking. Ignore him. And income. So these are like 4 things that could affect that change in desire to import. I mentioned taste as in like popularity of a particular country's goods. So a terribly stupid example that I have done is people in France start wanting to buy like Ford F-150 trucks because they start getting those like weird ads that we have in America for the Ford F-150 and stuff where it's like, Ford Truck Month, buy a truck, you're now big and strong. Like those types of ads where they sort of like yell at you to buy a truck because it makes you like more powerful, I guess. I don't know what the deal is. Like I like trucks are fine, but like that's not how a truck works. Truck's useful. I don't know. It doesn't make you like a stronger human being. But those type of ads, like they go to France and now they're working. Like for some reason the French like really bite on it. They like think that's sick. No idea why, but it does work. This is fake, to be clear. But if that were to happen, then people in France would be buying more Ford trucks. Therefore, there'd be a larger demand for US dollars and then a larger supply of the euro. Remember that for the Forex market, it is supply on one graph, demand of the other. You move them in the same direction every time. So if they're demanding more dollars, they'd be supplying more euros to get them. I'm reading some questions real quick. Thank you, Washmeet. Lucas, this test logic is kind of important, like inflation means money value down. Okay, so careful with that, Lucas. I will say be very careful about that logic. Because while that is true, that doesn't always work out that way. Like, your currency depreciating doesn't mean that inflation happened. Your currency can depreciate for a lot of reasons. So I only warn against that logic because it's not a two-way street. When you have inflation, then your currency is going to eventually depreciate because people are buying less of your stuff. But it isn't the same thing. Like, domestic value of your currency and international value of your currency are different. You could have prices going up domestically, but also have your currency be appreciating for something else happening. Like, an increase in price level can cause interest rates to rise, which would cause your currency to appreciate. So I wouldn't hold that 100%. If I don't pass the AP exam, I have to take econ in college again, right? Yeah, it depends on your major. Lucas is right. Your major might not require you to take economics. Most majors require you to take some level of social sciences, though, like psychology, sociology, and economics is included in that. And worst case scenario is it is a elective, which you still need to take electives in college. Yeah, like they're just whatever class you want. So if you get an elective credit, that's as if you got any other credit. Like, literally, electives are worth the same as everything else. You need those to graduate too. I'm not worried, but I'm paranoid. No, I get it. You want to be sure. I understand. And then the interest rates one, people want to invest where interest rates are higher. I don't know if you can see this. Let me just move down a little bit. There we go. People want to invest where interest rates are higher internationally. So if America's got higher interest rates than France, then there'd be a larger demand. Do these two things change supply or demand? Yes. It's both. Anna Kate, it depends on perspective. Like, if they want to buy more of our stuff, then the demand for our currency is going up and the supply for their currency is going up. Business major, absolutely, you'll have to take economics. It'll be required for sure. 1,000% you're going to take econ. Probably I'd say at least 3 econ classes you'll have to take. Macro, micro, and then at least 1 secondary level of econ. So it's supply and demand, it's both of them. It's one for each currency. So if people want to buy more from us, there's a larger demand for our currency because they want our stuff, which means they want our currency. And they'd be supplying more of their currency internationally to purchase our things, if that makes sense. Like, when you're buying a good from China, you don't like literally go to a currency conversion place, get yuan, and then like purchase stuff, right? You use American dollars. So you're supplying more American dollars internationally and demanding more yuan, which is the Chinese currency. Spelled yuan, but pronounced yuan, I think. I'm not good at Chinese pronunciation, though. Interest rates would be again, you want to invest where it's higher. So if we have a higher interest rate, which could be a lot of things. Like, the thing with the interest rates thing is, like, this is like a red flag. Like, because loanable funds market, that has interest rate on it. Money market, that has interest rate on it. Crowding out causes higher interest rates. Like, a lot of things affect interest rates based on, like, expansionary monetary policy lowers interest rates. Like, I can bring up any of that and then just be like, what happens to your currency? Like, I can ask that off of any of those. So you have to be, like, really, like, ready for it, where it's like, higher interest rates, a currency's going to appreciate. Like, you got to be, like, really ready for it, because they sort of assume you know that, because you should, but you have to, like, do logic steps to get there, and quite a few of them typically. So that higher interest rate, people want to invest. Love that, Daniel. Shouts to you. Still good to have it, though. The JVA booster's great. Yes, you're welcome, Caleb. I will absolutely hype you guys up and try not to swear on a live mic. I'm tempted to just hype you up by, like, just sort of like football player, like, let's do this, but like with swear words all over the place. But I also don't want to get fired, so it'd be funny. I would get in trouble. So higher interest rates, people want to invest here. So you could do follow-up questions with, like, okay, so there is an increase in deficit spending, right? Which means we're going to see some crowding out. Government's borrowing more, higher interest rates. Those higher interest rates cause people to want to invest more in our economy. Do I think Forex will be on an FRQ? The third FRQ is always a wild card. I'll say that. Like, the third FRQ can be kind of anything. Melania, the bank balance sheet question I've done earlier in the video. Feel free to go back for it. I don't know if you can scroll back in the live feed, but if you can, it's in there. Like I did a bank balance sheet problem like probably a little over an hour ago. And I pretty much went through all the things that can happen on a bank balance sheet. So feel free to hop back to that. I'm not going to repeat it, only because it would take me another 30 minutes. And I need to go to bed at some point. So yeah, you can bring up like crowding out higher interest rates, so then people would demand more of our currency and our currency appreciates. The only other thing with this that you want to be very careful about is the currency appreciates, imports increase, exports decrease. That part we want to make sure we understand. Like when my currency is going up, I'm going to be able to buy more foreign goods and export less eventually. Like that's the thing you definitely need to be aware of, is like what happens to imports and exports when your currency appreciates. You absolutely want to know that, because that's one of those things where we assume you know it. Like you got to kind of know. And it is this every time your currency appreciates, you import more because you can buy more foreign stuff. You're like internationally richer, effectively. Your dollar goes further internationally. But your exports decrease because if your currency is worth more of other currencies, then the foreigners who use those other currencies are going to have a harder time buying your stuff. Which FRQ would you say is the most predictable? I would say the math. Not the entire like math FRQ, but like what math I expect to see is pretty predictable. Because there's not that much different math in the course. There's only like 4 or 5 different like real math things. And you like to rotate them around a decent amount. So like last year in my Cram session, I guessed they would do spending and tax multiplier. And I also guessed balance sheet. Those are like my 2 guesses were balance sheet and or spending tax multiplier were my 2 guesses last year. This year, those guesses are bank balance sheet again, because they haven't done it in a long time, or absolute comparative advantage terms of trade. Like absolute advantage, comparative advantage terms of trade, I think would be the other like pretty obvious like math question. I don't have a prediction for the third FRQ, Gabby. I didn't give one because I don't know. The third FRQ is always kind of wild card. It can be another graph problem. It could easily be like a Forex market problem. It could be a Phillips curve problem. It could be whatever graph side didn't. It could be a PPC problem. But they're like one of the FRQs is just sort of like a bunch of graphs. One of the FRQs is typically math, and one of the FRQs can kind of be either. Like it's typically not math and math because there's not that much math in the class. It's usually another graph problem, or it could be like, you know, unemployment rate, what these people are, which type of unemployed. Like it's kind of wild card. Like it could be Forex market and balance payments accounts. It could be a big Unit 6 thing. It's kind of a wild card. So that's the one where it's sort of up in the air of what it could be. So just sort of hard to predict it because that one, there's so many things that it can be. Long run questions, Will, you're the only person praying for that. Although I think they are easy to answer because it's just a formula. Like in terms of like you're just saying the same thing again and again and again and again and again. Melania, I actually don't teach AP Micro. So I sadly am not doing that. Jacob Clifford, ACDC Economics here on YouTube, which is, to be clear, a great channel for review stuff. He did a live stream earlier today for this, and he's doing a live stream tomorrow, I think, for AP Micro. And that's ACDC Economics with Jacob Clifford. That guy, monster, baller, super awesome econ teacher. Did a training with him. He's great. So I would watch that. It won't be as long as this because no one is insane like this. No one is as crazy as I am when it comes to just like, yeah, I can go on live for like 5 hours because like whatever. Like it's a Wednesday night. What am I gonna do with my time? I can watch NBA playoffs. It's basically all I'd be doing right now. Or playing like video games. Like wouldn't be productive. Like most teachers have like, you know, like a kid they have to like take care of. I got my dog who, let's do dog cam again. Archer, can you show up please? Come here, buddy. Come here. He's gonna be so pissed because he's definitely asleep on my bed right now. Archer, come here, buddy. Oh my god, is he actually just asleep? Let me find him. Oh, there he is. You really took a while to get up, huh? Come here. Come here. Come here. Oh, he does not want to get picked up again. Let's just pose in front of the camera, bud. You're doing great. There he is. Look at him. There's the dog. Look at the dog. Clap for the dog. Everybody clap for the dog. Hey, Archer. What's up, buddy? Come here. Come here. Come on. Yeah. He's a good boy. He is so tired. He's like, please go to bed. I want to lie down. I would really like to, please can you go to bed? You're so loud in there. Please shut up and please go to sleep. Come here, Papa. Yeah, he did not want me to pick him up. He's like, I'm not falling for that again. But yeah, I'll be bringing my dog for the exam tomorrow, at least for the pre-exam stuff. And then I have to hustle so hard. I have to get home. I have to take him to the exam, give you the hype speech, and then friggin' book it back to my apartment, and then book it back to the school, get back to my classroom in time for first period, which will be great. Krishnov, yeah, there's my guy. Look at my people. Oh my god. We got the kids from previous years saying it. And some of you guys subscribed to my channel last year and never unsubscribed, which shout out to y'all for staying subscribed. Appreciate that. But yeah. This is the Cram session for this year. Yes, I have blonde hair now. I bleached my hair for football earlier this year, and then I bleached it again and made it pink a month ago. The pink's faded out. It's not just blonde again. But yeah, I've gone crazy in terms of my hair thing. I got bored. It happens. I think that's everything. If you've got anything else that you want to ask, I got 7 minutes before I want to hop off of this. So if anything else you want me to explain, it can be the simple stuff. It can be the easy thing. Isn't your first period macro? It is, but not every kid's taking the AP exam. I've got I think 6 or 7 kids in there that are not taking the AP exam, so they'll be awkwardly waiting for me to get back to my room. I'll text some teachers and let them know hey, could you guys if my kids are loitering in the hallway, just let them in my room. It's fine. It is AP macro first period, but I do not know if those kids are going to be there tomorrow, I would imagine. So yeah, let them into the room. We'll figure that part out. But on Monday when I brought Archer for the Gov exam, I was able to get home and back in 30 minutes, so that should be fine. Monetary levels? What do you mean, M1, M2, M0? Will, is that what we're asking? I assume that's what you're asking. Is different monetary categorizations? Yeah, M0 and stuff. Okay. I guess this could be a wild card thing for them to mention on the FRQ. M0 is the monetary base. That is the money that the Fed has. Money the Fed actually has is the monetary base. It's money held in the Federal Reserve. That's the money that the Fed can guarantee exists. It's the only money that they actually have. M1 is the money supply as we commonly understand it. That is spendable money in the economy. That is currency in circulation, demand deposits, meaning money in your checking account, and traveler's checks. That's M1. Then M2 depends on how recently they updated the AP exams version of this, but the things that I've always taught her in M2 are savings accounts, checkable deposits, which is a specific savings tool that's a savings account, and mutual funds. But boy, howdy, do those never show up on the AP exam. But be aware with your levels of money, though, that all levels include the previous level. So M1 includes M0 and all of those things. M2 includes M0 and M1. Lucas, what is your number one tip for anything in the exam? Know the aggregate demand, aggregate supply curve like the back of your hand. That's the biggest thing. That's the most used specific thing on the exam is the ADAS graph. That's the thing you want. If there's anything you want to study, you want to make sure you know how that graph works in and out. What changes AD? What changes SRAS? What does it mean in the long run? What does it look like when they're in a recessionary gap? Know the graph inside and out. That's the one graph I can almost guarantee is going to show up on your AP exam. I would be shocked if you didn't have to draw an ADAS graph on your FRQs. I'd be completely shocked. I'd be genuinely surprised. I would say it's a 95% chance you've got to draw the aggregate demand, aggregate supply curve on your graph. So that. Water 7, best arc. Marineford and Wano are both better. Wano is the best arc. I would say Dressrosa is second. Dressrosa is a little long, but I think the actual quality of the stuff in Dressrosa and the background stuff there is super good. This is One Piece talk, by the way. Those of you guys what are they talking about? One Piece, a show / anime, manga, whatever. I'm a reader and a watcher, so I don't care. What multiple choice questions do you think aren't worth my time that I should skip? Terms of trade? Skip it. CPI math. If there's math that I have to do to find CPI or nominal and real GDP with a chart and price times quantity and all that stuff, I'd skip that. Even multiplier math, I would possibly skip if it seems like it's tricky or complicated, only because those math problems can take a while. Any multiple graph problem where it's like, hey, what happens on the money market graph and the active demand supply curve? If you're not like very quick on your graph changes, I would skip those. But the biggest one I would say is like a term of trade style problem, because those ones, even if you're like good at math, you can easily disorganize it and easily get mixed up. So I would, because one, you want to write those, you want to like write stuff down for those and like actually solve them. It takes some time. Even for me, I'm really good at math and stuff. You got to write the like comparative advantage, term of trade stuff. So I'd always skip those and just do them at the end. Is MPS similar to the reserve requirement? Yes, John. You can think of them the same thing. Like MPS is the proportion of our income that we save. Reserve requirement is the portion of deposits that banks have to save and can't touch. Like it's the amount that cannot be spent. It's the percentage that cannot be spent. Thank you, McRitchie. Lily. Yeah, Lily's been a trooper. You've been doing so much, Lily. Shouts to you. But you've been grinding so hard on this. I really hope you get what you want on this AP exam. Lucas, see ya. I'm glad I could help out. How do I get a 6 or a 5? Get 80% of the points. Get 4 out of 5 questions right for the entirety of the test, and you get 5. Yeah, it's 80% is what you're going for. Yeah, so you're aiming for 4 out of 5. Multiple choice, that means you're looking for 48 out of 60, I think 48, so you can miss 12. On the FRQ, 80%. The FRQ number, like a points per question, changes a lot, so I can't guarantee what that'll be. But if it's a 5-part FRQ, then you can mess up one of the 5, and you'll be okay. Yeah, it's 80%. Kenzie, of course, thank you. There are calculators online. Yeah, for like some of the formula stuff. Yeah, you can find that. Night, everybody. Okay, it is almost 10 o'clock on my end. I am, if no one else has any more questions about things they want to ask about, which I don't see anything else, I'm just going to end with this. You get scratch paper? Yeah. Well, no, you don't get scratch paper. But like on the FRQ section, you can write in the like orange booklet where you know, like are given the FRQ, so you can write on that. On your actual like regular test, technically no, but you can write all over the test, so it should be fine. Like it shouldn't matter for you. If you need to flip to like a page that's blank, you'll have a blank page you can do. So technically no, but like there's room for it on the test. 80% minimum, yeah. 80% is like the bar. If you get above 80%, it's a 4. If it's a 5, sorry, you're looking for right around 68% for a 4, right around 56% for a 3. What else? Good night, everybody. Of course, I wish you all the best of luck. I'll see you all tomorrow morning, assuming that I'm alive and I don't absolutely sleep super hard. Well, it'd be so funny if I just slept in and I just missed the alarms and I just don't show up. That'd be so funny. This video hopefully will save, but I assume that it'll take absolutely forever for this to process. It's like a 5-hour video. I've just broken YouTube's algorithm and I've had to block the like weird dating website spamming people a bunch, but hey, a lot of you guys were here for almost this entire thing, and absolutely mad respect to y'all. You guys have put in a lot of work, and even if I'll talk about like how to take your exam scores and stuff after this, but thank you all so much. I do greatly appreciate y'all being here. We were above like 30 viewers for the entirety of this, and that's like 5 hours of me just going like crazy. Absolutely respect to all of y'all. Really do appreciate it, guys, and thank you all so much. Have a great night. Try to sleep. For the love of God, try to sleep. Don't miss the AP exam tomorrow, please. Okay, good night, everybody. See you guys.